We're getting you top headlines coming in. Two Australian cricketers stalked Harriston indoor. Police files a FIR, arrest accused in the case.
बिहार और देश को बचाने के लिए इस लालटेन छाप को यहाँ जिताइए, एनडीए को हराइए, महागठबंधन की सरकार बनाइए, तेजस्वी यादव जी मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, सारे बिल फाड़ के फेंक दिए जाएंगे, चाहे वो वक्फ बिल हो, कोई बिल हो।
BJP tweets a video of RJD leader speaking on WAF bill, says Tejasvi will handle WAF bill backers. As demands for SIT investigation in the Satara doctor suicide case grows louder, police arrest both accused. Pakistan rattled after India issued notification for a tri-service exercise along its western border with Pakistan restricts its airspace. Donald Trump embarks on a 5-day trip to Asia with a key meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping aimed at easing trade tensions and exploring investment deals. In one of the headline-setting interviews of the year, Padma Bhushan Harish Salve joins Arnab Goswami on Legends for an unfiltered, powerful and deeply insightful conversation. Bihar's political battlefield is heating up as Amit Shah and the BJP target RJD over Jungle Raj and land disputes. Viewers. Meanwhile, Tejasvi Yadav also faces criticism from within, making the campaign even more intense. Here's the full story.
As the polling day for the crucial Bihar Assembly elections nears, BJP's election engine is in top gear with Amit Shah storming through Bihar with a triple rally blitz in Khagaria, Munger and Bihar Sharif. Amit Shah's Bihar pitch roars through Khagaria. A day after Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed back-to-back poll rallies in Samastipur and Begusarai. Amit Shah declared that this election will decide Bihar's destiny between the rule of development or the return of Jungle Raj.
चुनाव जो है वो निर्णय करने वाला है, फैसला करने वाला है कि फिर से जंगल राज बिहार में लाना है या विकास का राज लाना। मुझे बताओ खगड़िया वालों, किडनैपिंग, एक्सटॉर्शन, हत्या, फिरौती, अपहरण, जंगल राज चाहिए क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो, जंगल राज चाहिए क्या? ये लालू रबड़ी की सरकार आई तो उसके साथ जंगल राज भी आएगा और एनडीए की सरकार बनी तो विकसित बिहार पूरे भारत में अपना डंका बजाए।
While aiming a direct attack on the Mahagathbandhan, Amit Shah brands it the Latbandhan of corruption, claiming only Modi and Nitish stand untainted.
और भैया, छोटे मियाँ तो छोटे मियाँ, बड़े मियाँ भी सुभान अल्लाह। लालू जी ने इतने घोटाले किए, कांग्रेस पार्टी की जब सरकार थी केंद्र में 10 साल चली, जिसमें लालू भी मंत्री थे, वो सरकार ने 12 लाख करोड़ का घपला, घोटाला और भ्रष्टाचार किया। भाइयों बहनों, बिहार और केंद्र में जिनका भ्रष्टाचार का रिकॉर्ड हो, वो महागठबंधन, महालठबंधन बिहार का विकास कर सकता है क्या? जरा जोर से बोलिए, कर सकता है क्या? बिहार का विकास नरेंद्र मोदी और नीतीश बाबू, जिन पर 4 आने का भी भ्रष्टाचार का आरोप नहीं है, वो ही कर सकते हैं।
At his two-stop of the day in Munger, Shah hailed 20 years of corruption-free leadership under the Prime Minister, crediting abolition of Article 370, launching Operation Sindoor and driving Bihar's development. But the opposition isn't holding back as Tejasvi Yadav of the RJD has launched a sharp attack on the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Bihar visit, accusing him and the BJP of spreading negativity and failing to deliver jobs.
अरे मोदी जी, फैक्ट्री लगाइएगा गुजरात में और विक्ट्री चाहिए बिहार में। ऐसा होने वाला बिहार, देखो हम बिहारी हैं, हम लोग डराए वाला नहीं है, बाहरी से डराए वाला है। अरे जब लालू जी मोदी जी से नहीं डराए तो लालू जी के लिए क्यों डरा जाएगा? ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स लगातार जो है केस मुकदमा छापा मारी। बिहार को बिहारी चलाएगा कि बाहरी चलाएगा? अरे बिहार को बिहारी चलाएगा कि बाहरी चलाएगा?
As the campaign heats up, Bihar stands at the crossroads between the promise of progress and the charge of neglect. With rallies, rhetoric, and rising tempers, the battle for Bihar 2025 has truly begun.
And viewers, in one of the most awaited interviews of the year, Padma Bhushan Harish Salve joins Arnav Goswami on Legends for an unfiltered, powerful and deeply insightful conversation. From his biggest courtroom battles to his views on India's judicial transformation, Salve opens up like never before. This is not just a legal interview, it's a masterclass in integrity, intellect and inspiration. The man who represented India at the ICJ defended iconic personalities and stood firm in high-stakes national and global cases, shares his legacy, learnings and life beyond the law.
Mr. Salve, my next subject is on judicial interference and transgression. There is an elected government and there is a growing belief, unfortunately, in our country that there is also an unelected government. You've probably been the lone star who has been very vocal about judicial transgression. You've often said that the Supreme Court should be questioned. Now, that's very rare, very rare. And there are people in this country, I still remember, and I'll say it directly in the context of former Chief Justice Chandrachud, who found and hoped that former Chief Justice Chandrachud would be a parallel center of power, and who used the phrase lone star or something to that effect, that you are the lone star against this elected government, only you can save us. There are enough people in Delhi who want the Supreme Court, and there are enough people within your own legal fraternity, sir, who would like to see judicial overreach, who would like to see the courts run a parallel government. So let me start by asking you, sir, your overall thoughts. You've often said Supreme Court has a misplaced position as the moral guardian, and the public disappointment is often linked to its judgment. But we've seen this new phenomenon of judges speaking outside their judgments. Judges making comments which I feel sometimes they want to be quoted. They want those in the front pages. So, shall I get your opening remarks on this?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
If I can just take a step back. See, the expansion of judicial review was on a very intellectually robust basis, affirmative justice, brought in by Krishnairization of the judiciary, where you open the doors of what is called locus standi, or a ability to move the court. Any citizen could move the court if there was a violation of citizens' rights. So that's how it went, and it was very targeted to those sections of society who did not have access to justice. That is where all this came from. When we challenged the bearer bonds law, nobody asked who is this person who's challenging the bearer bonds law. It was issues which were brought to court, and issues which could be resolved by judicially manageable standards. Whether a law is constitutional or not is squarely for the court to decide. Those were the kind of issues which came. Environmental issues. What was the big forest case which we fought? It was all for enforcement and honest enforcement of the Forest Conservation Act, something which was totally within judicially manageable standards. The turn came with the Jain Hawala case. The Supreme Court stepping in to order investigations. The first time a court-monitored investigation was held was in the Jain Hawala case, and political heads started rolling. That gave a kind of political power to Supreme Court which had never had before. What did it result in? 100% acquittals. This has gone on again.
That because the prosecution did do a good job.
Because there was no case.
I remember I was a reporter. We used to stand at these Hazari courts and we used to, quote unquote, find a lot of fun when Kalpanath Rai, at that point of time, even Madhav Rao Scindia, Mr. L.K. Advani, biggest of names would come to the court. We would stand with mics outside, and there was a fervor among the people that the most powerful have been brought before the court. So wasn't that the other side of it? Wasn't it actually good?
That's the danger.
What's the dangers?
The danger is the court creating mobocracy. The Supreme Court should never try and humble people. That's not their job.
You think that was their intent?
Yeah. Whether or not, it gave them a sense of power which they have never relinquished. A court-monitored investigation gave rise to a whole breed of lawyers, and I don't want to start naming them, who then made it their business to blackmail, who then made it their business to bring these issues to court. And today, even as we speak, what is a politician most worried about? You make a set of allegations, court says, get a CBI inquiry. They won't say so when it's one of their own, in whose house they find cash burning. There's no
Isn't
CBI
that the
inquiry.
secondary issue? The primary issue is that if an allegation is made against a politician,
Straight away.
he should be as vulnerable as Anil Ambani.
Correct. He should be as vulnerable as Anil Ambani. For Anil Ambani, have they ordered a court-monitored investigation? No. For hundreds of people, have they ordered a court-monitored investigation? No. Because the law must take its course. If the Supreme Court has to work, it has to work to strengthen the working of the law, not take over these powers.
But isn't mobocracy an extreme word?
It is. I'm sorry. No, that feeling, that people feel that the rich and mighty have been brought to heel. There was a different reason why people felt that, because the kind of politicians who had come to hold office had become arrogant. The trouble it creates, and this is what I've always said, you do justice on the facts of a case, a crack develops in the body of the law. Look at then what happened next in the 2G. Wholesale investigations, 100% acquittals. Why? Because when you have a court-monitored investigation, the investigator feels, if he tells the court, look, you've asked me to investigate, but you know what? Honestly, there's nothing. You say, oh, really? You've not found anything? Maybe you're also corrupt. So he says, I cover my skin. I come and give you some sort of a report. I know it's going to fall apart. And I'll give you one stinging example. Now it's a matter of court. Stinging example. The case against Sunil Mittal. Correct?
Against?
Sunil Mittal and Pramod Mahajan. The allegation was for the second tranche. Pramod Mahajan had given the second tranche without charging an increase in the AGR. The record showed he had only said when the second tranche is to be given, a committee should be constituted. That's all that he said.
Yeah.
They went to Arun Shourie, and Arun Shourie's credentials nobody has ever doubted, and asked him, were you influenced by the fact that your predecessor had said? He said, nothing of the sort. I examined it on merits, and I thought this should be done. I have done it. He was not charged. They suppressed his witness statement. And they brought a charge against Sunil Mittal.
How?
They suppressed it. Finally, it got exposed in the court. That's why Sunil Mittal was let off even by the Supreme Court. So these kind of things happen in the investigation because you have to come up and say, so-and-so has done something wrong. Why? Because the Supreme Court has ordered you to do it. You will see this pattern in every court-ordered investigation, except for a few cases of coal, and I don't want to comment because they're all pending in appeal. In the entire 2G, 100% acquittals, in the entire Jain Hawala, 100% acquittals. As lawyers, we knew this is going to happen. But in the process, today, if a judge, today, what is the politician most scared of? Your political career is under a cloud if an investigation is ordered. Who cares if after 3 years nothing is found? So this has upset the balance of power. And this has created a problem. And we need to address this problem. The justice delivery system must work. The court, I can understand if it tightens up the way you appoint public prosecutors, the way you appoint independent judiciary. We were working on it. I was appearing in a PIL for reform in the police.
Sir.
We forget all that and you go case by case.
Yeah. Shall we speak freely?
Yes, of course.
Totally freely.
Absolutely.
Bindas, sir, today.
Absolutely.
Mumbai style bindas. I was in a bookshop, it was Crossword in Mumbai, and I remember the case, we'd fought many cases of corruption in this country, and I always say that when we fought corruption, we fought corruption. There was no BJP, there was no Aam Aadmi Party. Sorry for BJP supporters. The reality is this, that there was no BJP, there was no Aam Aadmi Party, we fought the cases, 6 or 7 scams, 2010, 2011, and then there was a case filed against me, some frivolous case, sir. I won't go into details because then they'll reopen the case against me, but yeah, they do that, sir. But I got a call from a politician, then in the ruling party, who said, you back off and we'll pull back this and that case against you. If you don't pull back that case against you, anyway, your employers will sack you. This is reality. So I'm not naming the people. What I'm saying is, if we all want to be naive and think there is no link between the judiciary, ex-judiciary, politicians, ex-politicians, ruling party, oppositions, it's nonsense. It's all a system of nepotism. It's operating right before our eyes. It's a system, isn't it, sir? And there are enough people in the legal fraternity who do not argue or win or lose cases on the basis of their intellect, but on other considerations.
Well, if you're saying that, and that's the public perception of the court, you must remember the Supreme Court commands neither the sword nor the purse.
Neither the sword
nor the purse. It has no armies, it has no treasury. The Supreme Court has only one source of its strength, public opinion.
Is that so?
The only source.
Are the courts in this country comfortable with public opinion?
Today, that is what worries me the most. Because why was it when a strong leader like Mrs. Gandhi and others, strong leaders, dared not disobey the court? Why? The maximum the court could do is tell the police saying, go arrest so-and-so.
You very fondly remembered some advice that another legend, Nani Palkiwala, once gave you. May I play that soundbite? I think we have a clip of that where Mr. Salve is remembering the advice that Nani Palkiwala gave him. Can we play that, please? Thank you. Let's see that.
He told me, Harish, always be your own worst critic. If you finish an argument in court, come and ask yourself, is there anybody else in the world who could have done a better job?
Is there anyone else who could have done a better job even after you win a case? There are many law students in this hall. How would you just expand on that, please? Thank you.
So many, see, as we always say, first of all, never go by the results of a case. As a famous law lord once said, out of 10 cases, lawyers lose 3, win 2, and the other 5 get themselves decided. So this lawyers flatter their own ego by thinking that they are the ones who win cases. That's not true, but many times they are the ones responsible for losing a good case. But so never judge yourself by the result of a case. If you win it, you could have won because the opponent was not good enough, or you could have won because the judge didn't see through what you were saying. Maybe there was an answer which you could find, he didn't find. Or many times you lose, it's because the intellectual caliber of the judge didn't connect. So that's why if you want to improve in life, the only way, and I believe in any career and any profession, you as a journalist, me as a lawyer, somebody as a doctor, always be your own most trenchant critic. It keeps your ego down because you're the only one who will really admit to yourself, you messed up. You will the only one who will admit if you had put in that 1 hour of extra labor, maybe something more would have come out. And that keeps you grounded, that keeps your ego down, and that always helps you improve.
Is humility rare among lawyers? I have seen a lot of humility in you, even after monumental victories. Mine was very small, but be it ICJ, big victories. I have seen you dissect your own arguments with the same rigor that you apply in court. And that humility is truly, absolutely rare. Does that come from your lineage, or does that come from learning?
It comes from knowing how little you know. Always, I remind myself of what the great Einstein said. When somebody told Einstein how clever he was, he said, I feel like butt with a pebble of sand in my hand standing on a beach where the whole ocean lies ahead of me. Always remind yourself of how little you know. If you keep that in the forefront, you will never, ever be the victim of ego. Secondly, the day you lose your curiosity, the day you stop learning, you die that day. So, and if you will never have curiosity, you will never have the passion to learn something if you feel you're doing very well.
It was a shocking molestation attempt against the two Australian women cricketers in Indore had sparked international scrutiny over safety arrangements during the ICC Women's World Cup. The players who had stepped out for a brief outing near their hotel were allegedly followed and harassed by a man on a motorcycle. The incident triggered a rapid police response after the players shared an SOS live location with their security manager. Here's more.
A shocking and shameful case of harassment of two Australian female cricketers has been reported from Indore. The two Australian cricketers were allegedly stalked and molested by a bike-bound man while they were on their way to cafe from their hotel.
ये जो शर्मनाक घटना हुई है मध्य प्रदेश के इंदौर में, जिसमें कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया महिला क्रिकेट खिलाड़ियों के साथ छेड़छाड़ हुई है, इसमें आरोपी को तो कुछ ही घंटों में पुलिस ने पकड़ लिया है। आरोपी का नाम अकील है और वो इंदौर के आजाद नगर में का रहने वाला है। लेकिन इस आरोपी का पिछला कुछ क्रिमिनल रिकॉर्ड भी सामने आया है, जिसके आधार पर अब पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी कि आखिर इसने किस तरह की वारदातें पहले भी की हैं। क्योंकि ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम हुआ है, इससे कहीं ना कहीं देश की साख खराब होती है। इंडिया की बात करें, भारत की बात करें, तो यहाँ पर अतिथि देवो भव, हम इस थीम पर चलते हैं और इसी के चलते इस पूरे मामले में इंदौर पुलिस की भी काफी किरकिरी हो रही है, क्योंकि सुरक्षा में कहीं ना कहीं बड़ी चूक है।
Indore police identified the accused Akil Khan from CCTV footage and arrested him within hours after the incident. Indore Police Commissionerate ADCP Crime Branch Rajesh Dandotia confirmed that an FIR was registered and the accused was arrested after strategic operation.
ये ऑस्ट्रेलियन टीम मैनेजमेंट के जो सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर्स हैं उनके द्वारा एक रिपोर्ट लिखाई गई। उनके द्वारा ये बताया गया कि उनके जो दो प्लेयर्स हैं, जो टीम मेंबर्स हैं, उनके साथ इनअप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर हुआ है और इसमें फिलहाल FIR रजिस्टर्ड कर दी गई है BNS की धाराओं में। और उसमें आरोपी को जो इंटेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक ऑपरेशन के तहत आरोपी को आइडेंटिफाइड किया जाकर आरोपी को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है।
If it's getting much more coming up, Pakistan rattled after India issues notification for the tri-services exercise along its western border with Pakistan restricts its airspace. Donald Trump embarks on a 5-day trip to Asia with a key meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping aimed at easing trade tensions and exploring investment deals.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
After finally agreeing on a ceasefire with Pakistan, Afghanistan plans to restrict Pakistan's access to water by building dams across the Kunar River as soon as possible. The order came from Supreme Leader Molavi Hibatullah Akhundzada.
His Highness, the Amirul Momineen, may God bless him and grant him peace, has instructed to start the construction of the dams at Kunar as soon as possible, and to enter into agreements with internal companies, and not to wait for foreign companies.
The green light for blocking Pakistan's water source underpins the Taliban's urgency while it deals with violence along the Durand Line. Recently, Islamabad also accused Kabul.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Should there be a law on malicious prosecution strongly implemented in this country? Because we are all victims of it. You know, you file a case against a common man, the common man gets harassed, family gets hounded, jailed, blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking only about myself, so, but I'm saying that these are cases where the foundational principles of justice get questioned. There's too much of it.
You know what we need? Way back in 87 or 88, Justice Hugo Black, one of the most famous judges of the U.S. Supreme Court, great champion of rights. He had come to India. And I remember I was in the audience, I was very young that time, and Fali Nariman and all saying, oh, our Supreme Court has said this about fundamental rights and that about fundamental rights. He said something very interesting. He says, don't give me all this high-flying jurisprudence. Do you have a Civil Rights Act? You must create a Civil Rights Act. If a citizen is wrongly arrested, there must be a statute under which he gets money, compensation, under which he can get the person who arrested him sent to jail. If a citizen is discriminated, there must be a simple law by which he can go to a magistrate's court and get relief.
Right.
You need a Civil Rights Act. All these high-fairy notions of constitutional jurisprudence, right to life, and it's all very good in stratosphere.
Yeah.
But on the ground, where is your Civil Rights Act? We still don't have one.
That's so well said, sir. So well said. Every word of yours is going to be quoted in the legal fraternity and outside. I can tell you, every word of this conversation is going to be watched. So you are now King's Counsel.
Two Australian cricketers stalked, harassed in Indore. Police files FIR, arrest accused in the case.
बिहार और देश को बचाने के लिए इस लालटेन छाप को यहाँ जिताइए, एनडीए को हराइए, महागठबंधन की सरकार बनाइए, तेजस्वी यादव जी मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, सारे बिल फाड़ के फेंक दिए जाएंगे, चाहे वो वक्फ बिल हो, कोई बिल हो।
BJP tweets video of RJD leader speaking on WAF bill and says Tejaswi will handle the WAF bill backers. As demand for SIT investigation in Satara doctor suicide case grows louder, police arrest both accused. Pakistan rattled after India issues notification for dry services exercise along its western border with Pakistan restricts its airspace. Trump embarks on a 5-day trip to Asia with a key meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping aimed at easing trade tensions and exploring investment deals. One of the headline-setting interviews of the year, Padma Bhushan Harish Salve joins Ornab Goswami on Legends for an unfiltered, powerful and deeply insightful conversation. Viewers, we're live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. The Indian Armed Forces are unleashing a display of unity and might at India's western border, exercise Trishul. This is not just another drill. It's a high-stakes symphony of steel and strategy, a tri-services extravaganza pulling together the precision of the army, the unyielding reach of the navy and the sky-high dominance of the air force. Meanwhile, Pakistan is completely rattled and has restricted airspace in central and southern Pakistan. Take a look.
India is rolling out its tri-service war drill, Trishul, from October 30th to November 10th. Trishul will take place along the Pakistan border right on the volatile Sur Creek. The NOTAM locks airspace up to 28,000 feet, stretching from Jaisalmer to Kutch, turning the desert, creek and coast into a live-fire theatre of Army, Navy and Air Force synergy. And amidst this, Pakistan has entered panic mode. Just days before the drill, Islamabad issued a NOTAM, shutting down central southern air routes, citing caution after India's Trishul NOTAM. These curbs reflect panic as India gears up for its biggest joint warfare rehearsal after Operation Sindoor. Earlier this month, Rajnath Singh had warned Pakistan against any misadventure in the Sur Creek region, and this could be another warning.
साथियों, आजादी के 78 साल बीत जाने के बावजूद सर क्रीक इलाके में सीमा को लेकर एक विवाद खड़ा किया जाता है। भारत ने कई बार बातचीत के रास्ते इसका समाधान करने का प्रयास किया है, मगर पाकिस्तान की नीयत में खोट है, उसकी नीयत साफ नहीं है। जिस तरह से हाल में पाकिस्तान की फौज ने सर क्रीक के सटे इलाकों में अपना मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ाया है, वह उसकी नीयत बताता है। साथियों, भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा भारतीय सेनाएं और बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स मिलकर मुस्तैदी से कर रही हैं। अगर सर क्रीक इलाके में पाकिस्तान की ओर से कोई भी हिमाकत की गई तो उसे ऐसा करारा जवाब मिलेगा कि इतिहास और भूगोल दोनों बदल जाएंगे मेरे साथियों। और 1965 की जंग में भारत की सेना ने लाहौर तक पहुंचने का सामर्थ्य भी दिखाया।
Trishul isn't just going to be a drill, it will be a display of strength to show the world a battle-ready spectacle that's rattling Pakistan's nerves.
Getting some breaking news coming in right now, viewers. Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has warned that Islamabad will enter into an open war with Kabul if the ongoing peace talks in Istanbul fail. The meeting aims to solve the dispute and rising tensions along the Afghan-Pak border after weeks of deadly clashes and ceasefire violations. Pakistan threatens open war with Afghanistan, and this is coming in the backdrop of the tensions we're seeing between Pakistan and Afghanistan, where Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has now warned that Islamabad will enter into an open war with Kabul if the ongoing peace talks which are happening in Istanbul fail. The meeting aims to solve the dispute and rising tensions along the Afghan-Pak border after weeks of deadly clashes and ceasefire violations. I'm going to go across to my colleague who's joining us, Gursimran. Gursimran, I'm coming across to you. Gursimran, Pakistan threatens an open war with Afghanistan, but we know that Pakistan is completely rattled and is already on the back foot here.
Yes, if we speak of the statement that has come from the Khwaja Asif, this is nothing other than pressure-building tactics that Pakistan is trying to use at a time when the meetings have taken place and are taking place in Istanbul between the authorities of Afghan Taliban and Pakistan. And the way the open war threat has come from the Pakistani Defence Minister, it is very clear that Pakistan is on back foot. They want that these talks should reach some conclusive place. Otherwise, Pakistan will be in a trouble trouble, because what we have seen that in a limited scale war that has taken place along Durand line, it was Pakistan that has suffered 3-digit casualties, and the number of casualties were much higher than what they have expected in any war with Afghan. Reason being that Afghan is without air power. But despite the fact that without the air force power, Afghanistan has done a large-scale casualties to the Pakistan and also have captured some of their key checkpoints along the Durand line, which makes it really very difficult for Pakistan to actually save its so-called sovereignty along the Durand line. Now Pakistan wants to actually instill a sense of fear among the people of Afghanistan that if these talks would not come out with something conclusive or something helpful for both the countries, it will be a full-fledged war, and that is what Khwaja Asif, the Defense Minister of Pakistan, he has now threatened off.
All right, thank you for joining us, Gursimran, with all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more. Let's move ahead, viewers, because it's the most watched and totally viral interview. Padma Bhushan Harish Salve, one of the world's finest legal minds and icons of India, inside the Republic MediaNet campus. Legend himself, Harish Salve, in conversation with Arnab Goswami in an unmissable conversation that lasted over 2 hours, from nationalism to the Collegium to Justice Verma, an unmissable conversation with India's most respected legal mind. Here are some excerpts as we build up to the full interview tonight at 7 p.m.
But on the one side, brother judge feeling, hold the attention back, the whole country, everybody. I opened the phone lines that day. I remember I opened the phone lines that day, Agarwalji, and we asked people, and there was so much anger in this country against the judiciary. I don't think the judiciary understands it. The only thing is that people of this country don't want to mess around with the judiciary. So they give them a long rope, and there were people advising me, don't speak too much, they'll come after you. But the same judiciary goes and pontificates on everything else. We have Justice Chandrachud, who after retiring gives an interview to the BBC, the Boring Broadcasting Corporation, on everything from Article 370 to other things. Why should an Indian Supreme Court judge sit in front of the Boring Broadcasting Corporation and justify the decisions that are taken and transgress into areas that are beyond their own? I have your clip. I have your clip on that. May I play that, please? Can I play the clip where Mr. Salve speaks on that subject, where he's referring to former CJI Chandrachud's interview to the BBC, where he spoke on Article 370 and other things, which he said was like putting the Supreme Court on trial. Play it, please. What one?
Because it's not him, but the Supreme Court, which was actually on trial in that interview. We always say judges should only speak through their judgments. Take the Article 370. The judgments gave reasons why it upheld. You bring this up in a private interview, and your motives for the judgment are questioned. All sorts of aspersions were cast. Also, when you sit in an interview like this, he was asked why he did not hear the Citizenship Amendment Act case. Who's a journalist to ask why our Supreme Court hears a case or doesn't hear a case? So, and what was the underlying suggestion? That the Supreme Court has lost its duty to the Constitution in holding the balance even between different castes and communities? So this is the complete danger of giving interviews on judicial work. Can I make it worse?
Please, sir. Oh, make it worse.
Could you have had the courage to ask an Indian judge why he didn't hear a particular case? Or do you have to be a BBC to be able to ask that? Or you would have been worried about hold up and contempt?
No, I'll ask anybody at any point of time, but the question is, would the interview be given? Would the interview be given? I would.
To you, they'd be petrified.
No, but to BBC, they'd be honored. Why? Some colonial complex.
You can ask them.
Yes, I would like to ask you, sir, what is going on here? What is going on with only you and I can do this? We can sit here without, see, you are a person who has taken me out of jail, and you are a person who nobody will put in jail. So you and I are the only two people who can have a frank conversation about it.
Well, you're right about the first. I hope you're right about the second. But this whole thing about being afraid of courts.
Yes.
There's a very famous quotation by one of the greatest English judges, Lord Denning, where somebody had written a strong article on some of his judgments.
Yeah.
And somebody had moved in contempt. And he says the power of contempt is to protect the erosion of public faith in the institution.
Yeah.
Not to protect the dignity of a judge. Yeah. The dignity of a judge must rest on surer foundations. So the contempt power is not to protect a judge. The contempt power is to protect an institution. And if today the court has asked, why are you hearing a case A and not a case B?
Yes.
By an Indian journalist, I would welcome it.
Right.
By a foreign journalist, why should we even agree to give interviews on the working of our institutions? I think it was questionable judgment.
The same judiciary is demanding accountability from everyone. They have not acted 1 inch in the case of the Justice Verma burning cash case. There are instances and observations which show a contrast and a double standards. The Supreme Court implies that the President of India, no less, the President of India must act on its advice. Under Article 143, even hinting on a mandamus if she doesn't. But when it comes to matters of its own ranks, the same urgency and enforcement appears short. So I'm asking, this question in the context of events over the last 8 months, on the one side, no action on the Justice Verma case. On the other side, they are saying that the Rashtrapati should act under their instructions under 143. And what are we supposed to make of it, sir? Have they become a law unto themselves?
Well, there is a lot in what you're saying. These questions have been resonating throughout India. And I wish, I don't know whether they are or not, but I wish the judges take notice, because every institution must refresh itself. It's a fundamental rule. The political system works, you get elected to office, 5 years later you have to go back to the people. If they don't like you, they kick you out. So you refresh yourself. Judges appointing judges is it's a very closed, as my friend Dr. Dhawan used to say, it's an incestuous system. It's a very closed system. It doesn't look nice. It doesn't feel nice. It was a band-aid on a problem. The band-aid can't become a cure and a permanent feature. Correct. So the institution is not refreshing itself. Then you're all within yourself. You're happy in your cloistered ivory towers. And around you, there are people who are raising questions. Take notice, correct your course. Otherwise, history will correct you, and those are very painful corrections.
You've spoken about this 2 years back. We had the pleasure of hosting you at the APEC Summit. When he asked you the same question, you came down heavily on the collegium system. I think I have that soundbite where he came down very heavily on the collegium system. Can we play that, please? Thank you.
Are you willing to engage in a public debate with CJI DY Chandrachud on this?
What is there to debate? Show me one country in the world where judges appoint judges. And show me one authority, one sociological research which says if judges don't appoint judges, the independence of judiciary is compromised.
This is a very important subject in today's case. As a legend of the law, can you expand on this?
See, from 1950, the words of the Constitution have not changed. It's in plain English, as Justice Hugo Black used to say, why do you need thesis? He used to go around with a small copy of the American Constitution in his pocket. He says, read it for what it says. So let's read the Constitution for what it says. A judge shall be appointed by the President of India after consulting the Chief Justice. So he has consulted the Chief Justice. I have it from very senior people who work together, both as retired judges as well as senior law ministers. My father had a very dear friend, Mr. Shiv Shankar, who for years and years was law minister. He says, this current Chief Justice, the former Chief Justice's father, Yashwant Chandrachud, was the Chief Justice for the longest period. He said we used to call up in the evening and say, what are you doing? Come over for a coffee. And they used to sit over and say, okay, these are the names Chandrachud would have, these are the names, these are the names. And he said we used to have some names. He said 99 out of 100 cases, we'd say, yeah, you're fine, or say, we have a little problem with this chap, his IB report doesn't look good, or so on, so as a political slant, don't appoint him. 99 out of 100, you got our finest judges. You got the Krishna Ayers, the Bhagavatis, the Chinaparadis from that kind of a system. In 1991, the government started fiddling with the appointment of judges. So we filed, and then some sort of a patchwork was created by saying, till the Constitution, force the government's hand to amend the Constitution. So we say, okay, judges will, consultation means concurrence, etc., etc. After 3 judgments had said consultation means consultation, not concurrence, Supreme Court flipped and said, no, it means concurrence. That was a band-aid to solve a problem created by coalition governments and brazen interference with the appointment of judges. But that had to be fixed. The NGAC was created, by which time, once you get a power, even for a short term, and the world has seen this, a military leader takes power for 15 days in a coup, after which he doesn't want to give up his job. Anybody who's appointed an acting president doesn't want to give up his job. Then he'll do his best to make sure he continues as president. So the judges got this power as a band-aid. That was clearly what we all understood.
They held on to it then.
Yeah, but now they struck down the NGAC.
And on what logic? The emergency.
And on what logic? They struck down on the ground that unless judges appoint judges, or a majority of judges appoint judges, you will not have judicial independence.
Justice Kurian Joseph, former Supreme Court judge who was on that bench that passed that order that scrapped the NJAC, while regretting on his judgment, had said that the collegium system needs to be improved, requiring a glasnost and a perestroika. And hence the case needs to be heard further in this regard. So is that a closed chapter?
I don't know.
Will it happen?
I don't know if the government is going to reopen it or not. I think it should be.
How will government appointing judges be better than judges appointing judges?
So neither of them appoint judges. I'm sure in a country of 1.4 billion, you can find 11 Indians to sit in a room and appoint the finest.
Who will appoint those 11 Indians?
Those 11 Indians can be chosen by the government. And believe me...
But then will it be a government-controlled judiciary?
No, it won't be a government-controlled judiciary. You can have 11 people whom the Chief Justice of India and the Prime Minister of India and the leader of the opposition choose. Or the Prime Minister of India. See, let us not forget...
to do that?
Of course you can. And if we can't do that, then let's not call ourselves a democracy. If 1.4 billion people, you can't find 11 honest people to appoint judges, why are we calling ourselves a democracy? I'm sure we can. Don't let India down like this. We are a strong nation, we are a robust nation, and we can rise to the occasion.
Viewers, a shocking molestation attempt against 2 Australian women cricketers in Indore has sparked international scrutiny over safety arrangements during the ICC Women's World Cup. Players who had gone ahead and they were outside for a brief outing near their hotel were allegedly followed, and they were harassed by a man on a motorcycle. The incident triggered a rapid police response after the players shared an SOS live location with their security manager. The accused was arrested using CCTV tracking and eyewitness input. Here's the full story.
A shocking and shameful case of harassment of 2 Australian female cricketers has been reported from Indore. The 2 Australian cricketers were allegedly stalked and molested by a bike-bound man while they were on their way to cafe from their hotel.
ये जो शर्मनाक घटना हुई है मध्य प्रदेश के इंदौर में, जिसमें कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया महिला क्रिकेट खिलाड़ियों के साथ छेड़छाड़ हुई है, इसमें आरोपी को तो कुछ ही घंटों में पुलिस ने पकड़ लिया है। आरोपी का नाम अकील है और वो इंदौर के आजाद नगर में का रहने वाला है। लेकिन इस आरोपी का पिछला कुछ क्रिमिनल रिकॉर्ड भी सामने आया है, जिसके आधार पर अब पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी कि आखिर इसने किस तरह की वारदातें पहले भी की हैं। क्योंकि ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम हुआ है, इससे कहीं ना कहीं देश की साख खराब होती है। इंडिया की बात करें, भारत की बात करें, तो यहाँ पर अतिथि देवो भव, हम इस थीम पर चलते हैं। और इसी के चलते इस पूरे मामले में इंदौर पुलिस की भी काफी किरकिरी हो रही है, क्योंकि सुरक्षा में कहीं ना कहीं बड़ी चूक है।
Indore police identified the accused Akil Khan from CCTV footage and arrested him within hours after the incident. Indore Police Commissionerate ADCP Crime Branch Rajesh Dandotia confirmed that an FIR was registered and the accused was arrested after strategic operation.
ये ऑस्ट्रेलियन टीम मैनेजमेंट के जो सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर्स हैं उनके द्वारा एक रिपोर्ट लिखाई गई है। उनके द्वारा ये बताया गया कि उनके जो 2 प्लेयर्स हैं, जो टीम मेंबर्स हैं, उनके साथ इनअप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर हुआ है और इसमें फिलहाल FIR रजिस्टर्ड कर दी गई है BNF की धाराओं में। और उसमें आरोपी को जो इंटेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक ऑपरेशन के तहत आरोपी को आइडेंटिफाइड किया जाकर आरोपी को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। 74, 78 BNS के तहत आरोपी FIR रजिस्टर की गई है। आरोपी अकील को अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है।
We're getting you so much more coming up, viewers. Trump slams the Canada nation with additional 10% tariff over fraudulent Reagan ad, calls it a hostile act.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Can you remember any one case you've represented, any one moment, anecdote you'd like to share with us? You had the front row seats in every corporate battle. Tata Sons battle, that time you represented the group against, I think there was C.A. Sundaram, I think, on the other side. And we've seen some fresh disagreements recently in the Tatas appear to be settled now. Is there any moment you remember which you'd like to share with us? You know, because we are told the biggest of business houses, politicians, all sit and listen attentively and go by your advice. Is there any in your last 50 years of your legal career, anything you'd like to remember, any moment which you think tells a bigger story, a moment from your career?
The great moments of my life have come out of non-corporate battles. And I think the 2 or 3 big moments of my life, as a young lawyer, I was addressing 5 judges in the bearer bonds case. I was 3 years at the bar. For the first 5 minutes, I could barely get my voice to come out of my mouth. And I must say, old man Chandrachud, not this Chief Justice, Farmer, he was very good to juniors.
Okay.
So he encouraged me, he argued, but he was not listening to what I was saying. He thought, okay, you know, he's a bright youngster, I'll hear him for an hour. And I started at 12, at 1 o'clock, I had covered, and Justice Bhagwati was interacting a lot with me. And Justice Gupta was interacting a lot with me. And at 1 o'clock, he said, all right, Mr. Salve, your 1 hour is up. I said, well, I had a few more things to say, but
This week on Get Me Right, as the Durand line gets hot, we ask, have the Rawalpindi generals bitten more than they can chew? This time, by picking up a fight with the proud Afghans. Also, is the Trump-led global economic warfare going to destroy institutions like the World Bank, World Trade Organization and the IMF? And finally, the freebie disaster in the Battle of Bihar, who the politicians are fooling around with. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Should there be a law on malicious prosecution strongly implemented in this country, because we are all victims of it. You know, you file a case against a common man, the common man gets harassed, family gets hounded, jailed, blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking only about myself, but I'm saying that these are cases where the foundational principles of justice get questioned. There's too much of it.
You know what we need? Way back in 87 or 88, Justice Hugo Black, one of the most famous judges of the U.S. Supreme Court, great champion of rights. He had come to India. And I remember I was in the audience, I was very young that time, and Fali Nariman and all saying, oh, our Supreme Court has said this about...
In Dharavi, every family depends on work, but the work is fragile. A lot of people, they work on daily wage system. That is the reason they don't have any job security. Hence, a day without work means a day without food. From leather workshops to pot of work, that means disturbing the fragile balance of the family.
बारिश में पूरा कीचड़ कीचड़ हो जाता है, चलने में काफ़ी दिक्कत होती है, हम लोग को ट्रैफिक काफ़ी लग जाती है बारिश की वजह से, गड्ढे बड़े पड़े रहते हैं बारिश की वजह से, बहुत दिक्कत होती है हम लोग को आने जाने में। काम करना ही है, काम नहीं करेंगे तो चलेगा कैसे? In Dharavi, livelihoods are everywhere, but they stand on shaky ground. A fragile system where one setback can erase months of hard work. Thousands of families, they depend on work that is uncertain as their future.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. You're watching live this morning with me, Antara Gupta. It's 8 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, the battleground of Bihar is heating up. 10 days to go for the first phase. Not just this, we are also tracking a lot more across the country and world, and we'll be getting you all of that in just a short moment from now. But first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. Afghanistan-Pakistan tensions escalate. Islamabad warns of open war with Pakistan if peace talks fail. Pak rattled after India issues notification for tri-services exercise along its western border with Pakistan, restricts its airspace. Two Australian cricketers stalked and harassed in Indore. Police file FIR, arrests accused in the case. As demand for SIT investigation in Satara doctor suicide case grows louder, police arrests both accused. Donald Trump embarks on a 5-day trip to Asia with a key meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping aimed at easing trade tensions and exploring investment deals. In one of the headline-setting interviews of the year, Padma Bhushan Harish Salve joins Arnab Goswami on Legends for an unfiltered, powerful and deeply insightful conversation. Now, the Indian armed forces are unleashing a display of unity and might at India's western border. Now, this is Exercise Trishul, ladies and gentlemen, and this is not just another drill. It is a high-stakes symphony of zeal, steel and strategy, a tri-services extravaganza pulling together the precision of the army, the unyielding reach of the navy, and of course, the sky-high dominance of the air force. Now, meanwhile, in Pakistan, the country is completely rattled. They have restricted the airspace and central and southern Pakistan. Take a look at this report.
India is rolling out its tri-service war drill, Trishul, from October 30th to November 10th. Trishul will take place along the Pakistan border right on the volatile Sur Creek. The NOTAM locks airspace up to 28,000 feet, stretching from Jaisalmer to Kutch, turning the desert, creek and coast into a live-fire theatre of Army, Navy and Air Force synergy. And amidst this, Pakistan has entered panic mode. Just days before the drill, Islamabad issued a NOTAM, shutting down central southern air routes, citing caution after India's Trishul NOTAM. These curbs reflect panic as India gears up for its biggest joint warfare rehearsal after Operation Sindoor. Earlier this month, Rajnath Singh had warned Pakistan against any misadventure in the Sur Creek region, and this could be another warning.
साथियों, आजादी के 78 साल बीत जाने के बावजूद सर क्रीक इलाके में सीमा को लेकर एक विवाद खड़ा किया जाता है। भारत ने कई बार बातचीत के रास्ते इसका समाधान करने का प्रयास किया है, मगर पाकिस्तान की नीयत में खोट है, उसकी नीयत साफ नहीं है। जिस तरह से हाल में पाकिस्तान की फौज ने सर क्रीक के सटे इलाकों में अपना मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ाया है, वह उसकी नीयत बताता है। साथियों, भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा भारतीय सेनाएं और बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स मिलकर मुस्तैदी से कर रही हैं। अगर सर क्रीक इलाके में पाकिस्तान की ओर से कोई भी हिमाकत की गई तो उसे ऐसा करारा जवाब मिलेगा कि इतिहास और भूगोल दोनों बदल जाएंगे मेरे साथियों। और 1965 की जंग में भारत की सेना ने लाहौर तक पहुंचने का सामर्थ्य भी दिखाया।
Trishul isn't just going to be a drill, it will be a display of strength to show the world a battle-ready spectacle that's rattling Pakistan's nerves.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's a breaking news coming in. U.S. President Donald Trump announced on Truth Social that his administration would raise the tariffs on Canadian imports by an additional 10%, escalating tensions between Washington and Ottawa. The decision followed a controversial $75 million television advertisement aired by the Ontario government during Game 1 of the World Series, in which Trump was called fraudulent and hostile. Now, the advertisement featured an audio of former U.S. President Ronald Reagan denouncing the tariffs as harmful to the economy and warning against trade wars. Trump has accused the Ontario government of deliberately misusing Reagan's words to criticize his protectionist trade policies. All right, and one of the most awaited interviews of the year, ladies and gentlemen, Padma Bhushan Harish Salve has joined Arnab Goswami on The Legends for an unfiltered, powerful and a deeply insightful conversation. From his biggest courtroom battles to his views on India's judicial transformation, Salve opens up like never before. This is not just a legal interview. It is a masterclass in integrity, intellect and inspiration. The man who represented India at the ICJ, defended iconic personalities and stood firm in high-stakes national and global cases, shares his legacy, his learnings and his life beyond the law. Take a look.
Has the judicial system failed the citizen?
That's too strong a
Can I expand on it?
Yes,
the Upar victims case has remained in limbo. A young man who killed 2 people in a Porsche in Pune walks away after writing a 300-word essay. And Justice Verma's committee continues to enjoy privileges funded by taxpayers. We've had absolutely no justice in the cash burning stash issue. Does this not lay bare the profound inequity in how justice is being dispensed in our countries?
Each of the cases you put your finger on are good examples of where things are malfunctioning. Have the judges failed India? I don't think so. Are they on the right trajectory? I think some rethinking is required. Right from the way judges are selected, from the way judges are appointed, and from the way judges work. I think it's time they need to examine, they need to revisit what they are doing, they need to revisit how they are perceived.
Who are they answerable to?
The people.
They are answerable to themselves.
They are answerable to the real masters in a democracy is the political sovereign. And the political sovereign is the people of India. Every institution is answerable to the people of India. Nation first.
So, but burning cash. But ladies and gentlemen, you all remember the burning cash visuals shown from different angles. And then we know that the Justice Verma report has been lying dormant for nearly 6 to 8 months since the 3-member panel submitted its findings. What is going on? So where is the sense of urgency and transparency? The courts are expecting urgency and transparency from every institution in this country. You have a wrong representation made by someone from the agencies, they'll be torn apart. Mr. Salve, the justice, this case has wide visibility in the public eye.
It's an old adage playing itself out. If you once you take a wrong turn and you keep driving, you go off the cliff. They address this the wrong way. Instead of first day handing it over to the CBI to say investigate, find out what's happened, they first set up, they try getting him to resign. He says no. Then they start some inquiry, it doesn't work. Then they have an in-house committee, they have a report. What can they do with the report? They don't have the power to sack him. So they then go back to the political system and say, now here we have a report, will you please sack him? Sack him means what? And in the meanwhile, he continues to be paid by your and my taxes. So this whole thing is wrong.
Can you remember any one case you've represented, any one moment, anecdote you'd like to share with us? You had the front row seats in every corporate battle. Tata Sons battle, that time you represented the group against, I think there was C.A. Sundaram, I think, on the other side. And we've seen some fresh disagreements recently in the Tatas appear to be settled now. Is there any moment you remember which you'd like to share with us? You know, because we are told the biggest of business houses, politicians, all sit and listen attentively and go by your advice. Is there any in your last 50 years of your legal career, anything you'd like to remember, any moment which you think tells a bigger story, a moment from your career?
The great moments of my life have come out of non-corporate battles. And I think the 2 or 3 big moments of my life, as a young lawyer, I was addressing 5 judges in the bearer bonds case. I was 3 years at the bar. For the first 5 minutes, I could barely get my voice to come out of my mouth. And I must say, old man Chandrachud, not this Chief Justice, Farmer, he was very good to juniors.
Okay.
So he encouraged me, he argued, but he was not listening to what I was saying. He thought, okay, you know, he's a bright youngster, I'll hear him for an hour. And I started at 12, at 1 o'clock, I had covered, and Justice Bhagwati was interacting a lot with me. And Justice Gupta was interacting a lot with me. And at 1 o'clock, he said, all right, Mr. Salve, your 1 hour is up. I said, well, I have a few more things to say. And Justice Bhagwati and Gupta both turned on him and said, you've heard Mr. Garg basically abuse the Supreme Court for 2 days without making a single point. This youngster is doing so well, and you're showing him the clock? Sorry, no. And he said, oh, I'm so sorry. Take your time, Mr. Salve. That was such a beautiful moment for me as a youngster in court. So, you know, these are moments you never, ever forget. And the one case which I am very proud of winning is I appeared for a group of prisoners And we brought a very interesting case to court saying, can the police give them what loosely is called truth serum, compulsorily, without their consent? And we got the Supreme Court to say no. So, these are cases where you don't get a fee, you don't care. It's important questions of law get decided. Important constitutional principles get decided. Freedom of press cases, where we have fought for the media and got important judgment.
Absolutely.
Like, I appeared for that comedy channel, who ran something which was offensive, and the judges took great umbrage. And I said, look, learn to laugh. He said, but what's your freedom of... I said, I define freedom of speech as my right to irritate you. That's freedom of speech. As my right to say things which you don't want to hear. So, what is freedom of speech? Not saying nice things about you, not platitudes about you. Freedom of speech is my right to poke fun at society. Freedom of speech is my right to mock all idols, as long as I do it in language which is temperate and decent.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, another breaking news coming in. Now, this is in connection with the Satara woman doctor suicide case. Suspended PSI Gopal Badne, who was accused in the case, has now been arrested. He had surrendered before the Satara police, and this happens to be the second arrest in the case. The Satara woman doctor suicide case, has indeed taken a significant turn with the arrest of the suspended police sub-inspector Gopal Badne, who was one of the accused in the case. He was arrested on Saturday after he surrendered at the Faltan Rural Police Station. Now, the 28-year-old doctor who worked at a government hospital in Satara district was found hanging in a hotel room in Faltan on Thursday night. In fact, a suicide note was found written on a palm where she accused Badne of repeated sexual assault, mental harassment by Prashant Bankar, who was also a software engineer and the son of the landlord. In fact, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis had ordered the immediate suspension of Badne and a thorough investigation into the case. The police have registered a case of abetment of suicide against both Badne and Bankar. Bankar was already arrested on Friday, ladies and gentlemen, and was remanded to 4 days of police custody. The doctor's family members have demanded capital punishment for the accused, alleging that she was under pressure to alter post-mortem and medical examination reports as well. Of course, the case, viewers, has sparked a lot of furor, a lot of ire, a lot of outrage across the state, with Fadnavis assuring strict action against those who are involved. In fact, the Maharashtra Women's Commission has also taken cognizance into the matter, ordering Satara police to take strict action against the accused. The investigation is ongoing, as per the reports coming in, ladies and gentlemen, with the police teams working to gather evidence of the complete probe. This is a fresh development in the Satara woman doctor suicide case. It has taken a significant turn with the arrest of a suspended police sub-inspector Gopal Badne. Let's cut straight across to my colleague Satya Prakash, who's joining us live. Satya Prakash, we're getting to know that in the Satara woman suicide case, there has been a second arrest. The second accused police sub-inspector Gopal Badne has now been arrested. Tell us more about what is happening on the ground.
देखिए, इस मामले को लेकर दूसरा आरोपी गोपाल बदने, जो कि पीएसआई है, इसको अरेस्ट कर लिया है। देर रात को ही गोपाल बदने खुद पुलिस स्टेशन में जाकर सरेंडर किया था, और जिसके बाद जो प्रोसेस होता है गिरफ्तारी का, वो गिरफ्तारी किया गया है। आज दोपहर को कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा। गोपाल पर जो डॉक्टर महिला ने रेप का आरोप लगाया था, और जो दूसरा मुख्य आरोपी यही गोपाल बदने है, जो कि पुलिस लगातार पूछताछ कर रही है इस मामले को लेकर। जिस तरह से आरोप लगाया था और जिस तरह से सुसाइड नोट में सातों से गोपाल बदने का नाम लिखा है हाथ पर, और दूसरा जो आरोपी है प्रशांत, उसको भी गिरफ्तार कल ही कर लिया था। तो दोनों आरोपियों को सतारा पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया है, और इस मामले की जांच शुरू है। लगातार गोपाल से पूछताछ कर रही है, और दोपहर बाद गोपाल को कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा। जो सुसाइड नोट मिला है, उसके आधार पर लगातार सतारा पुलिस जांच कर रही है, और जो भी एंगल आ रहा है, उस एंगल के हिसाब से जांच को आगे बढ़ा रही है सतारा पुलिस। जी
जी बिल्कुल सत्यप्रकाश, शुक्रिया हमें ये डिटेल्स देने के लिए. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to another breaking news that we are getting in at this point. All right, before we move on, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly give you a context as to what has happened. The 28-year-old woman, the female doctor, she committed suicide and she allegedly named 2 police officers. Now, there is a second arrest that has been made, ladies and gentlemen. The case has taken a significant turn with the arrest of suspended police sub-inspector PSI Gopal Badne, who was an accused in the case. Badne was in fact arrested on Saturday after he surrendered at the Faltan Rural Police Station. All right.
The case of a young woman doctor from Satara has taken a new turn, with accused Prashant Bankar now in police custody till October 28th. Bankar, a software engineer, was reportedly in a relationship with the doctor and had spoken to her just hours before she ended her life. The 28-year-old physician was posted at a sub-district hospital in Satara, where she was found hanging in a hotel room with a note written on her palm telling her story of pain. She has accused police sub-inspector Gopal Badane of raping her 4 times and tormenting her for months, and also named Prashant Bankar for mental harassment. While in a major breakthrough, accused police sub-inspector Gopal Badane has also been arrested.
हजर केल्यानंतर सरकार पक्षातर्फे त्यांना 7 दिवसाची पोलीस कस्टडी मागितलेली होती. त्याच्यानंतर मी कोर्टापुढे असं सांगण्यात आलं की कमीत कमी, कारण तो ऑलरेडी तपासातच आहे, त्याच्यामुळे कमीत कमी पोलीस कस्टडी त्यांना द्यावी, तर त्यांना 28 तारखेपर्यंत पोलीस कस्टडी देण्यात आलेली आहे.
Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis called it a deeply unfortunate incident, assuring that no one involved will be spared and strict action will follow.
ये बहुत गंभीर मामला है, क्योंकि एक युवा डॉक्टर अपने हाथ पर जिस समय इस प्रकार से अपने मन की वेदना को लिखकर आत्महत्या करती है, तो ये हमारे लिए एक बड़ी दुख भरी बात है. इसलिए सरकार ने तुरंत कल ही जो संबंधित पुलिस अधिकारी है उनको सस्पेंड भी किया है, अरेस्ट करने का काम भी चालू हो गया है. किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा. जो भी इन्वॉल्व होंगे उनको कठोर से कठोर शासन किया जाएगा. और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इस मामले में विपक्ष जो राजनीति करने की कोशिश कर रहा है वो भी बहुत गलत बात है. इतने संवेदनशील मामलों में जहां एक युवा डॉक्टर की इस प्रकार से मृत्यु होती है, उसमें भी राजनीतिक रोटियां सेकने का काम करना, ये असंवेदनशीलता है, इतने में कहूं.
For the family of the doctor, the fight is far from over as they continue to demand capital punishment, hoping her death brings accountability and change.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
All right, tracking some other stories from across the country in Bharat in 1. Now, a special operations group vehicle met with an accident in the Mendhar area of Poonch district, where 4 Jawans sustained injuries in the mishap and were immediately rushed to sub-district hospital in Mendhar for further treatment. The Army Commanders Conference 2025 concluded successfully in Jaisalmer, bringing together the apex leadership of the Indian Army. Now, the conference focused on key conceptual issues, reviewing the security situation and charting strategic priorities to build a future-ready Indian Army. The Odisha cabinet, led by Chief Minister Mohan Charan Machi, has approved 5 key proposals across 4 departments, that is fisheries and animal resources, agriculture and farmers, farmers empowerment, commerce and transport, and housing and urban development. The meeting was held at Lok Seva Bhavan in Bhubaneswar. All right, a shocking molestation attempt against two Australian women cricketers in Indore has sparked international scrutiny over the safety arrangements during the ICC Women's World Cup. Now, the players who had stepped out for a brief outing near their hotel were allegedly followed, stalked, and harassed by a man on a motorcycle. The incident has triggered a rapid police response after the players shared an SOS live location with their security manager. The accused was later arrested using CCTV tracking and eyewitnesses' input. Authorities in Madhya Pradesh have in fact now called the incident unacceptable and have initiated a security reassessment to avoid similar lapses. Here's a quick report on that.
A shocking and shameful case of harassment of two Australian female cricketers has been reported from Indore. The two Australian cricketers were allegedly stalked and molested by a bike-bound man while they were on their way to cafe from their hotel.
ये जो शर्मनाक घटना हुई है मध्य प्रदेश के इंदौर में, जिसमें कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया महिला क्रिकेट खिलाड़ियों के साथ छेड़छाड़ हुई है, इसमें आरोपी को तो कुछ ही घंटों में पुलिस ने पकड़ लिया है। आरोपी का नाम अकील है और वो इंदौर के आजाद नगर में का रहने वाला है। लेकिन इस आरोपी का पिछला कुछ क्रिमिनल रिकॉर्ड भी सामने आया है, जिसके आधार पर अब पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी कि आखिर इसने किस तरह की वारदातें पहले भी की हैं। क्योंकि ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम हुआ है, इससे कहीं ना कहीं देश की साख खराब होती है। इंडिया की बात करें, भारत की बात करें, तो यहाँ पर अतिथि देवो भव, हम इस थीम पर चलते हैं और इसी के चलते इस पूरे मामले में इंदौर पुलिस की भी काफी किरकिरी हो रही है, क्योंकि सुरक्षा में कहीं ना कहीं बड़ी चूक है।
Indore police identified the accused Akil Khan from CCTV footage and arrested him within hours after the incident. Indore Police Commissionerate ADCP Crime Branch Rajesh Dandotia confirmed that an FIR was registered and the accused was arrested after strategic operation.
ये ऑस्ट्रेलियन टीम मैनेजमेंट के जो सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर्स हैं उनके द्वारा एक रिपोर्ट लिखाई गई है। उनके द्वारा ये बताया गया कि उनके जो दो प्लेयर्स हैं, जो टीम मेंबर्स हैं, उनके साथ इनअप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर हुआ है और इसमें फिलहाल FIR रजिस्टर्ड कर दी गई है VNS की धाराओं में। और उसमें आरोपी को जो इंटेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक ऑपरेशन के तहत आरोपी को आइडेंटिफाइड किया जाकर आरोपी को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। 74, 78 VNS के तहत आरोपी FIR रजिस्टर्ड की गई है और आरोपी अकील को अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है।
Meanwhile, Republic spoke to BCCI Secretary Devjit Sakia, who condemned the incident and ensured appropriate action.
That incident happened with the Australian women's cricket team on 23rd. What exactly happened and what is your version on that, sir?
I just want to say that it's a very unfortunate incident, and this kind of incident should not happen in a country which is so hospitable to all our guests. So very unfortunate, but at the same time, I have to appreciate the efforts of the local police authorities in promptly nabbing the culprit. So that is a very good thing they have done, and I hope law will take its own course to punish the culprit at the earliest.
So, sir, what are the steps are currently taken underway for ensuring safety of the women cricketers?
There is already a security ring already. This is a stray incident that happened, but there is already a very good security team of BCCI as well as the local authorities.
In a press release, the Madhya Pradesh Cricket Association has also issued an apology. However, the incident sparked a political storm, with opposition going all out against BJP government over the state's law and order situation.
जब अंतर्राष्ट्रीय क्रिकेट मैच किसी भी शहर में, किसी भी प्रदेश में होते हैं, तो सरकार की महती भूमिका बन जाती है कि उनकी सुरक्षा कैसे हो, स्टेडियम से होटल तक कैसे आए, क्या इंतजामात हो। जिस तरीके से इंदौर की घटना हुई, ये माहिल्या का नगरी है, जिसमें मेहमानों की का आदर सत्कार और उनका सम्मान रखना हमारी सबकी ड्यूटी है। इस तरह की घटना अगर इंदौर में घटी, हम सब के लिए शर्म का विषय है। और रही बात कानून व्यवस्था की, स्वाभाविक है मुख्यमंत्री ने संज्ञान में लेना चाहिए और जो जिम्मेवारी जिसकी थी वो सुनिश्चित करके उसको दंड देना चाहिए।
Madhya Pradesh Minister Vishwas Sarang said strict action would be taken against the accused.
इस तरह की हरकत सभ्य समाज में इसका कहीं कोई स्थान नहीं है, इसीलिए प्रशासन ने तुरंत कार्रवाई की है, सख्त कार्रवाई के निर्देश दिए हैं और ये सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा कि ऐसी कार्रवाई हो जिसका नज़ीर प्रस्तुत हो, कोई ऐसी हरकतें आगे ना कर पाए, ऐसी घटनाओं की पुनरावृत्ति ना हो, इसके भी निर्देश दिए गए हैं। अकील नाम का व्यक्ति इस पूरे मामले में संलिप्त पाया गया है, उसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है, उस पर केस लगा दिया गया है और जो सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होगी वो की जाएगी।
The incident comes 2 days before Australia's high-voltage clash against South Africa in Women's World Cup 2025. As India is the co-host of Women's ODI Cricket World Cup 2025 with Sri Lanka, the case sends out alarms over security of women athletes in the country.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, Trump slams Canada with additional 10% tariff over fraudulent Reagan ad, calls it a hostile act. We'll be tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hear from the others.
The National Basketball Association, NBA, is reeling from a massive scandal as the FBI has exposed an illegal gambling and sports rigging operation involving current and former players and coaches. This incident questions the NBA's systemic issue that threatens the very foundation of fair play in professional basketball. The FBI's investigation revealed a network of corruption that spanned years, involving not just the players, but also notorious crime families.
But as you now know, individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken into custody today, former, current NBA players and coaches. What you don't know is that this is an illegal gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years. The FBI led a coordinated takedown across 11 states.
Afghanistan-Pakistan tensions escalate. Islamabad warns of open war with Afghanistan if peace talks fail. Pak rattled after India issues notification for a tri-services exercise along its western border with Pakistan. Restrictions in its airspace. 2 Australian cricketers stalked and molested in Indore. Police files FIR, arrests the accused in the case. As demand for SIT investigation in Satara doctor suicide case grows louder, police arrests both the accused. Donald Trump embarks on a 5-day trip to Asia with a key meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping aimed at easing trade tensions and exploring investment deals. In one of the headline-setting interviews of the year, Padma Bhushan Harish Salve joins Arnab Goswami on Legends for an unfiltered, powerful and deeply insightful conversation. President Donald Trump is on a visit to Asia, marking his first visit to the continent since returning to his office. Now, his three-nation tour through Malaysia, Japan and South Korea is aimed at rebuilding strained ties and will culminate in a crucial meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping amid rising trade tensions. Take a look at this report.
U.S. President Donald Trump has arrived in Southeast Asia for his first visit to the region since returning to office. After skipping the ASEAN summits in 2018, 2019 and 2020, this is Trump's second time attending the annual gathering of Southeast Asian nations. His three-nation tour through Malaysia, Japan and South Korea will conclude with a high-stakes meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. The discussions are expected to focus heavily on trade, with Trump arriving amid ongoing trade tussles with China and US. The talks come as friction between the world's two largest economies intensifies, with tariffs and export controls driving a months-long standoff. Trump's visit also seeks to mend ties with regional allies unsettled by American tariffs, even as Washington signals readiness for a new phase of economic confrontation with Beijing. The summit in Seoul will mark Trump's first face-to-face meeting with Xi Jinping in his second term, a test of whether deal-making or deterrence will define their relationship. As Trump lands in Asia, all eyes turn to Seoul, where diplomacy, economics and personal rivalry converge in one of the most closely watched summits of his presidency.
Now, in one of the most awaited interviews of the year, Padma Bhushan Hari Salve joins Arnab Goswami on Legends for an unfiltered, powerful and a deeply insightful conversation. From his biggest courtroom battles to his views on India's judicial transformation, Salve opens up like never before. This is not just a legal interview. It is a masterclass in integrity, intellect and inspiration. The man who represented India at the ICJ, defended iconic personalities and stood firm in high-stakes national and global cases, shares his legacy, his learnings and his life beyond the law. Take a look.
Ms. Salve, is there something you would like to share with the students nowadays, those opting for the profession of law or young into the profession of law, as something they would learn from you, from your experience?
Oh yes, always. It's always a pleasure to interact with students. I start by telling them I wish I had the same opportunities of education as you have. In our days, law colleges was something you went to because they had the best coffee service outside. Never really entered the classrooms. Today, the kind of education you have, the kind of teachers you have, the kind of interactions you have are great opportunities. Also, I find some of the finest minds today consider law as one of the first few options in life. So it's wonderful. Always remember 2 or 3 things about law. The first is, it is a very demanding profession. The second is, it requires not just immense hard work, which nowadays most professions do, but it demands immense patience. It takes years and years and years for you to really come of age, as they say, and be recognized as one of your own. So you need patience, you need determination, and you need what law teaches you, which very few other professions do, is to deal with failure on a daily basis. You lose cases every day. And every lost case is not a defeat, it's an opportunity to win the next case. So you have to develop that fighting spirit. And finally, remember, you are never a master of law. You're always a student of law. Always. And if those of you who want to become advocates, always remember there are 2 secrets in advocacy. You've heard about people saying, I'm a good advocate. I learned two things, both equally important. You must know what to say and when to say, but you must also know when to shut up. That's as important. So many cases have been lost by speaking more than necessary. So advocacy is not about scoring points. You're there trying to convince somebody of your point of view. It is not a peroration. Make your point as simply as you can. What I learned from Mr. Palkhiwala is you should place your point very simply so that the judge must feel, but of course he's right. That's the secret of advocacy. Demystifying, simplifying, not high words, not big words, not eloquence, simple, short sentences to the point, behind which will be hours and hours and hours of hard work. That's what law is all about.
Ms. Salve, a couple of questions on a few fundamental issues. You are very much part of the high-level committee on one nation, one election. We believe that can actually change the country. It's a reform that can fundamentally change the rhythm of India's democracy. You've been a staunch proponent of ONOP. Let me play a soundbite on your views on one nation, one poll, because if that happens, our country changes forever in a big way. Can we play that, please?
Honestly, put the politics to one side. The fortunes of politicians are determined by the voters, and I think our electorate is now mature enough to know whom to vote for. We have had simultaneous elections where Party A has won the Lok Sabha seats and Party B has won the state. Look, this year, look at what happened when Chandrababu swept the state. But their coalition did not have success at the Lok Sabha elections. So, please do not discredit the intelligence of the Indian voter. Think of the positives and think of how we can make life better.
Will one nation, one poll happen? Will 2029, in your view, be a simultaneous election in this country?
I don't know about 2029, but I have one weakness. I'm an incorrigible optimist. And that's why I say, yes, it will happen.
You've said don't discredit the intelligence of the Indian voter. But some people say simultaneous elections can blur between state and national level issues. State issues are different, Mr. Salve. National issues are different. How would you respond to that?
Whoever says this, tell him to go down to the pan shop outside your studio or the tea stall outside your studio and to discuss how politically astute is every Indian. We Indians are a very politically astute and politically alive society. I don't mean to be disparaging. It's just a temperament. It's a mindset. You go and interview an American on the street, how aware is he of American politics beyond his own state? And you go and interview an Indian on the street, a common Indian, a guy driving a truck, a fellow riding a three-wheeler, a person selling tea, and see how astute they are, how alive they are. Your audience, how many of them are from that strata of society? So Indians are very, very alive to political reality. And it's only a politician who says, I lost because of blurred lines, is being a sorry loser.
Now, amid the Bihar Assembly elections, RJD MLC Kari Shoaib has created quite a stir during a rally in Gokri, Khagaria, saying that if Tejaswi Yadav becomes the chief minister, and I quote, all bills will be torn apart, including the Waqf bill. Addressing the crowd, Shoaib urged the gathering to quote-unquote forget everything and avoid falling into the trap of BJP leaders. Now, the statement has quickly drawn sharp criticism, sharp ire from the BJP leaders who are accusing RJD of promoting lawlessness. Here's a report. Take a look.
A major controversy erupted in Bihar after a video from RJD rally surfaced online showing a speaker making a provocative statement on the Waqf bill. The video shared by the BJP shows a man addressing a public gathering from the RJD stage, making an open call to tear apart the Waqf bill if Tejaswi Yadav comes to power.
मैं तमाम आए हुए दूर दूर से अक़लियत समाज के लोगों, सभी समाज के लोगों, सभी बातों को भूलो, किसी के बहकावे में नहीं आना है। भाजपा आईटी सेल तरह तरह का फैला रहा है, उसमें नहीं जाना है। वक्फ बिल के खिलाफ करने वाले को इलाज करना है। जिन लोगों ने वक्फ बिल का समर्थन किया उनका इलाज करना है। कहां थे ये सारे लोग? ये भाजपाई आज इनके जाल में नहीं फंस रहा है। जदयू, लोजपा ये सब विरोधी है। इन्हीं बातों के साथ मैं इस उम्मीद के साथ कि छोटी छोटी बातों को भुला करके बिहार और देश को बचाने के लिए इस लालटेन छाप को यहाँ जिताइए, एनडीए को हराइए, महागठबंधन की सरकार बनाइए, तेजस्वी यादव जी मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, सारे बिल फाड़ के फेंक दिए जाएंगे, चाहे वो वक्फ बिल हो, कोई बिल हो। यहाँ सिर्फ सरकार होगी और इंसानियत की सरकार होगी।
The speaker can be heard appealing to the crowd to not fall for the BJP's narrative and to unite behind the RJD leader. The statement quickly drew sharp criticism from BJP leaders who accused the RJD for promoting lawlessness.
In Zuban they will say Samvidhan, but in heart they have vote bank ki dukaan. They put Sharia first, not Samvidhan. Today RJD leader from RJD platform has used the same language that Tejaswi ji used and has said that he will tear up the Waqf law, the law passed by Parliament and which has been given the green signal by Supreme Court. He then also threatened people and said whoever opposes it, unka ilaj kar denge. This is the kind of language they use because they put Sharia above Samvidhan, Jungle Raj above Samvidhan ka Raj, not Kanun ka Raj. But these people are not for Samvidhan. They are not for Samajik Nyay. They are only for Sharia above Samvidhan.
Union Minister Kiran Rijiju, who shared the clip, hit out at the opposition. He said that the people of Bihar would give them a fitting reply. The controversy comes with just days left for Bihar elections. The 24-member Bihar Assembly will go to polls in two phases on November 6th and 11th, and the results will be out on November 14th. The controversy comes months after the Waqf Amendment Act 2025 came into effect in April this year. The law, which amended the Waqf Act of 1995, introduced reforms aimed at improving the management and transparency of Waqf properties across India.
Bihar's political battlefield is heating up as Amit Shah and BJP target RJD over Jungle Raj and land disputes. Meanwhile, Tejaswi Yadav also faces criticism from within, making the campaign even more intense. Take a look at this report.
As the polling day for the crucial Bihar Assembly elections nears, BJP's election engine is in top gear with Amit Shah storming through Bihar with a triple rally blitz in Khagaria, Munger and Bihar Sharif. Amit Shah's Bihar pitch roars through Khagaria. A day after Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed back-to-back poll rallies in Samastipur and Begusarai. Amit Shah declared that this election will decide Bihar's destiny between the rule of development or the return of Jungle Raj.
चुनाव जो है वो निर्णय करने वाला है, फैसला करने वाला है कि फिर से जंगल राज बिहार में लाना है या विकास का राज लाना है। मुझे बताओ खगड़िया वालों, किडनैपिंग, एक्सटॉर्शन, हत्या, फिरौती, अपहरण, जंगल राज चाहिए क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो, जंगल राज चाहिए क्या? ये लालू रबड़ी की सरकार आई तो उसके साथ जंगल राज भी आएगा और एनडीए की सरकार बनी तो विकसित बिहार पूरे भारत में अपना डंका बजाए।
While aiming a direct attack on the Mahagathbandhan, Amit Shah brands it the Latbandhan of corruption, claiming only Modi and Nitish stand untainted.
और भैया, छोटे मियाँ तो छोटे मियाँ, बड़े मियाँ भी सुभान अल्लाह। लालू जी ने इतने घोटाले किए, कांग्रेस पार्टी की जब सरकार थी केंद्र में 10 साल चली, जिसमें लालू भी मंत्री थे, वो सरकार ने 12 लाख करोड़ का घपला, घोटाला और भ्रष्टाचार किया। भाइयों बहनों, बिहार और केंद्र में जिनका भ्रष्टाचार का रिकॉर्ड हो, वो महागठबंधन, महागठबंधन बिहार का विकास कर सकता है क्या? जरा जोर से बोलिए, कर सकता है क्या? बिहार का विकास नरेंद्र मोदी और नीतीश बाबू, जिन पर 4 आने का भी भ्रष्टाचार का आरोप नहीं है, वो ही कर सकते हैं।
At his two-stop of the day in Munger, Shah hailed 20 years of corruption-free leadership under the Prime Minister, crediting abolition of Article 370, launching Operation Sindoor and driving Bihar's development. But the opposition isn't holding back, as Tejasvi Yadav of the RJD has launched a sharp attack on the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Bihar visit, accusing him and the BJP of spreading negativity and failing to deliver jobs.
अरे मोदी जी फैक्ट्री लगाइएगा गुजरात में और विक्ट्री चाहिए बिहार में। ऐसा होने वाला बिहार, देखो हम बिहारी हैं, हम लोग डराए वाला नहीं है, बाहरी से डराए वाला है। अरे जब लालू जी मोदी जी से नहीं डराए तो लालू जी के लिए क्यों डरा जाएगा? ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स लगातार जो है केस मुकदमा छापा मारी। बिहार को बिहारी चलाएगा कि बाहरी चलाएगा? अरे बिहार को बिहारी चलाएगा कि बाहरी चलाएगा?
As the campaign heats up, Bihar stands at the crossroads between the promise of progress and the charge of neglect. With rallies, rhetoric and rising tempers, the battle for Bihar 2025 has truly begun.
K. Kavita paid tribute to the Telangana martyrs at Gun Park in Hyderabad, pledging to fight for justice and full compensation for the families. Take a look at what she had to say.
K. Kavita addressed the gathering at Amra Virula Stupam, also known as the Martyrs Memorial at Gun Park in Hyderabad. She paid homage to the martyrs of the Telangana movement and their families. She demanded that the government provide ₹1 crore in compensation to each martyr's family. Kavita also acknowledged the role of activists who fought tirelessly for the Telangana cause, noting that many have yet to receive recognition or support. Kavita also highlighted unfulfilled promises, including the 250 square yard plots for activists and financial assistance for the families. She launched the Janambata movement, covering 33 districts and 119 constituencies, aimed at assessing development gaps and advocating for social justice, including reservations for BCS, SCS, STS, and minorities. K. Kavita criticized the current government for allegedly neglecting local youth in employment and undermining the cultural spirit of Telangana, citing the Batukama festival as an example. Kavita reaffirmed her commitment to continue the fight for the martyrs' families and Telangana activists, vowing to ensure justice, dignity, and equal opportunity for all.
The Indian Armed Forces are unleashing a display of unity and might at India's western border, Exercise Trishul. And this is not just another drill. It is a high-stakes symphony of steel and strategy, a tri-services extravaganza pulling together the precision of the army, the unyielding reach of the navy, and the sky-high dominance of the air force. Meanwhile, Pakistan is completely rattled and have restricted airspace in central and southern Pakistan. Take a look at this report.
India is rolling out its tri-service war drill, Trishul, from October 30th to November 10th. Trishul will take place along the Pakistan border right on the volatile Sur Creek. The NOTAM locks airspace up to 28,000 feet, stretching from Jaisalmer to Kutch, turning the desert, creek and coast into a live-fire theatre of Army, Navy and Air Force synergy. And amidst this, Pakistan has entered panic mode. Just days before the drill, Islamabad issued a NOTAM, shutting down central southern air routes, citing caution after India's Trishul notum. These curbs reflect panic as India gears up for its biggest joint warfare rehearsal after Operation Sindoor. Earlier this month, Rajnath Singh had warned Pakistan against any misadventure in the Sir Creek region, and this could be another warning.
साथियों, आजादी के 78 साल बीत जाने के बावजूद सर क्रीक इलाके में सीमा को लेकर एक विवाद खड़ा किया जाता है। भारत ने कई बार बातचीत के रास्ते इसका समाधान करने का प्रयास किया है, मगर पाकिस्तान की नीयत में खोट है, उसकी नीयत साफ नहीं है। जिस तरह से हाल में पाकिस्तान की फौज ने सर क्रीक के सटे इलाकों में अपना मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ाया है, वह उसकी नीयत बताता है। साथियों, भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा भारतीय सेनाएं और बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स मिलकर मुस्तैदी से कर रही हैं। अगर सर क्रीक इलाके में पाकिस्तान की ओर से कोई भी हिमाकत की गई तो उसे ऐसा करारा जवाब मिलेगा कि इतिहास और भूगोल दोनों बदल जाएंगे मेरे साथियों। और 1965 की जंग में भारत की सेना ने लाहौर तक पहुंचने का सामर्थ्य भी दिखाया।
Trishul isn't just going to be a drill, it will be a display of strength to show the world a battle-ready spectacle that's rattling Pakistan's nerves.
All right, it's time to slip into a very, very short break, viewers. On the other side, 2 Australian cricketers stalked and molested in Indore. Police files FIR, arrests accused in the case. As demand for SIT investigation in Satara doctor suicide case grows louder, police arrests both the accused. We'll be tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
India Zona. QS&T achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला। प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
After finally agreeing on a ceasefire with Pakistan, Afghanistan plans to restrict Pakistan's access to water by building
इंडिया जोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Should there be a law on malicious prosecution
yes.
strongly
In
implemented
India-
in this country? Because we are all victims of it. You know, you file a case against a common man, the common man gets harassed, family gets hounded, jailed, blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking only about myself, so, but I'm saying that these are cases where the foundational principles of justice get questioned. There's too much of it.
You know what we need? Way back in 87 or 88, Justice Hugo Black, one of the most famous judges of the U.S. Supreme Court, great champion of rights. He had come to India. And I remember I was in the audience, I was very young that time, and Fali Nariman and all saying, oh, our Supreme Court has said this about fundamental rights and that about fundamental rights. He said something very interesting. He says, don't give me all this high-flying jurisprudence. Do you have a Civil Rights Act? You must create a Civil Rights Act. If a citizen is wrongly arrested, there must be a statute under which he gets money, compensation.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
इंडिया जोना।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Can you remember any one case you've represented, any one moment, anecdote you'd like to share with us? You had the front row seats in every corporate battle. Tata Sons battle, that time you represented the group against, I think there was C.S. Sundaram.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Do not forget to catch the full interview of Padma Bhushan Harish Salve with Republic's editor-in-chief Ornab Goswami
today at 1:30 p.m. and 7 p.m. only on Republic TV. It's time for the headlines now. The top headlines we're tracking. Afghanistan, Pakistan, tensions are escalating. Islamabad warns of open war with Afghanistan if peace talks fail. Pakistan rattle after India issues notification for dry services exercise along its western border with Pakistan, rests its airspace. 2 Australian cricketers stalked, harassed in indoor. Police files FIR. Arrests did the accused in the case. As the demands for SIT investigation in the Satara doctor suicide case grows louder, police arrest both accused. Donald Trump embarks on a 5-day trip to Asia with a key meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping aimed at easing trade tensions and exploring investment deals. And one of the headline-setting interviews of the year, the biggest ones, Padma Bhushan Harish Salve joins Ornab Goswami on Legends for an unfiltered, powerful and deeply insightful conversation. Breaking news is coming in, viewers, in connection with the Satara women doctor suicide case. Suspended PSI Gopal Badne, accused in the case, has been arrested. He had surrendered before the Satara police. This is the second arrest in the case. The doctor suicide case, a very, very shocking case which is coming from Maharashtra. We're getting you these updates. Satara District SP Tushar Doshi has confirmed the arrest of the second accused in the doctor rape case. Suspended PSI Gopal Badne was arrested after he surrendered before the Satara police, viewers. The suicide case that we're tracking of the Maharashtra doctor, a very, very shocking case. Where also a short while back, Maharashtra CM Devendra Fadnavis said that strict action will be taken against those who are guilty in this case. The CM, however, added that politicizing this issue is not the right thing to do. We're getting these updates coming in right now on Republic TV as we track the Maharashtra doctor suicide case. I want to go across to Satyaprakash. Second accused has been arrested, Satyaprakash, and the details we're getting in this case are also very shocking.
देखिए शिवांगी, दूसरा आरोपी जो है गोपाल बदने, जो PSI है, जिसके ऊपर महिला डॉक्टर ने रेप का आरोप लगाया था, सुसाइड नोट में लिखा था, और इसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। गोपाल ने, जो जानकारी मिल रही है, कि खुद पुलिस स्टेशन आकर सरेंडर किया था, कि लगातार जो है आत्मोपचार के बाद उसको गोपाल को कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा। कई घंटों तक पूछताछ किया गया है रात में, और सुबह भी पूछताछ किया।
Okay, I'll come back to Satyaprakash in a short while from now, but it's a very shocking case which has come out. Left hand of your screen, you can see this is a suicide note, which was written on the palm of that government doctor. And this doctor ended her life in Satara after writing her final words on her palm. So left hand side, you can see the suicide note, which was written on the palm. And where she had accused the police sub-inspector Gopal Badne and Prashant Bankar of harassment and sexual assault, also alleging pressure to issue fake medical certificates under political influence. In the latest coming in, the second accused right now has been arrested, viewers. And this case has sent shock waves. There are statewide protests among doctors and demand for justice as the accused face suspension, arrest, and a high-level probe. Satyaprakash, I lost you there. You can continue. Yes.
देखिए शिवांगी, सतारा पुलिस ने दूसरे आरोपी जो गोपाल बदने है उसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया है। गोपाल बदने ने खुद पुलिस स्टेशन आकर सरेंडर किया था, और जो प्रोसेस होता है गिरफ्तारी का, उसको गिरफ्तार किया गया है। फिलहाल दोपहर बाद गोपाल बदने को कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा। गोपाल पर संगीन आरोप लगाया है महिला डॉक्टर ने और रेप का आरोप लगाया था। और इस मामले को लेकर सतारा पुलिस का कहना है कि हर एंगल से जांच कर रहे हैं। महिला ने जो भी आरोप लगाया, जिन जिन पर आरोप लगाया, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई किया जा रहा है। इसके पहले प्रशांत को गिरफ्तार किया गया, जो कि प्रशांत पर आरोप लगाया था कि मानसिक प्रताड़ना कर रहा था, और गोपाल पर रेप का आरोप लगाया था। दोनों आरोपियों को सतारा पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया है और मामले की जांच कर रही है। जी।
All right. Thank you, Siddharth Prakash, for getting us all those details. I will move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Viewers, days after India's Sir Creek warning, the Pakistan Navy Chief visits Sir Creek to check operational preparedness. Pakistan Navy Chief Admiral Navid Ashraf visited forward post at Sir Creek to review operational preparedness and combat readiness. Pakistan Navy stood ready to defend the country's maritime frontiers. And this is what the ISPR in a statement has said. Now, just getting our viewers through exactly what is happening. This is the Pakistan Naval Chief visiting some of these areas, and he's just as India has announced some exercises along those areas. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us right now, Gursimran, joining us. Pakistan Navy Chief visits Creek. This is coming just after India's Trishul Tri-Services exercise near Sir Creek.
Yes, after the recent statement that has come from the Raksha Mantri and the Indian Tri-Services holding a joint exercise along the Sir Creek region, now Pakistani Naval Chief has visited the Sir Creek, and what the ISPR says that this was to check the operational preparedness. So it is very clear that after the recent statements by the Indian political administration as well as the exercise by the Indian Tri-Services, Pakistan is completely rattled, and that's why we are witnessing the visit of Pakistani Navy Chief Admiral Navid Ashraf to the forward post to review the operational preparedness and the combat readiness. Though Pakistan has tried through its mouthpiece of the military, DGISPR conveyed that it is the vanguard of the peace and stability in the region. But the reality remains that Pakistan has always been promoting terrorism to destabilize India. And now this rattled Pakistan has pushed its Navy Chief to review what is happening there, what is the preparedness of Pakistan. Because what Pakistan knows that whenever India decides for an offensive, it is in such a manner that Pakistan is left with no time to respond. That is what we have seen in 2016 surgical strikes, 2019 Balakot airstrikes, and now in 2025 when Operation Sindoor was carried out, Pakistan was left totally by surprise and were taken aback by the actions of India.
And this is coming just after Pakistan has announced airspace restrictions and notice to airmen ahead of India's Trishul Tri-Service exercise, Gursimran.
Yes, Pakistan's these notum that has been issued, that was prior to the India's exercise, but yes, they have also issued a notum with regards to they carrying out an exercise. The exercise that they claim is for their operational preparedness and combat readiness, as similar lines as being taken in the statement by the DGISPR with regards to the visit of their naval chief to the forward areas of Sir Creek, and same is the line for the exercise that Pakistan is going to conduct ahead of 10 days long India's exercise Tri-Services is having.
All right. Thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you, Gursimran, for more. Let's move ahead, viewers, because the Indian Armed Forces is unleashing a display of unity and might at India's western border exercise Trishul. This is not just another drill. It's a high-stakes symphony of steel and strategy, a Tri-Services extravaganza, pulling together the precision of the army, the unyielding reach of the navy, and the sky-high dominance of the air force. Meanwhile, Pakistan is completely rattled and has restricted airspace in central and southern Pakistan. Take a look.
India is rolling out its Tri-Service war drill, Trishul, from October 30th to November 10th. Trishul will take place along the Pakistan border right on the volatile Sir Creek. The notum locks airspace up to 28,000 feet, stretching from Jaisalmer to Kutch, turning the desert, creek and coast into a live-fire theatre of Army, Navy and Air Force synergy. And amidst this, Pakistan has entered panic mode. Just days before the drill, Islamabad issued a notum, shutting down central southern air routes, citing caution after India's Trishul notum. These curbs reflect panic as India gears up for its biggest joint warfare rehearsal after Operation Sindoor. Earlier this month, Rajnath Singh had warned Pakistan against any misadventure in the Sir Creek region, and this could be another warning.
साथियों, आजादी के 78 साल बीत जाने के बावजूद सर क्रीक इलाके में सीमा को लेकर एक विवाद खड़ा किया जाता है। भारत ने कई बार बातचीत के रास्ते इसका समाधान करने का प्रयास किया है, मगर पाकिस्तान की नीयत में खोट है, उसकी नीयत साफ नहीं है। जिस तरह से हाल में पाकिस्तान की फौज ने सर क्रीक के सटे इलाकों में अपना मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ाया है, वह उसकी नीयत बताता है। साथियों, भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा भारतीय सेनाएं और बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स मिलकर मुस्तैदी से कर रही हैं। अगर सर क्रीक इलाके में पाकिस्तान की ओर से कोई भी हिमाकत की गई तो उसे ऐसा करारा जवाब मिलेगा कि इतिहास और भूगोल दोनों बदल जाएंगे मेरे साथियों। और 1965 की जंग में भारत की सेना ने लाहौर तक पहुंचने का सामर्थ्य भी दिखाया।
Trishul isn't just going to be a drill, it will be a display of strength to show the world a battle-ready spectacle that's rattling Pakistan's nerves.
We're getting some updates coming in, viewers. Kabul, Islamabad talks begin in Istanbul, focus on ceasefire and territorial integrity. Istanbul. Viewers, dialogue between Kabul and Islamabad resumed and marking the continuation of the Doha negotiations with discussions centered on extending the ceasefire and ensuring mutual respect for territorial integrity, including airspace and land space sovereignty. According to the updates we are getting, a high-level delegation from the Islamic Emirate led by Deputy Minister of Interior R. Najib is representing Afghanistan at this meeting. The Afghan delegation includes Sohail Shaheen, acting ambassador of Afghanistan in Qatar, senior members of the Islamic Emirates, Noor Ahmad, and others. Gursumran joining us on the phone line. Gursumran, even though they're trying to open a new chapter between Afghanistan and Pakistan, we know that the situation is not looking too good for Pakistan. So much so that Pakistan is warning Kabul not to go ahead and agitate them further. How, at the same time, Pakistan is on the back foot.
Yes, just to speak of Pakistan, Pakistan is completely on the back foot, and reason being that Pakistan has seen what has happened to them in the roughly a week-long limited-scale war that has taken place along the Durand line. Because Pakistan, despite the fact that they were having air power, which is almost negligible when it comes to their counterpart, that is Afghan Taliban, they are not having any superior air power. But despite that fact, the Afghans have given Pakistan a really tough time, and the number of casualties that Pakistan has suffered is way more than what Pakistan actually inflicted to the Afghan side. So now Pakistan is completely rattled, and they want that some ceasefire agreement should be reached upon, and that's why we are seeing some statements that are coming. These statements are just to mount pressure on the Afghanistan so that Afghanistan can come up to the negotiation table. Reason being, if you remember that the last meeting that has taken place in the Doha in Qatar, in that meeting, the one thing was very clear, that there has been some negotiations that have taken place. But what happened that then we saw Afghan Taliban stepping in. They got the entire statement with regards to the mention of Durand line changed from the Qatar authorities, so that there is no mention on their sovereignty. They said that their sovereignty is something that is non-negotiable, and they will not actually come to compromise on that. So now Pakistan is in shambles. They are completely taken aback by the steps that have been taken, and that were immediate steps by Afghan Taliban with response to the provocation by Pakistan along the Durand line. Now Pakistan wants to mount some pressure on them under the statements that they will come out for an open war, a full-fledged war, as being said by the Defense Minister Khwaja Asif. But Pakistan, in the heart of hearts, also knows that if the situation escalates, it is Pakistan that is going to be churning. Reason being that on the Durand line, the forces will face Afghanistan, and in the backyard, it will be TTP and Baluch rebels.
Thank you for joining us, Gursumran, with all those details. Pakistan-Afghanistan talks begin in Istanbul. Dialogues centered on ceasefire extension and bringing so-called peace between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we are tracking.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Special operation, a group vehicle met with an accident in Mendhar area of Pooch district where 4 Jawans sustained injuries in the mishap and were immediately rushed to the sub-district hospital in Mendhar for treatment. The Army Commanders Conference 2025 concluded successfully in Jaisalmer, bringing together the APEC leadership of the Indian Army. Conference focused on key conceptual issues, reviewing the security situation and charting strategic priorities to build a future-ready Indian Army. The Odisha cabinet led by CM Mohan Charan Marji has approved 5 key proposals across 4 departments: fisheries and animal resources, agriculture and farmers empowerment, commerce and transport, and housing and urban development. A meeting was held at Lok Seva Bhavan in Bhubaneswar. Viewers, a shocking molestation attempt against 2 Australian women cricketers in Indore has sparked international scrutiny over safety arrangements during the ICC Women's World Cup. The players, who had stepped out for a brief outing near their hotel, were allegedly followed and then harassed by a man on a motorcycle. This incident triggered a rapid police response after the players shared an SOS live location with their security manager. The accused were later arrested using CCTV tracking and eyewitness input. Take a look at this report as we tell you the entire story.
A shocking and shameful case of harassment of 2 Australian female cricketers has been reported from Indore. The 2 Australian cricketers were allegedly stalked and molested by a bike-bound man while they were on their way to cafe from their hotel.
ये जो शर्मनाक घटना हुई है मध्य प्रदेश के इंदौर में, जिसमें कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया महिला क्रिकेट खिलाड़ियों के साथ छेड़छाड़ हुई है, इसमें आरोपी को तो कुछ ही घंटों में पुलिस ने पकड़ लिया है। आरोपी का नाम अकील है और वो इंदौर के आजाद नगर में का रहने वाला है। लेकिन इस आरोपी का पिछला कुछ क्रिमिनल रिकॉर्ड भी सामने आया है, जिसके आधार पर अब पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी कि आखिर इसने किस तरह की वारदातें पहले भी की हैं। क्योंकि ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम हुआ है, इससे कहीं ना कहीं देश की साख खराब होती है। इंडिया की बात करें, भारत की बात करें, तो यहाँ पर अतिथि देवो भव, हम इस थीम पर चलते हैं और इसी के चलते इस पूरे मामले में इंदौर पुलिस की भी काफी किरकिरी हो रही है, क्योंकि सुरक्षा में कहीं ना कहीं बड़ी चूक है।
Indore police identified the accused Akil Khan from CCTV footage and arrested him within hours after the incident. Indore Police Commissionerate ADCP Crime Branch Rajesh Dandotia confirmed that an FIR was registered and the accused was arrested after strategic operation.
ये ऑस्ट्रेलियन टीम मैनेजमेंट के जो सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर्स हैं उनके द्वारा एक रिपोर्ट लिखाई गई है। उनके द्वारा ये बताया गया कि इनके जो 2 प्लेयर्स हैं, जो टीम मेंबर्स हैं, उनके साथ इनअप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर हुआ है और इसमें फिलहाल FIR रजिस्टर्ड कर दी गई है BNS की धाराओं में। और उसमें आरोपी को जो इंटेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक ऑपरेशन के तहत आरोपी को आइडेंटिफाइड किया जाकर आरोपी को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। 74, 78 BNS के तहत आरोपी FIR रजिस्टर्ड की गई है। आरोपी अकील को अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है।
Meanwhile, Republic spoke to BCCI Secretary Devjit Sakia, who condemned the incident and ensured appropriate action.
An incident happened with the Australian women's cricket team on 23rd. What exactly happened and what is your version on that, sir?
I just want to say that it's a very unfortunate incident, and this kind of incident should not happen in a country which is so hospitable to all our guests. So very unfortunate, but at the same time, I have to appreciate the efforts of the local police authorities in promptly nabbing the culprit. So that is a very good thing they have done, and I hope law will take its own course to punish the culprit at the earliest.
So, sir, what are the steps that are currently taken underway for ensuring safety of the women cricketers?
There is already a security ring already. This is a stray incident that happened, but there is already a very good security team of BCCI as well as the local authorities.
In a press release, the Madhya Pradesh Cricket Association has also issued an apology. However, the incident sparked a political storm, with opposition going all out against BJP government over the state's law and order situation.
जब अंतर्राष्ट्रीय क्रिकेट मैच किसी भी शहर में किसी भी प्रदेश में होते हैं तो सरकार की महती भूमिका बन जाती है कि उनकी सुरक्षा कैसे हो, स्टेडियम से होटल तक कैसे आए, क्या इंतजामात हो। जिस तरीके से इंदौर की घटना हुई, ये माहिल्या का नगरी है जिसमें मेहमानों की का आदर सत्कार और उनका सम्मान रखना हमारी सबकी ड्यूटी है। इस तरह की घटना अगर इंदौर में घटी हम सब के लिए शर्म का विषय है। और रही बात कानून व्यवस्था की, स्वाभाविक है मुख्यमंत्री ने संज्ञान में लेना चाहिए और जो जिम्मेवारी जिसकी थी वो सुनिश्चित करके उसको दंड देना चाहिए।
Madhya Pradesh Minister Vishwas Sarang said strict action would be taken against the accused.
इस तरह की हरकत सभ्य समाज में इसका कहीं कोई स्थान नहीं है, इसीलिए प्रशासन ने तुरंत कार्रवाई की है, सख्त कार्रवाई के निर्देश दिए हैं और ये सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा कि ऐसी कार्रवाई हो जिसका नज़ीर प्रस्तुत हो, कोई ऐसी हरकतें आगे ना कर पाए, ऐसी घटनाओं की पुनरावृत्ति ना हो, इसके भी निर्देश दिए गए हैं। अखिल नाम का व्यक्ति इस पूरे मामले में संलिप्त पाया गया है, उसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है, उस पर केस लगा दिया गया है और जो सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होगी वो की जाएगी।
The incident comes 2 days before Australia's high voltage clash against South Africa in Women's World Cup 2025. As India is the co-host of Women's ODI Cricket World Cup 2025 with Sri Lanka, the case sends out alarms over security of women athletes in the country.
Getting some updates coming in, viewers. Russian missile and drone attacks on Ukraine killed 4 and wound 20. Russian missile and drone attacks on Ukraine overnight into Saturday have killed at least 4 people and wounded 20, according to officials in the capital Kiev. 2 people were killed and 13 were wounded in the ballistic missile attack in the early hours of Saturday. Kiev's police said a fire broke out in a non-residential building in one location, while debris from intercepted missile fell in an open area at another site, damaging windows in nearby buildings. Ukraine's state emergency service, this is what they say. And Ukraine's Air Force said that Russia launched 9 missiles and 62 drones, of which 4 missiles and 50 drones were intercepted. In Russia, the defense ministry said its air defenses shot down 121 Ukrainian drones over Russia overnight.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Should there be a law on malicious prosecution strongly implemented in this country, because we are all victims of it. You know, you file a case against a common man, the common man gets harassed, family gets hounded, jailed, blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking only about myself, so, but I'm saying that these are cases where the foundational principles of justice get questioned. There's too much of it.
You know what we need? Way back in 87 or 88, Justice Hugo Black, one of the most famous judges of the U.S. Supreme Court, great champion of rights. He had come to India. And I remember I was in the audience, I was very young that time, and Fali Nariman and all saying, oh, our Supreme Court has said this about fundamental rights and that about fundamental rights. He said something very interesting. He says, don't give me all this high-flying jurisprudence. Do you have a Civil Rights Act?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Hear from the others.
The National Basketball Association, NBA, is reeling from a massive scandal as the FBI has exposed an illegal gambling and sports rigging operation involving current and former players and coaches. This incident questions the NBA's systemic issue that threatens the very foundation of fair play in professional basketball. The FBI's investigation revealed a network of corruption that spanned years, involving not just the players, but also notorious crime families.
But as you now know, individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken into custody today, former, current NBA players and coaches. What you don't know is that this is an illegal gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years. The FBI led a coordinated takedown across 11 states to arrest over 30 individuals today responsible for this case, which is very much ongoing. Not only did we crack
Afghanistan-Pakistan tensions escalate. Islamabad warns of open war with Afghanistan if peace talks fail. Pakistan rattle after India issues notification for a tri-services exercise along its western border with Pakistan. Restricts its airspace. Two Australian cricketers stopped harassed in indoor. Police files FIR, arrest accused in the case. As demand for a SIT investigation in Satara doctor suicide case grows louder, police arrest both accused. Donald Trump embarks on a 5-day trip to Asia with a key meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping aimed at easing trade tensions and exploring investment deals. In one of the headline-setting interviews of the year, Padma Bhushan Harish Salve joins Arnab Goswami on Legends for an unfiltered, powerful and deeply insightful conversation. You're getting some breaking updates coming in, viewers. The Central Bureau of Investigation, in collaboration with MEA and MHA, has successfully coordinated the return of wanted fugitive Lakhvinder Kumar from the U.S. And Lakhvinder Kumar is wanted by Haryana police in multiple criminal cases relating to extortion, intimidation, illegal possession and use of a firearm, attempt to murder. Lakhvinder Kumar is a gangster associated with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Earlier, CBI got the red notice published against Lakhvinder Kumar through Interpol. And on request of the Haryana police, Lakhvinder Kumar was deported from the US and arrived in India. He was taken into custody by a team of Haryana police at the Delhi airport. Red notices published by Interpol are circulated to all law enforcement agencies globally for tracking of the wanted fugitive. CBI asked the National Center for Bureau of Investigation. CBI, also the Interpol, all of them are coordinating with the all law enforcement agencies in India through Bharat Pol for assistance. Through Interpol channels, more than 130 wanted criminals have been brought back in last few years through coordination through Interpol channels. And viewers, let's move ahead right now. We get to what else is making news in the next segment, Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
A Special Operations Group vehicle met with an accident in Menthar area, Poonch district, where 4 jawans sustained injuries in the mishap and were immediately rushed to the sub-district hospital in Menthar for treatment. The Army Commanders Conference concluded successfully in Jaisalmer, bringing together the apex leadership of the Indian Army. The conference focused on key conceptual issues, reviewing the security situation and charting strategic priorities to build a future-ready Indian Army. The Odisha cabinet led by CM Mohan Charan Machi has approved 5 key proposals across 4 departments: fisheries and animal resources, agriculture and farmers empowerment, commerce and transport, and housing and urban development. The meeting was held at Lok Seva Bhavan in Bhubaneswar. Viewers, in one of the most awaited interviews of the year, Padma Bhushan Harish Salve joins Arnab Goswami on Legends for an unfiltered, powerful and deeply insightful conversation. From his biggest courtroom battles to his views on India's judicial transformation, Salve opens up like never before. This is not just a legal interview. It's a masterclass in integrity, in intellect and inspiration. The man who represented India at the ICJ, defended iconic personalities and stood firm in high-stakes national and global cases, shares his legacy, learnings and life beyond law.
I want to take you to the Kulbhushan Jadhav case. We're representing India at The Hague, and ask yourself that question. You know, did you ask yourself that same question when you came back from that argument? For me and for a lot of our viewers here and people in the audience, that was one of the most iconic moments of Indian law. And we were so proud, and we were so sure. We were uncertain. But we knew that it is not an ordinary person representing the country at The Hague. It was the one and only Harish Salve who carried that on his shoulders to The Hague. I remember I sent Rhythm Anand Bhardwaj. She's there somewhere to chase you. And she kept chasing you. You're there, Rhythm? You chased him from the airport to the hotel, and he was looking very distracted. And we wonder sometimes what goes on in his mind. The whole country saying, what is Harish Salve going to say? What is the Pakistani lawyer going to say, it was one of the most iconic moments. Can I play, before I ask you, as you savor the memory of that moment once again, let me play a clip from that. Shall we play a clip from that historic case, the Kulbhushan Jadhav case in the International Court of Justice at The Hague, please? Do we have the clip?
The case is simple. Shorn of the irrelevancies sought to be injected, there are two broad issues that arise in this case. The first issue relates to the construction of the Vienna Convention, particularly Article 36 of the Convention and its application to the facts of the case. On this, the admitted position being that consular access was not granted. If Pakistan's strange defense of exclusion of such cases is not accepted, then it has to be found that Pakistan is an egregious breach of the Vienna Convention.
Sir, a brief of your introduction in that case. Step away from that moment a minute and tell us what was going on in your mind. What was the inside story of that case? What happened? What happened which we haven't reported?
So the inside story is I happened to be in India for some work, and Rhythm barged into my house where I was staying that time and said, I need to take an interview. I said, over what? He says, Indian has been sentenced to death. What do you do? So in an offhanded comment, I said to Rhythm, oh, well, we should explore maybe going to the International Court of Justice. And she played it, I think your channel played it all over. And next afternoon, I got a call from the late Sushma Swaraj. She was like an older sister. So she called, I said, yes, Didi, what can I do for you? She said, you said something to Republic TV. I said, I say all sorts of things. What did I say yesterday? She said, you said this. I said, yes. She says, PMO called and said, call him and ask him to start. I said, oh my God, I've not even thought it through. Cut to the chase, we worked on it, we built a case, and one of my juniors, super bright, Chetna, she worked on the case with me. And on a lighter vein, I must tell you, I don't know whether your generation has read, used to have a magazine called Mad Magazine.
Yes, sir.
It was a satire.
Yes, sir.
Which had one section called Spy versus Spy.
Sir.
So we were doing a little spy versus spy. I was told everything which I wrote in that case, I used to either dictate into my voice recognition or type myself on my desktop after disconnecting it from the internet. Save it on a pen drive. Chetna would take that pen drive into her laptop after disconnecting it, correct it. Mr. Mittal, who's now, I believe, an ambassador somewhere, he used to take it. He was that time secretary on the desk of what is called PI, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran. He used to take that pen drive to his office. And that's how we worked up this draft. One copy was printed in Sushma Ji's house for being shown to the Prime Minister. Next day she said, go right ahead. That pen drive was taken to Blackstone Chambers in London, where all the paper books were prepared and filed. And our ambassador at Hague, I mean, on a private level, they all talk to each other. The Pakistani asked him, how did you pull this off? We didn't get wind of this. Because if they had got wind of it, they had executed him, that would have been the end of the matter. So that's how we brought this case.
When you dealt with the Pakistani representative out there, what did you make of him?
It's very interesting. Let me not talk about Khawar Qureshi, because that's another story. His own people were embarrassed by him. But we had an awkward moment because there is a tradition in the ICJ, especially when you have a full hearing. So when we were there for the 5-day hearing, on day 3, the president invites everybody for a cup of coffee inside. So I had finished my submissions. I was in my court uniform. The other side were in informal clothes. They changed. They all came inside. And I was very worried about how things would look if this came out on the media, because if you remember, Pulwama had just happened. And any overly friendly public gestures between us would have been misunderstood. On a private None of them seemed to be convinced what was happening was right.
Can we start with a nice round of applause for Mr. Salve for the time that he is giving us on this Saturday afternoon, for the effort that he has taken. And every minute of Mr. Salve's time goes between multi-$100 billion arbitrations and flying between London and Delhi and the south of France, I'm told nowadays. So the fact that he's taken the time to be here, I would presume, sir, it would not be wrong in saying that you are here because you love Republic.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
No two views about that.
And let me also begin by saying more personally to you, sir, that we also love you. As a network, everything today when he entered the campus, my mind went back, sir, to January 2021, 2 months after I was arrested. And I had a small anecdote to share, which I may share with everyone. I was being interrogated on the morning of 11th of November. I would be taken to interrogation to the jailer's room, where they would start at 7 in the morning. But that afternoon was different. My dear friend Saket Shukla, managing partner of Phoenix Legal, is here. He remembers that morning. There was a long line, sir, that day. I called Saket. There was a long line of prisoners waiting to make a phone call. So I called Saket. I didn't know what to say to him because he was the only number I had out there. And I said, just try and get me out. He said, don't worry, Mr. Salve will be in top form today. And he was always trying to encourage me. As the interrogation proceeded, the inspector, sub-inspector were all looking at these legal websites. And there was this Harish Salve versus Kapil Sibal thing going on. And every time Mr. Salve would be hard on the case, they would be soft on me. And then they were wondering, I've never been through an interrogation in which every word of yours, I realized that day what liberty meant when you had a true advocate of liberty on the other side, as only because of you I came out. And it is because of you this campus has been built. And everything that's happened in between, we owe a lot to you. So thank you, sir.
You do not owe a lot to me. Let me take this opportunity of reminding you, your motto, Nation First, was Gandhi's motto, Nation First. Except he had to create a nation. And he did. And a lot of people gave up lucrative careers. My grandfather was a very successful criminal barrister. He gave up everything. My grandmother, she was a mathematician from Ferguson College in Pune. Yeah. They all gave up their careers, went to jail, gave up everything, because they also thought of nation first. And it is they who have engrafted the liberties. And you talk of Gen Y, Gen Z, I'm not very familiar with this lingo, but I think one thing we need to keep reminding people is liberty is not because you have a good lawyer, liberty is not because you have a good judge. Liberty is alive in India because it lives in the heart of every Indian. And it must continue to live in the heart of every Indian. The only time where our liberty was really in peril, 1975, 1976, the Supreme Court buckled in a judgment which, if you remind them of, they get red in their face. Shivkant Shukla. Who saved liberty in India? Indians. So whenever you say, thank God for liberty, say thank God for the Constitution, and thank God for those who created this Constitution, and thank God to 1.4 billion Indians who believe in this Constitution.
What is your guiding principle? Let's start with the overarching theme of this conversation. What is your guiding principle? When you practice as a lawyer every day, there are minor details and there are bigger details. But there has to be an overarching principle. What is your overarching principle as a student and practitioner of the law?
I must confess, my overarching principles have undergone a change responding to the ecosystem in which one lived. When I started work in early 80s, you had a strong government, Mrs. Gandhi, very in one sense, opinionated, highly into the socialist paradigm, scant respect for individual liberties. And I don't know whether your generation even knows the first attempt to create the press bill was under Mrs. Gandhi. So in 1980-81. So we've seen all this. And I used to be in Soli Sorabji's chamber. We used to fight a lot. That's when public interest litigation was born, not for the judges grabbing front page headlines, but for judges actually rescuing bonded labor, judges rescuing women who were in captivity and things like that. So that was a very different ecosystem. And I grew up in what I call the Krishnaization of the Indian jurisprudence, where, as Upendra Bakshi always said, from a Supreme Court of India, he made it a Supreme Court for Indians. So that's the ecosystem in which we grew. We fought passionately for all the causes. And that continued over the years. And then came coalition politics, in which you did not have a government. And after a while, as I always said, and a lot of people used to criticize me for saying this, I used to always say, India is the biggest living proof of a God above, because I don't know how we tick. Every time we feel this is the end of the road, something good happens to us. So we all remember those days of 1990s. All sorts of things were going on in the country. So that was a different ecosystem in which we all worked, we all fought. We fought for the judges at that time. When in the coalition Dharma, they started packing the courts with cronies. And today, and I saw this in 2014, and I said this to our Honorable Prime Minister, today I genuinely feel, in the last chapter of my working life, I have to work for nation first.
Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro has accused the U.S. of creating a new war after it ordered the world's largest warship to the Caribbean. The USS Gerald R. Ford can carry up to 90 aircraft, and its deployment signals a huge increase in U.S. firepower in the region. Now, the U.S. has carried out 10 airstrikes on vessels in the area as part of what it claims is a fight against drug traffickers. U.S. President Trump has accused Maduro of leading a drug trafficking organization, a claim Maduro denies. Many in Venezuela worried that the U.S. military buildup is aimed at removing Trump's longtime rival from power.
The United States has sent the USS Gerald R. Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier, along with a strike group, to the Caribbean. This move has increased tensions with Venezuela and raised worries about a possible direct confrontation in Latin America. President Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela has accused the U.S. administration under President Donald Trump of creating a war as American military forces gather near Venezuela's coast.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace, forever, forever, forever. Peace forever. No crazy war. No a la guerra loca. No crazy war, no crazy war. Please, please, please. Yes, peace, peace forever, peace forever. Victory forever defeats. Victory forever defeats.
The Pentagon announced on Friday that the USS Gerald R. Ford, along with 5 destroyers and a nuclear-powered submarine, has been moved from its duties in Europe and is now operating under U.S. Southern Command. Officials say this operation is part of a campaign to disrupt drug trafficking routes in the region. Since September, 10 F-35 stealth fighter jets and 8 U.S. Navy vessels have been involved. In a speech broadcast by state media, President Maduro claimed that the United States is setting the stage for armed conflict in the area. He referenced past U.S. interventions and promised that Venezuelans will prevent any war. They are fabricating a new eternal war. They said they would never again get involved in a war, and they are creating a war that we are going to stop, Maduro said. The U.S. military has cited anti-narcotics operations as the reason for the deployment. Pentagon spokesperson stressed that the aim is to detect, monitor, and disrupt illegal activities that threaten U.S. interests and regional security. However, analysts and other governments in the region have raised concerns that the significant U.S. military buildup, reportedly the largest in decades, could lead to direct conflict.
CIA have authority to take out Maduro?
Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given. Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela is feeling heat, but I think a lot of other countries are feeling heat too. We're not going to let this country, our country, be ruined because other people want to drop, as you say, their worst. They have given us their worst.
Since the campaign began, strikes by U.S. forces on at least 10 boats have reportedly killed over 40 people. Local governments and families say many of those on board were civilians, including fishermen. The Pentagon insists these operations target drug trafficking organizations and narco-terrorism. Despite the rising tensions and heated exchanges, U.S. officials continue to say there are no plans for offensive operations against Venezuela. The U.S. has reaffirmed its commitment to fighting transnational criminal groups while also supporting democratic movements in Venezuela. As tensions rise, the world's attention is focused once again on the Caribbean, where the risk of a new flashpoint between Washington and Caracas is evident.
And viewers, the popular veteran actor Satish Shah died on October 25th at around 2:30 p.m. at Mumbai's Hinduja Hospital. He was battling kidney-related complications and had recently undergone a transplant. Here's more.
Veteran Bollywood actor Satish Shah has passed away on Saturday. The 74-year-old actor, famous for his roles in Sarabhai vs. Sarabhai, Jaane Bhi Do Yaro, and Main Hoon Na, is no more. The actor's body remains at the hospital and his funeral will take place today. He became a household name through his memorable roles in both films and television.
Lovely. Move forward. Move forward. Lovely.
ये आप इसके आगे पीछे क्या देख रहे हैं?
मैं इसे हर एंगल से देख रहा हूँ. मुझे इसमें स्पार्क नजर आता है. ये हिंदुस्तान की टॉप हीरोइन बन सकती है. टॉप हीरोइन. Oh, sorry.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Saturday condoled the death of veteran actor Satish Shah, describing him as a legend who brought laughter to millions through his work in films and television. Various actors also expressed their grievances over the death of actor Satish Shah and appreciated him for his incredible work. Anupam Kher remembered him and expressed his grief over the actor's passing.
3 दिन में 3-4 दिन में इतने अच्छे लोग चले गए, क्या हो रहा है? वो मेरे साथ के उफ, उस हंसी, खोखली हंसी के पीछे बहुत उदासी है दोस्त। सतीश शाह, मैं सतीश शाह को जब भी फोन करता था, मैं उसको बोलता था, सतीश मेरे शाह। वो बोलता था जहाँ पनाह, तो मैंने कहा नहीं, शाह, सतीश शाह। मैं चश्मा पहन लेता हूँ, नहीं तो ये जो आंसू है ना, ये ठीक नहीं लगेंगे। बड़ा ही अच्छा दोस्त था मेरा। शॉकिंग, इट्स शॉकिंग।
As tributes pour in from celebrities and leaders across the country, the entire nation mourns the loss of Satish Shah, a legend whose laughter and memorable performances will be remembered forever.
ओहो, जल्दी करो ना।
Okay. ये पैंट कैसे फट गई?
ये आवाज कैसे आई?
जंगल में ऐसी खौफनाक आवाजें आती ही रहती हैं।
Viewers, much coming right up. Donald Trump embarks on a 5-day trip to Asia with a key meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping aimed at easing trade tensions and exploring investment deals. One of the headline-setting interviews of the year, Padma Bhushan Harish Salve joins Arnab Goswami on Legends for an unfiltered, powerful and deeply insightful conversation.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
After finally agreeing on a ceasefire with Pakistan, Afghanistan plans to restrict Pakistan's access to water by building dams across the Kunar River as soon as possible. The order came from Supreme Leader Molavi Hibatullah Akhundzada.
His Highness, the Amirul Momineen, may God bless him and grant him peace, has instructed to start the construction of the dams at Kunar as soon as possible, and to enter into agreements with internal companies, and not to wait for foreign companies.
The green light for blocking Pakistan's water source underpins the Taliban's urgency while it deals with violence along the Durand line. Recently, Islamabad also accused Kabul of backing the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which the former had labeled a terrorist group. The Taliban's move to limit flow of water into Pak echo steps taken by India after the terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam on April.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with Republic. It's 10 a.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. Viewers, the Satara doctor suicide case is blowing up. There have been 2 arrests that have been made, and we have some exclusive details that is coming up on the case. We'll be getting you all of that and much more. But first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. Kabul-Islamabad peace talks begin in Istanbul. Focus on ceasefire and territorial integrity. Pakistan issues open war warning amid tense peace talks with Afghanistan. Massive landslide hits Kerala's Idukki. 1 killed, several houses destroyed. Trump arrives in Malaysia ahead of ASEAN as U.S China to begin trade talks. As demand for SIT investigation in Satara doctor suicide case grows louder, police arrest both the accused. In one of the headline-setting interviews of the year, Padma Bhushan Hari Salve joins Arnab Goswami on Legends for an unfiltered, powerful and deeply insightful conversation. All right, starting this edition with the breaking news that is coming in. This one's from Istanbul, ladies and gentlemen. There is a dialogue between Kabul and Islamabad that has resumed in Istanbul on Saturday, marking the continuation of the Doha negotiations, with discussions centered on extending the ceasefire and ensuring mutual respect for territorial integrity, including airspace and land space sovereignty. Now, according to the Afghan media, a high-level delegation from the Islamic Emirate, led by Deputy Minister of Interior Rahmatullah Najib, is representing Afghanistan at the high-level meeting. So the dialogue between Kabul and Islamabad has now resumed in Istanbul, which has marked a crucial step in the ongoing peace negotiations between Afghanistan and Pakistan. The talks, which are a continuation of the Doha negotiations, are focused on extending the ceasefire and ensuring mutual respect for territorial integrity, including airspace and land space sovereignty. All right, let's cut straight across to Gursimran, who's joining me live on the phone line. Gursimran, we are getting to know that there is an ongoing peace talk between Afghanistan and Pakistan. This one is from Istanbul. Of course, this is marking a very, very crucial step in the ongoing peace negotiations. However, talk to us about how fragile the ceasefire talks have been up until now, and how is this going to pan out further for Pakistan especially?
See, one thing is very clear that has come out during the first phase of the talks that has taken place last week in Doha and this time that are taking place in Istanbul, that Afghanistan has denied to take any diktat from Pakistan. They are saying that any agreement that will be reached upon, that will be on the mutual consensus, and issues of both the sides have to be catered. It is not that the Pakistan dictating that the Afghan soil not be used against Pakistan, and Afghan will be agreeing to that. It will be that Pakistan and Afghanistan both will be putting up their issues, and their issues will be discussed. Rather than accusations and allegations, it will be a discussion on the issues that both are facing. For Afghanistan, the key issue continues to be Afghan refugees that live on this side, and they are being forcefully pushed back to Afghanistan. While for Pakistan, it is Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan that has given many sleepless nights to the military leadership of Pakistan. And now the situation is that they are forced to hold talks not only with Afghanistan, but also with the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan via Jirga members in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So Pakistan is on the back foot, and now they are holding the talks. The talks are underway. What we are getting to know that these talks will continue today as well before a official handout will be released by the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Turkey with regards to the achievements or the development that has taken place in these talks.
Well, absolutely, Gursimran. By the looks of it, the wall seems to be closing in on Pakistan. Thank you for getting us these updates, Gursimran. We'll be very, very closely tracking the story. For now, ladies and gentlemen, shifting our focus to another story that we are tracking. Now, the Indian Armed Forces are unleashing a display of unity and might at India's western border, Exercise Trishul. Now, this is not just another drill. It is a high-stakes symphony of steel and strategy, a tri-services extravaganza pulling together the precision of the army, the unyielding reach of the navy and the sky-high dominance of the air force. Now, meanwhile, Pakistan is completely rattled and have restricted airspace in the central and southern Pakistan. Take a look at this report.
India is rolling out its tri-service war drill, Trishul, from October 30th to November 10th. Trishul will take place along the Pakistan border right on the volatile Sur Creek. The NOTAM locks airspace up to 28,000 feet, stretching from Jaisalmer to Kutch, turning the desert, creek and coast into a live-fire theatre of Army, Navy and Air Force synergy. And amidst this, Pakistan has entered panic mode. Just days before the drill, Islamabad issued a NOTAM, shutting down central southern air routes, citing caution after India's Trishul NOTAM. These curbs reflect panic as India gears up for its biggest joint warfare rehearsal after Operation Sindoor. Earlier this month, Rajnath Singh had warned Pakistan against any misadventure in the Sur Creek region, and this could be another warning.
साथियों, आजादी के 78 साल बीत जाने के बावजूद सरक्रीक इलाके में सीमा को लेकर एक विवाद खड़ा किया जाता है। भारत ने कई बार बातचीत के रास्ते इसका समाधान करने का प्रयास किया है, मगर पाकिस्तान की नीयत में खोट है, उसकी नीयत साफ नहीं है। जिस तरह से हाल में पाकिस्तान की फौज ने सरक्रीक के सटे इलाकों में अपना मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ाया है, वह उसकी नीयत बताता है। साथियों, भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा भारतीय सेनाएं और बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स मिलकर मुस्तैदी से कर रही हैं। अगर सरक्रीक इलाके में पाकिस्तान की ओर से कोई भी हिमाकत की गई तो उसे ऐसा करारा जवाब मिलेगा कि इतिहास और भूगोल दोनों बदल जाएंगे मेरे साथियों। और 1965 की जंग में भारत की सेना ने लाहौर तक पहुंचने का सामर्थ्य भी दिखाया।
Trishul isn't just going to be a drill, it will be a display of strength to show the world a battle-ready spectacle that's rattling Pakistan's nerves.
Now, shifting our focus to another top story that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen, U.S. President Donald Trump met with Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, and Qatar Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Jassim Al Thani aboard the Air Force One. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting was focused on maintaining the fragile Gaza ceasefire, with Trump praising Qatar's crucial role in mediating indirect talks between Israel and Hamas. In fact, Trump has also expressed gratitude for Qatar's efforts. Listen in to what the U.S. president had to say.
Well, the Emir is one of the great rulers of the world, not just the Middle East. He's beloved and respected by his country. I don't know what's more important, being beloved or respected. Both. You have a preference? Because you have both. You're one of the few. And the Prime Minister has been my friend and a friend to the world. And we've done a lot together in the last, especially in the last year. What we've done is incredible. Peace to the Middle East. And they were a very big factor in it. So I just want to thank you. I was thinking, we're landing here, we're going to fuel up, and it's such an honor to have you on the plane. And I know you don't do this often.
Never, first time.
I don't think he's ever done this, actually. But it's an honor. We have a great ally. He's a great ally. They are a great ally, and these are two great men. And as long as we're together and you have those cameras rolling, I want to just say we express our thanks. And you have a safe Middle East right now. And you're going to keep it that way for a long time.
Well,
for a very long time.
Now, Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro has accused the U.S. of creating a new war after it ordered the world's largest warship to the Caribbean. The USS Gerald R. Ford can carry up to 90 aircrafts, and its deployment signals a huge increase in U.S. firepower in the region. The US has carried out 10 airstrikes on the vessels in the area and is part of what it claims a fight against drug traffickers. Now, US President Donald Trump has accused Maduro of leading a drug trafficking organization, a claim that Maduro vehemently denies. Now, many in Venezuela worry that a US military buildup is aimed at removing Trump's longtime rival from power. Take a look at this report.
The United States has sent the USS Gerald R. Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier, along with a strike group, to the Caribbean. This move has increased tensions with Venezuela and raised worries about a possible direct confrontation in Latin America. President Nicolás Maduro of Venezuela has accused the U.S. administration under President Donald Trump of creating a war as American military forces gather near Venezuela's coast.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace, forever, forever, forever. Peace forever. No crazy war. No a la guerra loca. No crazy war, no crazy war. Please, please, please. Yes, peace, peace forever, peace forever. Victory forever defeats. Victory forever defeats.
The Pentagon announced on Friday that the USS Gerald R. Ford, along with 5 destroyers and a nuclear-powered submarine, has been moved from its duties in Europe and is now operating under U.S. Southern Command. Officials say this operation is part of a campaign to disrupt drug trafficking routes in the region. Since September, 10 F-35 stealth fighter jets and 8 U.S. Navy vessels have been involved. In a speech broadcast by state media, President Maduro claimed that the United States is setting the stage for armed conflict in the area. He referenced past U.S. interventions and promised that Venezuelans will prevent any war. They are fabricating a new eternal war. They said they would never again get involved in a war, and they are creating a war that we are going to stop, Maduro said. The U.S. military has cited anti-narcotics operations as the reason for the deployment. Pentagon spokesperson stressed that the aim is to detect, monitor, and disrupt illegal activities that threaten U.S. interests and regional security. However, analysts and other governments in the region have raised concerns that the significant U.S. military buildup, reportedly the largest in decades, could lead to direct conflict.
CIA have authority to take out Maduro?
Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given. Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela is feeling heat, but I think a lot of other countries are feeling heat too. We're not going to let this country, our country, be ruined because other people want to drop, as you say, their worst. They have given us their worst.
Since the campaign began, strikes by U.S. forces on at least 10 boats have reportedly killed over 40 people. Local governments and families say many of those on board were civilians, including fishermen. The Pentagon insists these operations target drug trafficking organizations and narco-terrorism. Despite the rising tensions and heated exchanges, U.S. officials continue to say there are no plans for offensive operations against Venezuela. The U.S. has reaffirmed its commitment to fighting transnational criminal groups while also supporting democratic movements in Venezuela. As tensions rise, the world's attention is focused once again on the Caribbean, where the risk of a new flashpoint between Washington and Caracas is evident.
Now, in one of the most awaited interviews of the year, Padma Bhushan Harish Salve joins Arnab Goswami on Legends for an unfiltered, Powerful and a deeply insightful conversation. Now, from his biggest courtroom battles to his views on India's judicial transformation, Salve opens up like never before. This is not just a legal interview. It is a masterclass in integrity, intellect and inspiration. The man who represented India at the ICJ defended iconic personalities and stood firm in high-stakes national and global cases, shares his legacy, his learnings and his life beyond the law. Take a look.
There was a disturbing attempt to harm the CJI physically in the court. It happened, an act that the nation has rightly condemned. We at Republic has also condemned it, and we unequivocally condemn it even today. But do you think some of the remarks of the Chief Justice of India on Lord Vishnu could have been avoided? I mean, when the Chief Justice of India makes such a remark, why does he make such a remark? He's the Chief Justice of India. Should he have avoided those remarks? What's this tendency that's coming up?
See, judges must now come to a reality. Speaking for myself, I do not, maybe I'm old school, I do not like this idea of live streaming of hearing in courts and these youngsters, your law chakra and law bench and God knows what all, latching on to every word that the judge or lawyer says. And I always tell Rhythm, I said, what is this? You guys use phrases like, court ne patkar lagai. The judge had asked a question, you guys are on it. But this is the new reality.
What?
This is the new
reality. You're blaming the media for it.
No.
So they say things in the court.
No. So today you are there and you are there to hear what they say. They should be very careful of what they say. I know I suffered this.
Are they not been saying to be quoted?
They've always been saying to be quoted. I remember when...
You think Justice Gavai made that comment on Lord Vishnu accidentally?
Let me tell you something.
Accidentally?
See, then loose talk becomes a habit.
But by the Chief Justice?
By a human being. This is what happens. You start with a bad habit of making strong statements and then picking up the newspaper next morning or checking as
really?
Republic picked it up.
Has that happened?
Of course.
With judges?
Of course.
They want publicity?
Of course. Ask some of your colleagues.
Give me the inside story on it.
You ask some of your colleagues.
Give me the inside. I don't know. My colleagues are sitting there smiling.
Ask some of your colleagues who write articles on Supreme Court. How many of them have been called and said, are you going to cover this?
Oh,
ask them. Of course.
Oh, okay. Really?
Of course they do.
What else happens?
Not everybody, but some people do.
What else happens?
I don't know. I'm not there for the last 10 years. It happens. You know it.
Oh, God.
Ask Rhythm. How many of my colleagues and how many of judges call her and why did you say this or why did you not say this? So, of course, we all know. So,
really?
you know, then what happens is you get into a habit of loose commentary.
Okay.
And then sometimes these kind of comments come out.
Yeah. They should learn from you and me how restrained we are, how held back we are.
I can afford to be irresponsible. They can't. That's why I don't like being a minister, don't like being a judge.
You would be a wonderful minister.
No, I won't be. I'll be irresponsible in what I say.
Sometimes very important for me as a representative of the media to ask you, are the courts transgressing their boundaries?
Of course they are. I make no bones about saying this. Of course they are. You know, there was a joke. One time in London, I had a professional consultation with Lloyd's, the big insurance company. And I told them, maybe you should consider a new line of business in India. It's called PIL insurance.
PIL?
Whenever somebody launches a project, you can start an insurance against public interest litigation, some on ground of you're violating tribal rights, you're violating this right, you're violating that right, you've taken away somebody's land.
Yeah.
You start a PIL.
Recently, there was a disturbing attempt to harm the CJI physically in the court. It happened, an act that the nation has rightly condemned. We at Republic has also condemned it, and we unequivocally condemn it even today. But do you think some of the remarks of the Chief Justice of India on Lord Vishnu could have been avoided? I mean, when the Chief Justice of India makes such a remark, why does he make such a remark? He's the Chief Justice of India. Should he have avoided those remarks? What's this tendency that's coming up?
See, judges must now come to a reality. Speaking for myself, I do not, maybe I'm old school, I do not like this idea of live streaming of hearing in courts and these youngsters, your law chakra and law bench and God knows what all, latching on to every word that the judge or lawyer says. And I always tell Rhythm, I said, what is this? You guys use phrases like, court ne phatkar lagai. The judge had asked a question, you guys are on it. But this is the new reality.
What?
This is the new
You're blaming
reality.
the media for it.
No.
So they say things in the court.
No. So today you are there, and you are there to hear what they say. They should be very careful of what they say. I know I suffered this.
Are they not been saying to be quoted?
They've always been saying to be quoted. I remember when...
You think Justice Gavai made that comment on Lord Vishnu accidentally?
Let me tell you something.
Accidentally?
See, then loose talk becomes a habit.
But by the Chief Justice?
By a human being. This is what happens. You start with a bad habit of making strong statements and then picking up the newspaper next morning or checking as
really
Republic picked it up.
Has that happened?
Of course.
With judges?
Of course.
They want publicity?
Of course. Ask some of your colleagues.
Give me the inside story on it.
You ask some of your colleagues.
Give me the inside. I don't know. My colleagues are sitting there smiling.
Ask some of your colleagues who write articles on Supreme Court. How many of them have been called and said, are you going to cover this?
Oh,
ask them. Of course.
Oh, okay. Really?
Of course they do.
What else happens?
Not everybody, but some people do.
What else happens?
I don't know. I'm not there for the last 10 years. Well, it happens. You know it.
Oh, God.
Ask Rhythm. How many of my colleagues and how many of judges call her and why did you say this or why did you not say this? So, of course, we all know. So,
really?
you know, then what happens is you get into a habit of loose commentary.
Okay.
And then sometimes these kind of comments come out.
Yeah. They should learn from you and me how restrained we are, how held back we are.
I can afford to be irresponsible. They can't. That's why I don't like being a minister, don't like being a judge.
You would be a wonderful minister.
No, I won't be. I'll be irresponsible in what I say.
We'll interview you every morning.
Yes. I will bring my government down within 48 hours.
You know they're afraid of you in the court. They're afraid of you in the court. They're afraid of you. Every time you take the flight back, and I know you have many private jets flying you back.
Oh, never.
Every time your private jet comes back, there are many lawyers and judges who are watching. Oh, he's landed. When will he go back? It's true.
I'm so happy you made me the owner of Lufthansa.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can. Tracking some other stories from across the country in Bharat in 1 minute. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah hinted at a cabinet expansion after November when his government completes half-term. The Chief Minister said that the Congress High Command told him 4 months ago to take up cabinet expansion, but he told them that the exercise would be carried out after his government completes 2.5 years. A man was killed and his wife critically injured after a landslide buried their house in Adimali in Kerala's Idukki district, triggering a grueling 7-hour-long rescue operations by the emergency teams and local residents. The special investigation team appointed by the Kerala High Court has questioned Pankaj Bhandari, the CEO of Smart Creation in Chennai, over the alleged disappearance of gold linked to the Sabrimala temple's restoration work. The company had undertaken the electroplating of gold-clad copper coverings of the Dwarpalika idols at the Sabrimala Aryappan temple. The SIT brought the accused Unni Krishnan Potti to Chennai after raiding his residence in Bengaluru. Coming up forward. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. And on the other side, Trump arrives in Malaysia ahead of Asian as U.S. China to begin trade talks. Kabul-Islamabad peace talks begin in Istanbul. Focus on ceasefire and territorial integrity. We'll be tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Can you remember any one case you've represented, any one moment, anecdote you'd like to share with us? You had the front row seats in every corporate battle. Tata Sons battle, that time you represented the group against, I think there was C.A. Sundaram, I think, on the other side. And we've seen some fresh disagreements recently in the Tatas, appear to be settled now. Is there any moment you remember which you'd like to share with us? You know, because we are told the biggest of business houses, politicians, all sit and listen attentively and go by your advice. Is there any in your last 50 years of your legal career, anything you'd like to remember, any moment which you think tells a bigger story, a moment from your career?
The great moments of my life have come out of non-corporate battles. And I think the 2 or 3 big moments of my life, as a young lawyer, I was addressing 5 judges in the bearer bonds case. I was 3 years at the bar. For the first 5 minutes, I could barely get my voice to come out of my mouth. And I must say, old man Chandrachud, not this Chief Justice,
Yes.
Farmer, he was very good to choose.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Should there be a law on malicious prosecution
yes.
strongly
In
implemented in
India-
this country? Because we are all victims of it. You know, you file a case against a common man, the common man gets harassed, family gets hounded, jailed, blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking only about myself, so, but I'm saying that these are cases where the foundational principles of justice get questioned. There's too much of it.
You know what we need? way back in 87 or 88, Justice Hugo Black, one of the most famous judges of the U.S. Supreme Court, great champion of rights, he had come to India. And I remember I was in the audience, I was very young that time, and Fali Nariman and all saying, oh, our Supreme Court has said this about fundamental rights and that about fundamental rights. He said something very interesting. He says, don't give me all this high-flying jurisprudence. Do you have a Civil Rights Act? You must create a Civil Rights Act. If a citizen is wrongly arrested, there must be a statute under which he gets money, compensation.
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories, contemporary and consequential for India. This week there was a lot to pick, and I bring three for you. One purely domestic, second from our neighborhood, and the third one from the world of geopolitics. First up, the Afghanistan mistake that Pakistan would pay for through its nose. The Durand line is hot again, and this time the Pakistani generals might have bitten more than they can chew. Second, the sanctions war by the West, essentially led by the United States against Russia, has intensified this week with global consequences. It's Cold War 2.0 by non-military means, and you get to hear the consequences. And finally, a look at Bihar's impractical and unsustainable election promises made by parties cutting across the political divide. They're just one lesson from Bihar freebie promises. Dreams need foundations, not unimplementable promises. Let's get going. Hubris always end with ignominy. The Pakistan army realized it this week, not for the first time, of course, at the hands of the Taliban regime in Kabul. Such was the military and diplomatic disaster inflicted on Pakistan by Afghanistan that a little less shameless leadership would have no place to hide. But when General Asim Munir can anoint himself a failed marshal despite a complete decimation by India during Operation Sindoor, he can be considered Teflon-coated when it comes to matters of shame. So it is that when Pakistan launched its air strikes across the Durand line into Afghanistan, the generals in Rawalpindi, driven by hubris, did not anticipate the ferocity of the response. Not only did a ragtag Afghan military force, still organizing itself into a modern army, hit back, they captured Pakistani tanks and soldiers, took off their pants, and hoisted them at town squares. The pageantry had a message: don't mess around with the Afghans. In a way, Kabul is the burial ground of empires, from the British to the Russians, from the Americans to now the buffoonish Pakistan army. Like with India, so with Afghanistan, Pakistan folded up in 4 days and cried uncle, seeking ceasefire through mediation. Qatar came to the rescue, but it did not end there. The Afghans gave an ultimatum. If the statement of ceasefire released by Qatar did not remove the word border used for the Durand line, there won't be a let-up in the wrath of the Afghans. It took the Qataris all of 1 day to make that amend. As the Pakistanis were celebrating the reprieve, Afghanistan's defense minister, Mullah Muhammad Yaqub, fired a salvo. The Durand line was not up for discussion, and that nations should beware of calling it a border between them and Pakistan. Why this touchiness about the Durand line? Here's a brief history. After having failed in the First and Second Afghan wars in the 18th century, the British adopted a two-pronged strategy to secure British India's northern borders along the Hindu Kush ranges against an expanding Russian empire. First was a policy of territorial acquisition by creep, slow capture of small regions along the colonial borders, and then to negotiate with the then Emir of Afghanistan, a border which would formalize the boundaries, effectively turning Afghanistan into a buffer state between the British and Russian super empires. When Sir Mortimer Durand, the then Foreign Secretary of the British government arrived in Kabul to negotiate with the Emir, Abdur Rahman Khan, in 1893. He found an unwilling negotiator. The Emir opposed the border that would coerce him to abandon his formal sovereignty over the Pashtun tribes, which would remain outside the Afghan border. When Durand asked him why he wanted to keep Waziristan, for example, which was very poor on natural resources and was scarcely populated, Abdur Rahman answered with one word, Naam, which means honor. The Khan was ultimately forced to sign the agreement under the threat of an economic embargo. He was dependent on the British for arms, ammunition, and subsidies to maintain control over his territories. He also wanted to avoid a superpower war between Britain and Russia on his land. As with the Emir in 1893, so with the Emirates of Taliban now, and all and sundry who have ruled Afghanistan in the intervening centuries. Nobody has ever accepted the legitimacy of the Durand Line. Pakistan inherited the 1893 agreement, but there was never a formal ratification between Islamabad and Kabul of the same. Now here is an interesting twist. When the partition plan was put into action by the British, Pashtun leader Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, also known as Frontier Gandhi in our textbooks, declared that his people did not want to join Pakistan. They wanted to either be independent or be with fellow Afghans. But with the British brokering, a referendum was held in which both the options were not available. The Pashtuns could either join India or Pakistan, which they ultimately did. Again, under the pressure of British and the Muslim League. Can you imagine? Even this swathe of territory under Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province today did not want to be part of Pakistan. Imagine again, had the British not played the great game and forced the Pashtuns to join Pakistan, Pakistan would have been an even more moth-eaten Pakistan than what Jinnah ultimately got. Unfortunately for the people of Afghanistan, a century and more later, the great game has continued. Only the faces have changed. As the Russians came into Afghanistan in the late 1970s, the Americans propped up the Taliban, with Pakistan becoming a willing partner. Through the 1980s, 1990s, and the 2000s, the Afghans, particularly the Pashtuns, have continued to pay the price of war and strife. As Pakistan sought an elusive strategic depth in controlling Afghanistan and chose to become a staging ground for the radical extremist and terror elements in America's Afghan war, it has got equally cinched, and the result is an active insurgency in both its provinces to the west, Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. There's a groundswell of anger among the Afghans. They are meticulously rebuilding the war machine. This video, for example, shows the 1990s era junked Russian tanks being re-engineered for training purposes. Videos are being released projecting military readiness to inflict costs in case Pakistan repeats the misadventure of past fortnight. At the heart of the dispute is Pakistani insistence that while the Afghan Taliban are good, their Pakistani cousins, the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, or the TTP, are bad terrorists. The GHQ thought their selective targeting of TTP won't elicit an Afghan response. They have realized to the contrary, with a bloodied nose in the bargain. Look at this video. It claims that while the Pak army is hitting targets in Kabul looking for the TTP leadership, the Pakistani Taliban operate freely in Bajaur, a district in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa fully in the jurisdiction of the ineffective and toothless Pakistan army. Look at this narration by Abdullah Azam, one of the advisors to the Taliban government in Kabul. He recalls an anecdote from June 2021 in Doha, when Taliban were yet to capture Kabul, in which the then ISI chief, General Faiz Hamid, sought the intervention of top Taliban leadership to stop the Mujahideen from obstructing the erection of barbed wire fence in the Baramcha sector of the Durand Line. The Taliban leadership flatly refused. Faiz was not even given an audience with the military chief. Imagine, at that time, technically, the Taliban were at war with a 45-nation coalition led by the United States. And yet, on the Durand Line question, they were firm as a rock. So to now budge or bend when they are in power is ruled out. This is an Afghan commander, for example, instructing a Pakistani ranger across the fence, which Pakistan has built at around US $5 billion of cost, not to carry out patrols as the fence is an imaginary line, and that they should seek Afghan permission, given that across the line also is Pashtun territory. There's a strong view in Kabul that the Pakistan army launched the war at the behest of America, so that the Americans can find a way to get into Afghanistan again and capture the Bagram air base, something repeatedly spoken of by President Trump. During the American occupation of Afghanistan in the last 2 decades, Pakistan provided its territory to be used by the Americans to launch deep strikes in the mountains, as many as 75,000 by some estimates, to target Taliban. It is payback time now. Videos like this one are calling Pakistan a betrayer, a slave nation. This song is in Pashto, but you hear the word namak haram. That's used for Pakistan. Some Afghans are having fun too. Look at this post. Because Pakistan has shut all trade from the Chaman, Torkham or Spin Buldak posts, the tomato supply from Afghan side has gone and affected the vegetable price, which is selling it as high as rupees 700 to a kilo, making it perhaps the second highest inflationary commodity after gold in Pakistan. Last year, just as the Pakistani elites were gloating over successful holding of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Islamabad, in the Jamrud district of troubled Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, a tribal council met and passed 22 resolutions against the Pakistani state. The Jirga was organized by indigenous rights movement, the Pashtun Tahaffuz Mahas, or PTM. Now banned, it has among its objectives a border-free Pashtun state. The Jirga demanded that there should be a visa-free travel for Pashtuns along what Pakistan claims to be its international border with Afghanistan, and which all Afghan governments, including the present one of Taliban, dispute and disagree with, the Durand Line. Historically, and for the oomph factor, the attention has always been on the Red Cliff border or the India-Pakistan border. But it is the Durand Line which has always been hotter in terms of conflict and war, vis-a-vis the Red Cliff Line. And this fortnight, Pakistan's biggest strategic bugbear came true, like how? With the Pakistani forces locked in a battle of attrition involving ground control with Afghanistan. Pakistan midwifed Taliban in its bid to find a strategic depth in Afghanistan. Ironically, today, it is the Afghan Taliban which has found strategic depth in Pakistan with an aligned civilian population in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. As that tongue twister goes, as you sow, so shall you reap. Pakistan has some chickens come home to roost for its indulgence with radicalism and terror over the last 4 decades. While they roost, they are also roasting the Pakistani nation. Wish them Godspeed. Moving on to the second segment. There's a Cold War 2.0 going on, and it's cold only in the historical context of the phrase. The 2.0 version is smoldering hot, with consequences as devastating as the first one. This is the world of economic warfare being led in the main by the United States under President Trump. from tariffs to sanctions, from coercive negotiations to trade barriers. Everything is kosher in this war. The target might be Russia, but ricochet is felt in Chennai and Chengdu alike. America might impose tariffs in search of an elusive parity, but the dominoes disrupt supply chains for Africa alike. On Wednesday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned that if things continue to move in the direction that they were, then the rules-based global trading system, built painstakingly over decades post-World War II, would collapse. He was speaking at the World Trade Organization in Geneva. The WTO, in many ways, has already become a mute spectator as countries negotiate bilateral or multilateral free trade agreements. The trade wars unleashed by Trump's tariff obsession are causing supply chain disruptions, policy dissonance, protectionist scramble, with least developed countries taking the maximum brunt. On Thursday, the European Union released the 19th round of sanctions since the start of Russia's Ukraine war, targeting 48 entities, including 3 from India. The EU leadership believes that the restrictions, which include freezing of all assets of these entities within EU jurisdiction, would debilitate Russia's war machine by either choking money or tech supply, or both. The 18th round a couple of months back had Nayara Energy of India go under the bus, prompting a tapering of Russian oil imports. With the latest round, that might become a cascade. On Thursday, India's biggest private oil refiner came out with a statement that they would align their energy purchases with larger objectives of the government of India. A euphemism, perhaps, for shifting away from the Russian oil purchases to hedge risk of assets freeze. India's energy security is not currently or yet under acute threat from these sanctions. But refiners, both public and private, will need to make difficult and potentially costly choices. Since 2022, India has walked a tightrope in balancing its energy needs with Western expectations. But are these tools working for the West? That's the million-dollar question. Russia is for sure feeling the pinch on capital and technology. Its financial sector is under strain, and its economy is increasingly isolated. And yet, Russia's GDP grew by 3.6% in 2024, outpacing even the United States. This resilience is largely due to its pivot to non-Western partners and its wartime economic model. And that's a big geopolitical shift. In its visceral hate for Putin, the West has inadvertently landed the Russians in the lap of China. And more significantly, what was the primary objective or goal of the sanctions? Ending the war. And where are we on that? I'm not really sure. A frustrated Trump is pressing on the pedal, putting Europe into a squeeze to do more. The strategy has shifted from ancillary sanctions to direct targeting of Russian big firms this week. Wednesday marked the first time in his second term that Trump slapped Ukraine-related sanctions on Russia's 2 biggest oil companies, Rosneft and Lukoil. The EU followed on Thursday. United Kingdom had sanctioned the same companies a week ago, making it look like a coordinated Western move. Oil rose sharply by 5%, suggesting immediate global economic consequences. This seems like a coordinated Western move and a major policy shift. Earlier, Trump was hoping to browbeat nations like India through tariffs to taper trade with Russia, hoping to blunt Russian economy in the bargain. But that's proven counterproductive. Russia is in China's lap, India is mighty annoyed, and the world is taking a serious look at alternative financial systems, not dominated by the American dollar. This week also saw Ethiopia becoming second country after Kenya in the African continent to explore de-dollarization, with its leadership negotiating with the Chinese to convert their dollar loans into yuan. Too early to wager that. But if the West persists with its tariffs and sanctions push, it is likely that a parallel economic order might emerge, less dependent on the United States and the Western camp, less dependent on the dollar. As the saying goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. If the intention is to prevent de-dollarization, then Trump's America needs a rethink. Here's the deal. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was quoted by the media, or American media, as saying that this war is about China versus the rest of the world. If that be the case, then America under Trump is showing no stomach for the battle. There's been some pussyfooting to take Xi head-on. In the same interview, Bessent said that the United States had things more powerful than rare earth supplies that China was weaponizing with disruptions. Why not bring them on and spare the tariffs? As Nike says, just do it.
हमारी सरकार बनने पर जितनी जीविका सीएम दीदियां हैं यानी कम्युनिटी मोबिलाइजर्स हैं, उन सभी सीएम दीदियों को स्थायी कर उन्हें सरकारी कर्मचारी का दर्जा देकर उनके वेतन को 30,000 प्रति माह हम लोग करेंगे.
This was Bihar's leader of opposition and chief ministerial candidate of the Mahagathbandhan, Tejasvi Yadav, promising an undeliverable to the people of his state. Promises are often the currency of elections. From free electricity to guaranteed jobs, political parties have long relied on populist pledges to woo voters. But what happens when these promises collide with the hard wall of fiscal reality? Bihar might present a repeat of Himachal or Karnataka, or even Maharashtra in days to come. And I'm not saying this with the belief that Tejasvi is coming to power, because even the NDA has made promises that would strain delicate financial situation of Bihar. As a build-up to the polls, Tejasvi and his party, the RJD, have pledged that if they come to power, they would provide one government job per family in Bihar within 20 months. Let's look at the numbers. Bihar has approximately 27 million families, and only about 2.1 million of them currently have a member in a government job. To fulfill Tejasvi's promise, the state would then need to create 25 plus million or 2.5 crore new government jobs, a logistical and financial impossibility. For perspective, the present strength of the Bihar government workforce is about 25 lakhs, which means 10 times more employees than the present if Tejasvi's promise is to be fulfilled. With average annual cost per government employee pegged at rupees 2.5 lakhs, the total salary bill would balloon to 6.4 lakh crores annually. That's nearly double of Bihar's entire budget of 3.27 lakh crores this year, and 2.5 times India's central government salary bill. Of course, the RJD isn't alone in playing the populist card. The ruling NDA has its own arsenal of promises. From the Mukhyamantri Mahila Rozgar Yojana, which transferred 10,000 rupees to 75 lakh women, to tripling pensions for widows and the elderly, the NDA has leaned heavily on direct benefit transfers. These schemes, though framed not as handouts, but as seed capital to promote entrepreneurship and self-reliance, still strain the limited fiscal resources of the state. Nitish Kumar's government has also announced rupees 25,000 for Vikas Mitra workers, increased honorariums for Anganwadi workers, and promised 1 crore jobs over 5 years. While these promises may appear more grounded than the RJD's, they still raise questions about the sustainability and fiscal discipline. I have delved on this issue of revdi culture in our polity multiple times in the past. Bihar isn't the only state grappling with the consequences of populist promises. In Karnataka, the Congress government's much publicized 5 Guarantees program has come under fire for straining the state's finances. Despite allocating over 50,000 crore rupees to these schemes, the state is now facing a revenue deficit of 20,000 crores or more. Many Karnataka Congress leaders, including Chief Minister Siddaramaiah himself on the floor of the Assembly, have admitted that not all promises were meant to be implemented, suggesting that some were made purely for electoral appeal. Ditto with Maharashtra. The Mahayuti government's flagship Ladki Bahin scheme, which promised monthly payouts to over 2 crore women, was initially allocated 46,000 crore rupees. However, the 2025-26 budget slashed this to 36,000 crores. And the promised increase from 1,500 to 2,100 per month remains unfulfilled. The government also failed to deliver on its farm loan waiver promise, citing budgetary constraints. With a revenue deficit of 45,000 plus crore rupees, Maharashtra's fiscal space is shrinking rapidly, forcing the government to shelve or delay several schemes post-elections. We know the mockery in Himachal Pradesh, from the samosa probe to the toilet tax. So what does all this tell us? Populist promises, while electorally effective, often ignore the economic realities that underpin governance. In Bihar's case, both major alliances, the RJD-led Mahagathbandhan and the BJP-led NDA, are guilty of dangling carrots that the state's fragile finances cannot or can scarcely afford. The real challenge lies in balancing aspirations with accountability. Bihar needs jobs, yes. It needs better infrastructure, education, and healthcare. But these cannot come at the cost of fiscal collapse and the development imperatives. What's needed is a long-term vision, one that invests in human capital, strengthens institutions, and builds resilient infrastructure. Tejasvi might be desperate to come to power. Nitish might be desperate to hold on to power. But ultimately, the people of Bihar have to decide how their bread is buttered in the long run. Thanks for watching.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Hear from the others.
The National Basketball Association, NBA, is reeling from a massive scandal as the FBI has exposed an illegal gambling and sports rigging operation involving current and former players and coaches. This incident questions the NBA's systemic issue that threatens the very foundation of fair play in professional basketball. The FBI's investigation revealed a network of corruption that spanned years, involving not just the players, but also notorious crime families.
But as you now know, individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, नमस्कार। मन की बात में आप सबका स्वागत है। पूरे देश में इस समय त्योहारों का उल्लास है। हम सब ने कुछ दिन पहले दीपावली मनाई है और अभी बड़ी संख्या में लोग छठ पूजा में व्यस्त हैं। घरों में ठेकुआ बनाया जा रहा है, जगह जगह घाट सज रहे हैं, बाजारों में रौनक है, हर तरफ श्रद्धा, अपनापन और परंपरा का संगम दिख रहा है। छठ का व्रत रखने वाली महिलाएं जिस समर्पण और निष्ठा से इस पर्व की तैयारी करती हैं, वो अपने आप में बहुत प्रेरणादायक है। साथियों, छठ का महापर्व संस्कृति, प्रकृति और समाज के बीच की गहरी एकता का प्रतिबिंब है। छठ के घाटों पर समाज का हर वर्ग एक साथ खड़ा होता है। ये दृश्य भारत की सामाजिक एकता का सबसे सुंदर उदाहरण है। आप देश और दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में हो, यदि मौका मिले तो छठ उत्सव में जरूर हिस्सा लें। एक अनोखे अनुभव को खुद महसूस करें। मैं छठी मैया को नमन करता हूं। सभी देशवासियों को, विशेषकर बिहार, झारखंड और पूर्वांचल के लोगों को छठ महापर्व की शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, त्योहारों के इस अवसर पर मैंने आप सभी के नाम एक पत्र लिखकर अपनी भावनाएं साझा की थी। मैंने चिट्ठी में देश की उन उपलब्धियों के बारे में बताया था जिससे इस बार त्योहारों की रौनक पहले से ज्यादा हो गई है। मेरी चिट्ठी के जवाब में मुझे देश के अनेक नागरिकों ने अपने संदेश भेजे हैं। वाकई ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने हर भारतीय को गर्व से भर दिया है। इस बार उन इलाकों में भी खुशियां के दीप जलाए गए जहां कभी माओवादी आतंक का अंधेरा छाया रहता था। लोग उस माओवादी आतंक का जड़ से खात्मा चाहते हैं जिसने उनके बच्चों का भविष्य संकट में डाल दिया था। जीएसटी बचत उत्सव को लेकर भी लोगों में बहुत उत्साह है। इस बार त्योहारों में एक और सुखद बात देखने को मिली। बाजारों में स्वदेशी सामानों की खरीदारी जबरदस्त तरीके से बढ़ी है। लोगों ने मुझे जो संदेश भेजे हैं उसमें बताया है कि इस बार उन्होंने किन स्वदेशी चीजों की खरीदारी की है। साथियों, मैंने अपने पत्र में खाने के तेल में 10% की कमी करने का भी आग्रह किया था। इस पर भी लोगों ने बहुत सकारात्मक रुख दिखाया है। साथियों, स्वच्छता और स्वच्छता के प्रयास, इस पर भी मुझे ढेर सारे संदेश मिले हैं। मैं आपसे देश के अलग अलग शहरों की ऐसी गाथाएं साझा करना चाहता हूं जो बहुत प्रेरणादायक है। छत्तीसगढ़ के अंबिकापुर में शहर से प्लास्टिक कचरा साफ करने के लिए एक अनोखी पहल की गई है। अंबिकापुर में गार्बेज कैफे चलाए जा रहे हैं। ये ऐसे कैफे हैं जहां प्लास्टिक कचरा लेकर जाने पर भरपेट खाना खिलाया जाता है। अगर कोई व्यक्ति 1 किलो प्लास्टिक लेकर जाए, उसे दोपहर या रात का खाना मिलता है, और कोई आधा किलो प्लास्टिक ले जाए तो नाश्ता मिल जाता है। ये कैफे अंबिकापुर म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन चलाता है। साथियों, इसी तरह का कमाल बेंगलुरु में इंजीनियर कपिल शर्मा जी ने किया है। बेंगलुरु को झीलों का शहर कहा जाता है और कपिल जी ने यहां झीलों को नया जीवन देने का अभियान शुरू किया है। कपिल जी की टीम ने बेंगलुरु और आसपास के इलाकों में 40 कुओं और 6 झीलों को फिर से जिंदा कर दिया है। खास बात तो ये है कि उन्होंने अपने मिशन में कॉरपोरेट्स और स्थानीय लोगों को भी जोड़ा है। उनकी संस्था पेड़ लगाने के अभियान से भी जुड़ी है। साथियों, अंबिकापुर और बेंगलुरु ये प्रेरक उदाहरण बताते हैं कि जब ठान लिया जाए तो बदलाव भी आकर के ही रहता है। साथियों, बदलाव के एक और प्रयास का उदाहरण मैं आपसे साझा करना चाहता हूं। आप सब जानते हैं, जैसे पहाड़ों पर और मैदानी इलाकों में जंगल होते हैं, ये जंगल मिट्टी को बांधे रहते हैं। कुछ वैसी ही अहमियत समंदर के किनारे मैंग्रोव की होती है। मैंग्रोव समुद्र के खारे पानी और दलदली जमीन में उगते हैं और समुद्री इकोसिस्टम का एक अहम हिस्सा होते हैं। सुनामी या साइक्लोन जैसी आपदा आने पर ये मैंग्रोव बहुत मददगार साबित होते हैं। साथियों, गुजरात के वन विभाग ने मैंग्रोव के इस महत्व को समझते हुए खास मुहिम चलाई हुई है। 5 साल पहले वन विभाग की टीमों ने अहमदाबाद के नजदीक धौलेरा में मैंग्रोव लगाने का काम शुरू किया था और आज धौलेरा तट पर 3,500 हेक्टेयर में मैंग्रोव फैल चुके हैं। इन मैंग्रोव का असर आज पूरे क्षेत्र में देखने को मिल रहा है। वहां की इकोसिस्टम में डॉल्फिन्स की संख्या बढ़ गई है। केकड़े और दूसरे जलीय जीव भी पहले से ज्यादा हो गए हैं। यही नहीं, अब यहाँ प्रवासी पक्षी भी काफी संख्या में आ रहे हैं। इससे वहां के पर्यावरण पर अच्छा प्रभाव तो पड़ा ही है, धौलेरा के मछली पालकों को भी फायदा हो रहा है। साथियों, धौलेरा के अलावा गुजरात के कच्छ में भी इन दिनों मैंग्रोव प्लांटेशन बहुत जोरों पर हो रहा है। वहां कोरी क्रीक में मैंग्रोव लर्निंग सेंटर भी बनाया गया है। साथियों, पेड़ पौधों की, वृक्षों की यही तो खासियत होती है। जगह चाहे कोई भी हो, वो हर जीव मात्र की बेहतरी के लिए काम आते हैं। इसलिए तो हमारे ग्रंथों में कहा गया है, धन्या महिरुहा येभ्यो निराशाम यान्ति नार्थिनः, अर्थात वो वृक्ष और वनस्पतियां धन्य है जो किसी को भी निराश नहीं करते। हमें भी चाहिए, हम जिस भी इलाके में रहते हैं, पेड़ अवश्य लगाएं। एक पेड़ मां के नाम के अभियान को हमें और आगे बढ़ाना है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, क्या आप जानते हैं कि मन की बात में हम जिन विषयों पर चर्चा करते हैं, उनमें मेरे लिए सबसे संतोष की बात क्या होगी? तो मैं इस बारे में यही कहूंगा कि मन की बात में हम जिन विषयों की चर्चा करते हैं, उनसे लोगों को समाज के लिए कुछ अच्छा, कुछ इनोवेटिव करने की प्रेरणा मिलती है। इससे हमारी संस्कृति, हमारे देश के कई पहलू उभर कर सामने आते हैं। साथियों, आप में से बहुतों को याद होगा, करीब 5 वर्ष पहले मैंने इस कार्यक्रम में भारतीय नस्ल के श्वान यानी डॉग्स की चर्चा की थी। मैंने देशवासियों के साथ ही अपने सुरक्षा बलों से आग्रह किया था कि वे भारतीय नस्ल के डॉग्स को अपनाएं, क्योंकि वो हमारे परिवेश और परिस्थितियों के अनुरूप ज्यादा आसानी से ढल जाते हैं। मुझे ये बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि हमारी सुरक्षा एजेंसियों ने इस दिशा में काफी सराहनीय प्रयास किए हैं। बीएसएफ और सीआरपीएफ ने अपने दस्तों में भारतीय नस्ल के डॉग्स की संख्या बढ़ाई है। डॉग्स की ट्रेनिंग के लिए बीएसएफ का नेशनल ट्रेनिंग सेंटर ग्वालियर के टेकनपुर में है। यहाँ उत्तर प्रदेश के रामपुर हाउंड कर्नाटका और महाराष्ट्र के मुधोल हाउंड, इस पर विशेष रूप से फोकस किया जा रहा है। इस सेंटर पर ट्रेनर्स टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन की मदद से श्वानों को बेहतर तरीके से ट्रेन कर रहे हैं। भारतीय नस्ल वाले डॉग्स के लिए ट्रेनिंग मैनुअल्स को फिर से लिखा गया है ताकि उनके यूनिक स्ट्रेंथ्स को सामने लाया जा सके। बेंगलुरु में सीआरपीएफ के डॉग ब्रीडिंग एंड ट्रेनिंग स्कूल में मॉन्ग्रेल्स, मुधोल हाउंड, कोम्बाई और पांडिकोना जैसे भारतीय श्वानों को ट्रेन किया जा रहा है। साथियों, पिछले वर्ष लखनऊ में ऑल इंडिया पुलिस ड्यूटी मीट का आयोजन हुआ था। उस समय रिया नाम की श्वान ने लोगों का ध्यान अपनी ओर खींचा था। ये एक मुधोल हाउंड है जिसे बीएसएफ ने ट्रेन किया है। रिया ने यहाँ कई फॉरेन ब्रीड्स को पछाड़ते हुए पहला पुरस्कार जीता। साथियों, अब बीएसएफ ने अपने डॉग्स को विदेशी नामों के बजाय भारतीय नाम देने की परंपरा शुरू की है। हमारे यहाँ के देशी श्वान ने अद्भुत साहस भी दिखाया है। पिछले वर्ष छत्तीसगढ़ के माओवाद से प्रभावित रहे क्षेत्र में गश्त के दौरान सीआरपीएफ के एक देशी श्वान ने 8 किलोग्राम विस्फोटक का पता लगाया था। बीएसएफ और सीआरपीएफ ने इस दिशा में जो प्रयास किए हैं उसके लिए मैं उन्हें बधाई देता हूं। वैसे मुझे 31 अक्टूबर का भी इंतजार है। यह लौह पुरुष सरदार पटेल की जयंती का दिन है। इस अवसर पर हर वर्ष गुजरात के एकता नगर में स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी के समीप विशेष समारोह आयोजित किए जाते हैं। यहीं पर एकता दिवस परेड भी होती है और इस परेड में फिर से भारतीय श्वानों के सामर्थ्य का प्रदर्शन होगा। आप भी मौका निकालकर इसे जरूर देखिएगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, सरदार पटेल जी की 150वीं जयंती का दिन पूरे देश के लिए एक बहुत विशेष अवसर है। सरदार पटेल आधुनिक काल में राष्ट्र की सबसे महान विभूतियों में से एक रहे हैं। उनके विराट व्यक्तित्व में अनेक गुण एक साथ समाहित थे। वे एक अत्यंत प्रतिभाशाली छात्र रहे। उन्होंने भारत और ब्रिटेन दोनों ही जगह पढ़ाई में बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन किया। वे अपने समय के सबसे सफल वकीलों में से भी एक थे। वो वकालत में और नाम कमा सकते थे, लेकिन गांधी जी से प्रेरित होकर उन्होंने खुद को स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में पूरी तरह समर्पित कर दिया। खेड़ा सत्याग्रह से लेकर बोरसद सत्याग्रह तक अनेक आंदोलनों में उनके योगदान को आज भी याद किया जाता है। अहमदाबाद म्युनिसिपैलिटी के प्रमुख के रूप में उनका कार्यकाल भी ऐतिहासिक रहा था। उन्होंने स्वच्छता और सुशासन को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी। उप प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री के रूप में उनके योगदान के लिए हम सभी सदैव उनके ऋणी रहेंगे। साथियों, सरदार पटेल ने भारत के ब्यूरोक्रेटिक फ्रेमवर्क की एक मजबूत नींव भी रखी। देश की एकता और अखंडता के लिए उन्होंने अद्वितीय प्रयास किए। मेरा आप सबसे आग्रह है, 31 अक्टूबर को सरदार साहब की जयंती देश भर में होने वाली रन फॉर यूनिटी में आप भी जरूर शामिल हो, और अकेले नहीं, सबको साथ लेकर के शामिल हो। एक प्रकार से युवा चेतना का ये अवसर बनना चाहिए। एकता की दौड़ एकता को मजबूती देगी। ये उस महान विभूति के प्रति हमारी सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि है जिन्होंने भारत को एकता के सूत्र में पिरोया था। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, चाय के साथ मेरा जुड़ाव तो आप सभी जानते ही हैं, लेकिन आज मैंने सोचा कि मन की बात में क्यों ना कॉफी पर चर्चा की जाए। आपको याद होगा, बीते साल हमने मन की बात में अराकू कॉफी पर बात की थी। कुछ समय पहले ओडिशा के कई लोगों ने मुझसे कोरापुट कॉफी को लेकर भी अपनी भावनाएं साझा की। उन्होंने मुझे पत्र लिखकर कहा कि मन की बात में कोरापुट कॉफी पर भी चर्चा हो। साथियों, मुझे बताया गया है कि कोरापुट कॉफी का स्वाद गजब होता है। और इतना ही नहीं, स्वाद तो स्वाद, कॉफी की खेती भी लोगों को फायदा पहुंचा रही है। कोरापुट में कुछ लोग ऐसे भी हैं जो अपने पैशन की वजह से कॉफी की खेती कर रहे हैं। कॉरपोरेट वर्ल्ड में अच्छी खासी नौकरी करते थे, लेकिन वो कॉफी को इतना पसंद करते हैं कि इस फील्ड में आ गए और अब सफलता से इसमें काम कर रहे हैं। ऐसी कई महिलाएं भी हैं जिनके जीवन में कॉफी से सुखद बदलाव हुआ है। कॉफी से उन्हें सम्मान और समृद्धि दोनों हासिल हुई है। सच ही कहा गया है, कोरापुट कॉफी अत्यंत सुस्वादु, एहा ओडिशारा गौरव। साथियों, दुनिया भर में भारत की कॉफी बहुत लोकप्रिय हो रही है। चाहे कर्नाटका में चिकमंगलूर, कुर्ग और हासन हो, तमिलनाडु में पुलनी, शेवरॉय, नीलगिरी और अन्नामलाई के इलाके हो, कर्नाटका तमिलनाडु सीमा पर बिलीगिरी क्षेत्र हो, या फिर केरला में वायनाड, त्रावणकोर और मालाबार के इलाके, भारत की कॉफी की डाइवर्सिटी देखते ही बनती है। मुझे बताया गया है कि हमारा नॉर्थ ईस्ट भी कॉफी कल्टीवेशन में आगे बढ़ रहा है। इससे भारतीय कॉफी की पहचान दुनिया भर में और मजबूत हो रही है। तभी तो कॉफी को पसंद करने वाले कहते हैं, इंडियाज कॉफी इज कॉफी एट इट्स फाइनेस्ट। इट इज ब्रूड इन इंडिया एंड लव्ड बाय द वर्ल्ड। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, अब मन की बात में एक ऐसे विषय की बात जो हम सबके दिलों के बेहद करीब है। ये विषय है हमारे राष्ट्रगीत का। भारत का राष्ट्रगीत यानी वंदे मातरम, एक ऐसा गीत जिसका पहला शब्द ही हमारे हृदय में भावनाओं का उफान ला देता है। वंदे मातरम, इस एक शब्द में कितने ही भाव है, कितनी ऊर्जाएं हैं। सहज भाव में ये हमें मां भारती के वात्सल्य का अनुभव कराता है। यही हमें मां भारती की संतानों के रूप में अपने दायित्वों का बोध कराता है। अगर कठिनाई का समय होता है तो वंदे मातरम का उद्घोष 140 करोड़ भारतीयों को एकता की ऊर्जा से भर देता है। साथियों, राष्ट्रभक्ति, मां भारती से प्रेम, ये अगर शब्दों से परे की भावना है तो वंदे मातरम उस अमूर्त भावना को साकार स्वर देने वाला गीत है। इसकी रचना बंकिम चंद्र चट्टोपाध्याय जी ने सदियों की गुलामी से शिथिल हो चुके भारत में नए प्राण फूंकने के लिए की थी। वंदे मातरम भले ही 19वीं शताब्दी में लिखा गया था, लेकिन इसकी भावना भारत की हजारों वर्ष पुरानी अमर चेतना से जुड़ी थी। वेदों ने जिस भाव को माता भूमि पुत्रो अहम पृथिव्याः कहकर भारतीय सभ्यता की नींव रखी थी, बंकिम चंद्र जी ने वंदे मातरम लिखकर मातृभूमि और उसकी संतानों के उसी रिश्ते को भाव विश्व में एक मंत्र के रूप में बांध दिया था। साथियों, आप सोच रहे होंगे कि मैं अचानक से वंदे मातरम की इतनी बातें क्यों कर रहा हूं। दरअसल कुछ ही दिनों बाद 7 नवंबर को हम वंदे मातरम के 150वें वर्ष के उत्सव में प्रवेश करने वाले हैं। 150 वर्ष पूर्व वंदे मातरम की रचना हुई थी और 1896 में गुरुदेव रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर ने पहली बार इसे गाया था। साथियों, वंदे मातरम के गान में करोड़ों देशवासियों ने हमेशा राष्ट्र प्रेम के अपार उफान को महसूस किया है। हमारी पीढ़ियों ने वंदे मातरम के शब्दों में भारत के एक जीवंत और भव्य स्वरूप के दर्शन किए हैं। सुजलाम सुफलाम मलयज शीतलाम शस्य श्यामलाम मातरम वंदे मातरम। हमें ऐसा ही भारत बनाना है। वंदे मातरम हमारे इन प्रयासों में हमेशा हमारी प्रेरणा बनेगा। इसलिए हमें वंदे मातरम के 150वें वर्ष को भी यादगार बनाना है। आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए ये संस्कार सरिता को हमें आगे बढ़ाना है। आने वाले समय में वंदे मातरम से जुड़े कई कार्यक्रम होंगे, देश में कई आयोजन होंगे। मैं चाहूंगा हम सब देशवासी वंदे मातरम के गौरवगान के लिए स्वतः स्फूर्त भावना से भी प्रयास करें। आप मुझे अपने सुझाव हैशटैग वंदे मातरम 150 के साथ जरूर भेजिए। हैशटैग वंदे मातरम 150। मुझे आपके सुझावों का इंतजार रहेगा और हम सब इस अवसर को ऐतिहासिक बनाने के लिए काम करेंगे। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, संस्कृत का नाम सुनते ही हमारे मन मस्तिष्क में आता है हमारे धर्म ग्रंथ, वेद, उपनिषद, पुराण, शास्त्र, प्राचीन ज्ञान विज्ञान, अध्यात्म और दर्शन। लेकिन एक समय इन सब के साथ साथ संस्कृत बातचीत की भी भाषा थी। उस युग में अध्ययन और शोध संस्कृत में ही किए जाते थे। नाट्य मंचन भी संस्कृत में होते थे। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से गुलामी के कालखंड में भी और आजादी के बाद भी संस्कृत लगातार उपेक्षा का शिकार हुई। इस वजह से युवा पीढ़ियों में संस्कृत के प्रति आकर्षण भी कम होता चला गया। लेकिन साथियों, अब समय बदल रहा है तो संस्कृत का भी समय बदल रहा है। संस्कृति और सोशल मीडिया की दुनिया ने संस्कृत को नई प्राणवायु दे दी है। इन दिनों कई युवा संस्कृत को लेकर बहुत रोचक काम कर रहे हैं। आप सोशल मीडिया पर जाएंगे तो आपको ऐसी कई रील्स दिखेगी जहां कई युवा संस्कृत में और संस्कृत के बारे में बात करते दिखाई देंगे। कई लोग तो अपने सोशल मीडिया चैनल के जरिए संस्कृत सिखाते भी हैं। ऐसे ही एक युवा कंटेंट क्रिएटर है भाई यश साळुंके। यश की खास बात यह है कि वो कंटेंट क्रिएटर भी है और क्रिकेटर भी हैं। संस्कृत में बात करते हुए क्रिकेट खेलने की उनकी रील लोगों ने खूब पसंद की है। आप सुनिए।
पश्यतु अहम कथम क्रीडामि।
देवराज सेव्यमान पावनांग्रि पंकजं ज्ञानयज्ञ सूत्रमिन्दु शेखरं कृपाकरम्।
प्रातः नूतनं कन्दुकं गृह्णातु।
नारदादि योगी वृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरम्।
इमं कन्दुकं सावधानेन पश्य चषटकाय ताडय।
आशिकापुराधिनाद कालभैरवं भजे कालभैरवं भजे।
साथियों, कमला और जानवी इन दो बहनों का काम भी शानदार है। ये दोनों बहनें अध्यात्म, दर्शन और संगीत पर कंटेंट बनाती हैं। इंस्टाग्राम पर एक और युवा का चैनल है संस्कृत छात्रो अहम। इस चैनल को चलाने वाले युवा साथी संस्कृत से जुड़ी जानकारियां तो देते ही हैं, वो संस्कृत में हास परिहास के वीडियो भी बनाते हैं। युवा संस्कृत में ये वीडियो भी खूब पसंद करते हैं। आप में से कई साथियों ने समष्टि के वीडियोज भी देखे होंगे। समष्टि संस्कृत में अपने गानों को अलग अलग तरह से प्रस्तुत करती है। एक और युवा है भावेश भीमनाथनी। भावेश संस्कृत श्लोकों, आध्यात्मिक दर्शन और सिद्धांतों के बारे में बात करते हैं। साथियों, भाषा किसी भी सभ्यता के मूल्यों और परंपराओं की वाहक होती है। संस्कृत ने ये कर्तव्य हजारों वर्ष तक निभाया है। ये देखना सुखद है कि अब संस्कृत के लिए भी कुछ युवा अपना कर्तव्य निभा रहे हैं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, अब मैं आपको जरा फ्लैशबैक में लेकर चलूंगा। आप कल्पना करिए, 20वीं सदी का शुरुआती कालखंड, तब दूर दूर तक आजादी की कहीं कोई उम्मीद नजर नहीं आ रही थी। पूरे भारत में अंग्रेजों ने शोषण की सारी सीमाएं लांघ दी थी और उस दौर में हैदराबाद के देशभक्त लोगों के लिए दमन का दौर और भी भयावह था। वे क्रूर और निर्दयी निजाम के अत्याचारों को भी झेलने को मजबूर थे। गरीबों, वंचितों और आदिवासी समुदायों पर तो अत्याचार की कोई सीमा ही नहीं थी। उनकी जमीनें छीन ली जाती थी, साथ ही भारी टैक्स भी लगाया जाता था। अगर वे इस अन्याय का विरोध करते तो उनके हाथ तक काट दिए जाते थे। साथियों, ऐसे कठिन समय में करीब 20 साल का एक नौजवान इस अन्याय के खिलाफ खड़ा हुआ था। आज एक खास वजह से मैं उस नौजवान की चर्चा कर रहा हूं। उसका नाम बताने से पहले मैं उसकी वीरता की बात आपको बताऊंगा। साथियों, उस दौर में जब निजाम के खिलाफ एक शब्द बोलना भी गुनाह था, उस नौजवान ने सिद्दीकी नाम के निजाम के एक अधिकारी को खुली चुनौती दे दी थी। निजाम ने सिद्दीकी को किसानों की फसलें जब्त करने के लिए भेजा था, लेकिन अत्याचार के खिलाफ इस संघर्ष में उस नौजवान ने सिद्दीकी को मौत के घाट उतार दिया। वो गिरफ्तारी से बच निकलने में भी कामयाब रहा। निजाम की अत्याचारी पुलिस से बचते हुए वो नौजवान वहां से सैकड़ों किलोमीटर दूर असम जा पहुंचा। साथियों, मैं जिस महान विभूति की चर्चा कर रहा हूं, उनका नाम है कोमरम भीम। अभी 22 अक्टूबर को ही उनकी जन्म जयंती मनाई है। कोमरम भीम की आयु बहुत लंबी नहीं रही। वो महज 40 वर्ष ही जीवित रहे, लेकिन अपने जीवन काल में उन्होंने अनगिनत लोगों, विशेषकर आदिवासी समाज के हृदय में अमिट छाप छोड़ी। उन्होंने निजाम के खिलाफ संघर्ष कर रहे लोगों में नई ताकत भरी। वे अपने रणनीतिक कौशल के लिए भी जाने जाते थे। निजाम की सत्ता के लिए वे बहुत बड़ी चुनौती बन गए थे। 1940 में निजाम के लोगों ने उनकी हत्या कर दी थी। युवाओं से मेरा आग्रह है कि वे उनके बारे में अधिक से अधिक जानने का प्रयास करें। कोमरम भीम की ना विनम्र निवाली आयन प्रजल हृदयालो एप्पटिकी नीलीची वंटारू। साथियों, अगले महीने की 15 तारीख को हम जनजातीय गौरव दिवस मनाएंगे। यह भगवान बिरसा मुंडा जी की जयंती का सुअवसर है। मैं भगवान बिरसा मुंडा जी को श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं। देश की आजादी के लिए, आदिवासी समुदाय के अधिकारों के लिए उन्होंने जो काम किया वो अतुलनीय है। मेरे लिए ये सौभाग्य की बात है कि मुझे झारखंड में भगवान बिरसा मुंडा जी के गांव उलीहातू जाने का अवसर मिला था। मैंने वहां की माटी को माथे पर लगाकर प्रणाम किया था। भगवान बिरसा मुंडा जी और कोमाराम भीम जी की तरह ही हमारे आदिवासी समुदायों में कई और विभूतियां हुई हैं। मेरा आग्रह है कि आप उनके बारे में अवश्य पढ़ें। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मन की बात के लिए मुझे आपके भेजे हुए ढेरों संदेश मिलते हैं। कई लोग इन संदेशों में अपने आसपास के प्रतिभाशाली लोगों के बारे में चर्चा करते हैं। मुझे पढ़कर बहुत खुशी होती है कि हमारे छोटे शहरों, कस्बों, गांवों में भी इनोवेटिव आइडियाज पर काम हो रहे हैं। अगर आप ऐसे व्यक्ति या समूहों को जानते हैं जो सेवा की भावना से समाज को बदलने में जुटे हैं, तो मुझे जरूर बताइए। मुझे आपके संदेशों का हमेशा की तरह इंतजार रहेगा। अगले महीने हम मन की बात के एक और एपिसोड में मिलेंगे, कुछ नए विषयों के साथ मिलेंगे। तब तक के लिए मैं विदाई लेता हूं। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Every sound on this court tells a story. The rhythm of a rally. The silence before match point. The celebration that follows. Across India, a sport once played quietly in backyards is now echoing in packed stadiums. Badminton is no longer just a hobby, it's a movement. This is where it begins: early mornings, empty courts and big dreams.
My big dream is to win Olympic champion by doing daily training. मैं वर्ल्ड का नंबर 1 प्लेयर बनना चाहता हूँ और ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड मेडल जीतना चाहता हूँ.
Young players are stepping in younger, training harder, and aiming higher.
My bigger aim in my life is to become an Olympic champion like my idol Lee Chong-wei who won 2 silver in Olympics. मेरा biggest goal है इंटरनेशनल में जीतना और पहुंचना. मेरे पापा रोज इंडोर जाते थे. पापा मेरे को भी साथ में लेके जाते थे. मेरे को छोटा रैकेट दिलवा दिया था, इसलिए फिर मेरे को भी खेलने में मज़ा आने लगा. फिर पापा ने मुझे एक कोचिंग में डाला, उसके बाद से मैंने खेलना शुरू कर दिया.
For many, this is not just sport. It's their future taking shape one rally at a time.
The thing that inspired me to pick up the racket and play badminton was actually I just joined an academy once for pursuing badminton for my fitness level, but gradually I started enjoying the sport a lot and that motivated me. I started enjoying it. I love to play badminton and I thought that I could pursue my career in badminton as a profession, and that motivated me to perform even well. The thing that motivates me to train every day is obviously when I see that my parents and my coaches are working quite a lot hard with me. That motivates me to support them and work equally as hard as well as they do. And I always keep one thing in mind, that I'll give my absolute best in every training session I have, and one day I have to represent India at the international level.
A decade ago, India was chasing the world. Today, the world is watching India rise. With over 20 international titles in the last 10 years and a presence at top levels of global rankings, India has moved from being an underdog to a powerhouse.
So the main important part is infrastructure and now the quality of coaching. Everything is, if you just focus on this thing, the last entire, from 2010, we just conducted over here as a Commonwealth Stadium. The complete entire scenario is completely changed. So due to these reasons, and even we are upgrade ourselves, we can go on level of elite and international level. Before that, we're having a very limited number of courts. Now this time we're having everything where we can easily produce international players. Before that, we don't have proper infrastructure and proper program for the individual players. So if you're checking it out, it's the first thing. So we can go for the point system. We get a good number of participation of the players. So we can rectify a good number of players. Then we can train them. If we're having a good infrastructure, so we can make them individual plan with programmings, scientific reasons are there. We just use the technology right now. So that's the main thing, that everything they are making due to these reasons, this is become a powerhouse of this thing. The facility, the government supports. So now if you just check it out in the last 15 years, we've grown up so fast because we get each and every support from the government. And even the associations are also supporting a lot for this thing, for conducting tournaments. They're making a proper systematic programs, they're making a good calendars. So every players get a specific time period to get trained and give the result on their specific time. Because every time you don't have the peak level. That's called a peak level. So now when we have the calendar, we have the systematic plan, so we can train the player according to their peak level. Everything depends on the sports science. Everything is now on technology. So we have to first focus on the technology. Second, we have to focus on structure of the plan. Third, we have to focus on scientific reason to how to recover faster. So majorly, these three will be this part. Even this thing in conducting a tournament continuously, what you are saying, ki infrastructure, everything matters. The planning is more important and the recovery system is more important in this thing. And the strengthening conditioning programs and the players individually programs. So now we have training in a group system. So we have to become capable to train each and every player systematically according to their goal system.
Structured training programs, high performance centers, a new mindset, and international exposure have powered this transformation.
Yes, state tournaments, after playing state, who just got the medal, they will go for the nationals, and after their team will be selected for the international tournaments also. So definitely the state tournaments will matter in this thing because we are having multiple states over here and there's a good number of states. So every state's having one players also, then we will get minimum 30 to 40 players in this thing. Union territory plus states. So we merged, so we directly get a minimum 20 good players in this, and definitely they are playing very well. You can see like Laksh and all the players are doing extraordinary in this thing.
It's not by luck, it's the result of years of training and hard work the players and coaches put together.
There's always be a calendar, systematic plan is there. Systematic plan means how we select the players. So now we are considering this thing. We have a systematic, like the players will be start to get the information about the sports from watching the TVs. So after then they look up the game. They have school programs. So they start from inter-school, inter-house. So they start playing from inter-house. After then inter-school, then it's become a district level tournament, then state level tournament, then it's come on a national level tournament, then all India ranking, then international tournaments. So this is a systematic channel of participating the tournaments. So every players, if we increase the number of tournaments, so we can increase the focus of the players. Secondary, and these tournaments, this is a state level tournament. And if the players are participating over here, definitely they will going to achieve a good thing in this thing. Even though they get a good players to participate, they get a very good temperament to play. So all they was thinking about the programming. So now this tournament, after everybody know that next year we're having a All India also. So if any players get upgraded, so definitely they will give a very good results. So each and every pillars are very important. Even start from inter-house tournaments also very important, as parallelly state tournaments also important.
Every match is more than a score.
जब मेरा न्यूज़ मैच चलता है या इंटेस्ट मैच चलता है तो उसमें मैं 19-20 भी होता है तो भी मेरे को पता है मैं कम बैक कर सकता हूँ अगर मैं अच्छा खेलूँगा भले ही ड्यूस क्यों ना हो गया.
It's a test of nerves, discipline and belief.
In tight situations, you have to always keep one thing in mind. You should handle your nerves and not feel nervous about anything. Actually, pressure is a privilege, so you should perform well. You should be happy that you are getting an opportunity, quite a nice opportunity to perform at that level. And you should not think about the result. You should just maintain your focus, concentrate, and then perform your absolute best.
And the difference between a good player and champions is as simple as attitude, and even in this thing, how you can delay your pains, how dedication is there, how much discipline you are. So if you just check it out, all the players who are just performing on the international level, they are very dedicated to their works. Even they are focused, they have tactically very strong. They can change the game within a seconds. They can faster come back. But most of the players, they want to be in a comfort zone. So a good player is always be in a good comfort zone. And those who are champions, they always come out from their comfort zone and then become the champions.
Very first World Tour title.
These championships are proving grounds where talent meets pressure.
I think that what will happen after I win the match. So to win the match, I keep playing safe and try to put pressure on the opponent when I win a point. And if I get the opportunity, I attack.
This is where players stop being just good and start becoming great. Talent alone can take you only so far. What lifts an athlete to the world stage is the ecosystem around them.
First thing, the most important part in this thing, players' career, they required funding, they need sponsorship, they need extra guidance, support from the coaches and the government. So if the government and all the facilities should be provided, then they can definitely will play for the longer time period. If they get injured, they're having a good facility of rehab centers. So we just require for these facilities, and this is more important than that.
Coaching depth, infrastructure, sports science. For the first time, India is building a structure that can carry its players beyond potential into performance.
So now in India, the program of the coaches, it's come from the Sports Authority of India. So Sports Authority of India having a proper systematic channel to produce champions in each department. For the example, Neeraj Chopra, PV Sindhu, all the champions who are just getting the results, they all are sponsored or funded or supported from the Sports Authority of India. For example, if you want to become a coach, then you have to study in SAI, Sports Authority of India, the diploma in sports coaching. So now in badminton, if you're discussing, so now badminton, they now opening multiple ventures where they are conducting a proper facilities. For example, Sai Gopichan, they are just completely sponsored from the Sports Authority of India. So all the players who are right now representing international, they comes under the law and regulation of the Sports Authority of India. So now they develop in Guwahati, they develop in Odisha. All the facility, they are just what right now the international players are getting. All the players are getting under the roof of SAI. They send you the physio, they send you the team, they give you the. Now we get the bronze medal also in international tournaments. We conducted para tournaments also in other sports like athletics, World Championship we conducted. So SAI is supporting each and every sports right now, and SAI definitely doing extraordinary jobs in this thing.
A true sporting nation isn't defined by one star. It's built on generations that follow. The era of PV Sindhu.
She's done it. Pusala Venkata Sindhu. Gold medal PV Sindhu ke naam.
Ramli Shrikant. Lakshya Sen. And Satwik Sairaj Ranki Reddy have already put India on the global map. India's challenge now is not just to win, but to keep winning. To make excellence a system, not a surprise.
India में get अच्छा result लाने के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा grassroots important होता है. So if you check it out, there's no grassroots in badminton. Everybody wants to train elite players. So basically, what the problem as a coaches we are feeling it, we are having a limited number of players. बहुत कम players मिलते हैं. And some players having their injuries, some players having their studies problems. So what the coaches are feeling, if we are getting a proper selection method, so we'll get a good number of players and we can train it and we can make a proper channel of that. So now this year this player will be, next year this group will be going to be introduced. जो सारा coaches को problem है, उस सारा problem उनकी होती है number of strength की वजह से. If we having a good number of strength, definitely will produce extraordinary results in the world. That the other country are doing it. Indonesia का national game badminton है. So definitely they are producing that level. Malaysia का national game badminton है.
India's badminton story is still being written.
Last 15 साल में सब कुछ बदल गया है. For example, last World Championship प्रकाश सर ने जीता है, प्रकाश पादुकोण सर ने. Now we are winning Olympic medals. So China wants also the Olympic medal, even Commonwealth medal also. So now everything is changing. We are capable to produce Olympic medals. So now the infrastructure is now continuously growing. You check it out in the last year, now they're having multiple centers of the badminton, which is sponsored or opened by SAI Sports Authority of India. So definitely we are going to get an Olympic medal in next year or next 5 years.
Every state championship adds a new name, a new face, a new possibility.
These sort of tournaments helps a lot to motivate the players, and they are playing extraordinary in this thing, and these type of tournaments should be supporting all the players to participate and watch the level of the players. If these type of tournaments should not be conducted, so then how we can know about the players? We're having a good number of players in Delhi who can already they are selected in upcoming international tournaments also. Here like Aryan Shetty, Vandit, Anadyan, they all, and even the small kids are doing extraordinary in this thing, and upcoming years they will going to participate in international tournaments, and they're going to win the medal also.
From a humble shuttle to global arenas, the pathway is clear. And the future is wide open.
Now we get everything from the government, from the SAI, and upcoming years Gopi sir is there, Prakash sir is there, and SAI Sports Authority also supporting a lot. What my hope is कि minimum 3 से 4 medal आने चाहिए, because we are already giving all the facility to the players and they are playing extraordinary right now. They are already participating, getting the medal on the world level. So definitely they will get it. I think so 3-4 medal तो आना ही चाहिए. वो कोई नहीं रोक सकता.
The next generation of champions is already here.
मैं वर्ल्ड का नंबर 1 प्लेयर बनना चाहता हूँ और ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड मेडल जीतना चाहता हूँ. मेरा बिगेस्ट गोल है इंटरनेशनल में जीतना और पहुंचना. मेरा बिगेस्ट गोल है कि मैं ओलंपिक्स और वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप्स में गोल्ड आऊं.
You can hear it in the sound of every rally.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
Should there be a law on malicious prosecution strongly implemented in this country? Because we are all victims of it. You know, you file a case against a common man, the common man gets harassed, family gets hounded, jailed, blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking only about myself, so, but I'm saying that these are cases where the foundational principles of justice get questioned. There's too much of it.
You know what we need? Way back in 87 or 88, Justice Hugo Black, one of the most famous judges of the U.S. Supreme Court, great champion of rights. He had come to India. And I remember I was in the audience, I was very young that time, and Fali Nariman and all saying, oh, our Supreme Court has said this about fundamental rights and that about fundamental rights. He said something very interesting. He says, don't give me all this high-flying jurisprudence. Do you have a Civil Rights Act? You must create a Civil Rights Act. If a citizen is wrongly arrested, there must be a statute under which he gets money, compensation, under which he can get the person who arrested him sent to jail. If a citizen is discriminated, there must be a simple law by which he can go to a magistrate's court and get relief.
Right.
You need a Civil Rights Act. All these high-fairy notions of constitutional jurisprudence, right to life, and it's all very good in stratosphere.
Yeah.
But on the ground, where is your Civil Rights Act?
Where is it?
We still don't have one.
That's so well said, sir. So well said. Every word of yours is going to be quoted in the legal fraternity and outside. I can tell you, every word of this conversation is going to be watched. So you are now King's Counsel. The title of a King's Counsel is a very prestigious appointment for senior lawyers in England and Wales. And I think you were one of the world's first leading arbitration counsels to be appointed as King's Counsel in 2020. But the nation wants to know why Harish Salvi lives the life of a hermit in the United Kingdom.
I don't.
Flying in and out.
Why hermit? Who says I live like a hermit? Life, I mean, just because one takes the underground train doesn't make you a hermit.
So, but you're in London, and Nirav Modi and Vijay Mallya and Lalit Modi dead scared of you, saying that he's too close to us.
Well, that's their problem. I don't have sleepless nights. They do. It's good.
So you saw that clip of Rhythm. You saw that clip of Rhythm.
Yeah,
She would have made a fine lawyer. She's a good lawyer.
Yes, absolutely.
We've stolen away from practice. Can I play that clip which you...
Viewers, each season when Real Madrid and FC Barcelona collide, the football world holds its breath. El Clasico is more than a game. It's a legacy of pride, history and a rivalry that goes beyond the sport itself. The two giants will meet for the first time in 2025-26 campaign at the Santiago Bernabeu, setting the stage for yet another electrifying chapter, brimming with intensity, with emotion and drama. The burning question for fans is, can Real Madrid beat Barcelona, who are coming off an iconic UCL win? That's the big debate on our sports meter today. Scan the QR code on your screen and have your say, because your vote decides the score.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Can you remember any one case you've represented any one moment, anecdote you'd like to share with us. You had the front row seats in every corporate battle. Tata Sons battle, that time you represented the group against, I think there was C.A. Sundaram, I think, on the other side. And we've seen some fresh disagreements recently in the Tatas appear to be settled now. Is there any moment you remember which you'd like to share with us? You know, because we are told the biggest of business houses, politicians, all sit and listen attentively and go by your advice. Is there any in your last 50 years of your legal career, anything you'd like to remember, any moment which you think tells a bigger story, a moment from your career?
The great moments of my life have come out of non-corporate battles. And I think the 2 or 3 big moments of my life, as a young lawyer, I was addressing 5 judges in the bearer bonds case. I was 3 years at the bar. For the first 5 minutes, I could barely get my voice to come out of my mouth. And I must say, old man Chandrachud, not this Chief Justice, Farmer, he was very good to juniors. Okay. So he encouraged me, he argued, but he was not listening to what I was saying. He thought, okay, you know, this bright youngster, I'll hear him for an hour. And I started at 12, at 1 o'clock, I had covered, and Justice Bhagwati was interacting a lot with me. And Justice Gupta was interacting a lot with me. And at 1 o'clock, he said, all right, Mr. Salvi, your 1 hour is up. I said, well, I have a few more things to say, but... And Justice Bhagwati...
Viewers, each season when Real Madrid and FC Barcelona collide, the football world holds its breath. El Clasico is more than a game. It's a legacy of pride, history and a rivalry that goes beyond the sport itself. The two giants will meet for the first time in 2025-26 campaign at the Santiago Bernabeu, setting the stage for yet another electrifying chapter, brimming with intensity, with emotion and drama. The burning question for fans is, can Real Madrid beat Barcelona, who are coming off an iconic UCL win? That's the big debate on our sports meter today. Scan the QR code on your screen and have your say, because your vote decides the score.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे। प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Should there be a law on malicious prosecution strongly implemented in this country? Because we are all victims of it. You know, you file a case against a common man, the common man gets harassed, family gets hounded, jailed, blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking only about myself, so, but I'm saying that these are cases where the foundational principles of justice get questioned. There's too much of it.
You know what we need? Way back in 87 or 88, Justice Hugo Black, one of the most famous judges of the U.S. Supreme Court, great champion of rights, he had come to India. And I remember I was in the audience, I was very young that time, and Fali Nariman and all saying, oh, our Supreme Court has said this about fundamental rights and that about fundamental rights. He said something very interesting. He says, don't give me all this high-flying jurisprudence. Do you have a Civil Rights Act? You must create a Civil Rights Act. If a citizen is wrongly arrested, there must be a statute under which he gets money, compensation, under which he can get the person who arrested him sent to jail. if a citizen is discriminated, there must be a simple law by which he can go to a magistrate's court and get relief.
Right.
You need a Civil Rights Act. All these high-fairy notions of constitutional jurisdiction.
Thank you for joining us on the long-form story. Tonight on the show, we bring you 4 of the biggest stories of the last week. First up, the return of a rebel. Naga leader Thun Galeng Muiwa, who's resurfaced after decades. Is this the turning point in India's oldest insurgency or the reignition of old fires? The return of Muiwa on the long-form story. Second, Mehul Choksi's homecoming. The fugitive who fled after the Punjab National Bank scam is now heading back. His new address could be Mumbai's Arthur Road jail. Justice is finally catching up with Mehul Choksi. Nirav Modi may be next. And third, the Myanmar shocker. 399 Indians found inside a cyber scam center. How did they land there? And what does this reveal about a growing digital slave trade? The Myanmar scam hub on the long-form story. And fourth, it's the heist of the century inside the Louvre. How did thieves strike at the world's most guarded museum? The long-form story, the biggest stories of the week. Let's get started. For 5 decades, Thun Galeng Muiwa has been one of India's most powerful and controversial insurgent figures. He's been operating from the shadows, working undercover, shifting locations, the face of the Naga movement, and the man behind the ceasefire he's been negotiating from somewhere we all don't know. It's a ceasefire that brought a fragile peace to the northeast. And now, after years away from the public eye, 5 decades later, Muiwa has resurfaced in his hometown in Manipur, and he's getting a hero's welcome. Is his return a signal that the Naga peace process is entering a decisive new phase? Or could it reignite old tensions? Here's the full story on the return of the rebel, Muiwa's comeback, and what it means for India's oldest insurgency. A story that mostly went unreported by the Lutyens media this week. They gathered by the hundreds, voices rising, hands reaching, history unfolding before their eyes. Barriers held the crowd, but not the emotion. After half a century in the shadows, the rebel returns. Thun Galeng Muiwa, to some a visionary, to others a cause of concern and a rebel. The man who once moved through as an outlaw now steps back onto the soil that once exiled him. His return is not merely a homecoming, it is a new chapter in the checkered history of Nagaland. For behind the name lies a people's long pursuit of self-determination. A cause sanctified by hope, yet scarred by decades of conflict and arms.
For some, he is a villain, but for many, and particularly for the Nagas across India and Myanmar, he is a patriot figure, a hero. Yes, I am talking about Thingalang Muiva, also known as T.H. Muiva, the General Secretary of ASEAN IM, the Ato Kilonsa, or the Prime Minister of the Government of People's Republic of Nagalim.
Thingalang Muiva, General Secretary of the Nationalist Socialist Council of Nagaland, returned to his native Somdal village in Ukhrul in Manipur on Wednesday, 5 decades after leaving to join the Naga independence movement. Muiva left home in 1964 to join the struggle and only briefly returned in 1973. His last attempt to visit in 2010 was blocked by the state government and sparked deadly protests. Now, as talks raise hopes of reconciliation over demands for Nagalim, the 91-year-old veteran has warned the movement could once again take up arms again unless negotiations produce meaningful cooperation by Government of India.
We have been using our flag, our constitution from time immemorial, since time immemorial. But we need recognition from the aggressor state. We are using our flag today. Our people are using our flag and our constitution. But say Indian constitution is the child of, say, 1950. But we have our constitution since time immemorial. We have been using it as a people, as a nation, as a state, as a government. We have been using it. Now, the ball is in the court of India. We are waiting. Green signal from Delhi, and I hope that it can be hammered out. It can be settled.
A Naga flag, a separate land, and a separate constitution. That's what the demand for Nagalim is all about. The demand envisions uniting all Naga tribes under one administrative and cultural identity. But the Nagas are not a single linear community. If one looks closer, they are a collection of multiple ethnic tribes spread across Manipur, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, and even parts of Myanmar. But the question is, why is this demand so significant? Why does it matter? Since India's independence, there has been a knot, one that few have tried to untangle, the knot of otherness, of not feeling included.
We don't have any Congress MLA for the last 10 years. For the 2 terms, we don't have Congress MLA elected member in our Nagaland Assembly. Why? During our Congress rule under the Prime Ministership of our Manmohan Singh Ji, he is our neighbor. He is a Rajya Sabha member from Assam. Though he was a Prime Minister for 10 years, he did not visit Nagaland even once.
Since 2015, the Government of India has time and again made visits to Nagaland, kept a distinct communication channel open with Muiva.
साथियों, अपने ही लोगों पर अविश्वास करके देश नहीं चलता। देश चलता है अपने लोगों का सम्मान करके, उनकी समस्याओं का समाधान करके। इसलिए पहले जहां नॉर्थ ईस्ट में डिवाइड की पॉलिटिक्स चलती थी, हमने उसे डिवाइन गवर्नेंस मॉडल में बदला है।
And it's in these consistent efforts that the 91-year-old rebel, even though warns of an armed resistance, still remains open to peaceful negotiations. Muiva also thanked the centre, the Nagaland government and the present Manipur government for facilitating the itinerary to his birthplace Somdal in Ukhrul district. For the family, it's more than a reunion. It's the closing of a long, silent distance. After decades apart, Asui Muiva broke down in emotion as he met his brother, the only surviving sibling of Thungaleng Muiva.
Before he visited, after how many years you have seen him?
I think 30-40 years.
After 30-40 years. Where did you saw him last time?
I saw him last time at Dimapur.
And Cape Hambron?
Yeah.
After that, now you have seen him again?
Yeah. This is the first time. This is the last one.
The complex trajectory of identity and revolt. In the pursuit of these ideals stand Thungaleng Muiva, now the lone face of movement whose contemporaries are no more. The village has erected statues of Thungaleng Muiva and his wife Pakao Muiva alongside a museum dedicated to his life. But even as history finds its monument, the path ahead remains uncertain and delicate. This homecoming comes months after the Prime Minister's visit to Manipur closes one chapter even as another waits to be written.
Some call him a hero and some call him a villain. It will be decided by history whether he was a villain or a hero. But for today, the people of Somdal are celebrating him. They are celebrating the visit of the son of Somdal, the son of Ukhrul, who had been in the Naga movement for 62 years.
He fled India in 2018 after one of the biggest banking scams in the country's history. A 13,000 crore fraud that shook the financial system, exposing many loopholes in our banking system. Mehul Choksi, the fugitive diamantaire, the face of the PNB scam, has spent years evading Indian law, taking refuge in different countries, from Hong Kong to Antigua, and now battling extradition proceedings in Belgium. But the net is finally tightening. Belgium has cleared his extradition to India, and New Delhi has wasted no time. We've sent detailed photographs over the last few days and videos of Mumbai's Arthur Road jail to the Belgian authorities, to the courts, to assure them that India is ready. And yet, Choksi has one final card to play, a last appeal before the Belgian Supreme Court. And if that fails, the scam-tainted businessman will be back in India, facing trial and accountability for the first time since he fled. This is the story of a long chase nearing its end. Mehul Choksi's new address in India could be Mumbai's Arthur Road Jail.
From India to Antigua to Dominica, and now a new hideout in Antwerp, Belgium, the fugitives' fight continues across continents. A rupees 13,000 crore fraud, 4 countries and 1 relentless escape to dodge his fate in India. But the clock has finally started ticking for Choksi as Belgium clears his extradition to India. Barrack 12 of Mumbai's Arthur Road Jail back in focus. No longer a matter of debate but a destination for India's most wanted fugitive economic offender. For Choksi, homecoming may mean confinement and the end of a global chase. The elusive uncle of Nirav Modi, Mr. Mehul Choksi, a mastermind of the cat and mouse game with investigating agencies. Choksi has been dodging justice since 2018. The chase continued until 2024 when he finally landed in Belgium and straight into the hands of the law after a CBI and ED extradition request. On October 18th, Belgium cleared a major legal roadblock paving the way for Choksi's extradition to India. The prime accused in India's biggest banking fraud could soon face justice back home. Choksi and his team played by the classic excuse, the poor conditions of jails in India and fragile medical condition to move in and out of countries and delay his return.
Whenever the last time was that you had a conversation with Mr. Choksi, even when you visited him in prison, what is the sense that you are getting when you are visiting him?
No, I mean, but see, his spirits are high, but medical condition is very bad. But see, he realizes that he is in the hope of justice, and he believes in the justice system, and that is why he takes all legal recourses that is possible.
India's extradition treaty with Belgium has stood strong since 1901. In 2020, it was updated to ensure tighter cooperation of fugitives. Now, with Antwerp confirming Choksi's extradition, the treaty showcases India's diplomatic muscle.
On October 18, Belgium cleared the legal roadblock in extradition of Indian fugitive Mehul Choksi, the prime accused in 13,000 crore PNB fraud case. Just this Monday, on October 20th, when I reached out to Antwerp court in a written response to Republic, the Advocate General Ken Witpass confirmed that there is nothing stopping Belgium from extraditing Mehul Choksi to India.
Though his lawyer cites Interpol support, Choksi's case weakens as appeals fall one by one.
The Interpol request of India has been turned down. We have Interpol order in our favor. 3. He did not escape. There was a court order. Nobody could touch him in Antigua. Clear, correct court order. But he had to travel not for escape. He had to travel for his medical treatment because those facilities were not available in Antigua. And when he traveled to Belgium and when he visited the hospital, which is a proof of his being not well, then only the world got to know that he is in Belgium.
Since October 18, Choksi had 15 days to appeal his extradition. With no appeal filed, time is running out. He could be back in India much sooner than expected. Choksi's return would mark another major diplomatic and legal victory for India, coming months after the successful extradition clearance of 2611 terror accused Tahavur Rana from the United States.
It's one of the biggest international crackdowns on cybercrime in recent times, one of the global crackdowns. And at the center of it are hundreds of Indians. A $1 billion cyber scam hub in Myanmar, run by Chinese crime syndicates, protected by the local militia, and operating almost like a digital fortress, and has now been busted. In the last few days, Republic has been the only channel reporting on it. The sprawling KK Park enclave on the outskirts of Mayawadi in Myanmar has long been notorious as a cybercrime base. Unregistered buildings, private militia guards, and even Starlink satellite systems powering a massive network of fraud until a Myanmar junta raid blew it open. And what followed was chaos. Over 700 people trying to flee across the border into Thailand, and among them, the headline, 399 Indians. Alongside these Indians, Chinese, Vietnamese, Indonesian, Thais, even a few Pakistanis and Nepalese, and all part of a global cybercrime racket that was targeting victims around the world. And tonight, on the long-form story, we go inside the scam center and the so-called KK Park to expose how trafficked workers, fake job offers, and cross-border gangs build a billion-dollar digital crime empire. What were 399 Indians doing inside this Myanmar cyber scam hub?
From multi-crore scams to AI duplications. And digital crackdowns, the cyber world has grown from a tool of ease into a perilous world. One swipe, one fleeting blink, one buzz, and just like that, the crime is done, and the world remains unaware.
The rise in the digital arrest fraud cases is alarming, wherein the scammers generally pose as a law enforcement on a video call. Official reports suggest that in 2023 and 2024, the cases have significantly surged, with losses crossing 500 crores in just that 1 year. As the digital payments grow, so does the sophistication of these scams. Here we will break it down for you. Who are these people? How do they operate? Who is the most vulnerable, and how can you save yourself?
It was 1 year back, 24th May 2024, and at around morning 9 a.m. I got a telephone rang and I went and picked up. It was a recorded message coming that your telephone number is going to be blocked. So I was clearly did not understand the whole thing, but I could hear that my number is going to be blocked. So it may create some problem. So, and it is a recorded message. So I thought it must be authentic message. So I called them up. Then they said, then somebody spoke. That was not recorded. Then, madam, from your number, somebody with the help of your Aadhaar card must have taken another number, and they have given some abusive message languages and some porno photographs to 20 people. So they have complained to police station. So you have to report to Mumbai police station within 2 hours. So, but I'm trying to help you. So what you do? So आप एक काम करिए, आपका बैंक में कितना पैसा है? So I said, see, I will not be able to tell you exactly what I have got or not. So एक काम करिए, आप all the bank papers लेके go to a bank and RTGS the whole amount in this number. The total from one bank 25 lakh and another bank 58 lakh. Okay, so I sent. And but both the bank, I asked them one question, that if there is something wrong in my account, why don't you freeze the account and verify, check it? Why are you asking for the money? Well, this is the hospital government protocol, ma'am.
Krishnadas Gupta never got the money a scamster had stolen from her. Caught on a digital trap, she was not alone. Thousands had faced the same fate. In another corner of the national capital, the phone rang with a similar script. Identity theft, obscene messages, a threat that claimed to destroy his life.
Here I received a call from an unknown number. The person, a male voice, said that they were calling from TRAI and that my phone numbers had been, my identity had been used to get an additional SIM card, and that card was issued and misused to send obscene messages. So I had to report to a particular police station in Mumbai. A very old bank account was being misused for money laundering, and since it was my account, so I would be liable for whatever criminality has happened through those bank accounts. That is how it actually started, and then eventually they started asking me that where do I have my money? Do I keep it in my bank account? I told them that I do not have any provident fund also. Whatever savings I have, I keep it mainly in the form of mutual funds. So I was made to redeem all the mutual funds. Fortunately, I caught on before I actually paid them any money, and I snapped the lines, but this was after almost 36 hours.
KR Park, at the heart of Mayawadi township. A Chinese-backed fortress, infamous as Southeast Asia's cybercrime citadel. Behind its glossy facade, whispers of law enforcers, diplomats, and dirty scams swirl. This Chinese-funded compound has long stayed under Myanmar's radar till February's storm. Over 700 foreigners pushed across into Thailand. A massive military raid unearthed Starlink terminals illegally operational inside the compound. In the raids carried out inside this complex, around 399 Indians were found trapped. Indians and Chinese were among the largest workforce. 700 attempted to cross over to Thailand. The park's identity, murky, masked and vague. Experts say the military turned a blind eye to these crimes. Others whisper. Ethnic militia secretly hold the reins. The junta pins the cyber chaos on the Karen National Union, accusing the ethnic group of fueling online fraud while opposing army rule. Thousands trafficked into digital slavery since COVID-19. Even after the crackdown, the cyber web runs deep. Authorities may have skimmed the surface, but there's still a lot more left to be scratched. UN estimates that more than 1 lakh people are being forced to work in the scam centers in Myanmar. KK Park's operations trace back to a complex network of businesses used by Chinese mafia. The deep pockets of these scams are suspected to fund geostrategic projects like that of China's Belt and Road Initiative. the need of the hour is a global crackdown before it is too late.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the 19th of October, the world woke up to what is now being called the heist of the century. In just 8 minutes, 4 thieves stole 8 priceless jewels valued at over $100 million from one of the most heavily guarded museums in the world. Armed with angle grinders, they broke through reinforced cases and vanished with the legendary Napoleonic jewels, a collection symbolizing France's imperial history. Now, this audacious theft has not just shocked France, it has triggered a political storm with questions over security failures, public spending, accountability now raging across France. Here's what's really happening inside the Louvre. The story of the heist of the century, told on the long form story.
Heist of century worth $100 million happened at Paris Louvre Museum. In 8 minutes, 8 Napoleonic jewels were stolen away. The jewels stolen include a pearl diadem of Empress Eugenie, wife of Napoleon III, acquired by Louvre in 1992. A diamond bodice bow, another large bow-shaped adornment piece that belonged to the Empress. An emerald necklace and earrings, a set that Napoleon had gifted to his second wife, Marie-Louise, in 1810. Along with the reliquary brooch and a chandelier-like diamond brooch which once also belonged to Eugenie. All of this, along with 4 other jewels, was stolen by 4 thieves who left the Louvre Museum short about $100 million in just 8 minutes. Explaining the modus operandi adopted by the thieves, this is what the French cultural minister had to say.
Il y a une enquête pénale, parce qu'on ne sait pas aussi ce qui s'est passé, parce que ça semblait bien renseigné aussi. Parce que je vais vous dire, dans la salle, moi j'ai vu la vidéo 3 minutes 52, hein, dans la salle. Hein. Ils sont allés directement sur les vitrines, ils savaient exactement ce qu'ils voulaient, et chacun sur une vitrine de manière très efficace. Et ils ne se sont pas attardés, ils sont allés à la disqueuse, ils ont détruit ces vitrines et ils sont repartis.
Official reports suggest that the thieves rode a basket lift to Louvre, forced a window into gallery, smashed display cases and fled with the priceless Napoleonic jewels. A reported video has also emerged showing the theft taking place. While many are criticizing museum authorities for the lapses, Macron and his administration have come in the museum's defense.
Pour le Louvre, je me suis exprimé hier soir, j'ai dit mon soutien, ma détermination. J'aurai l'occasion de revenir sur ce sujet quand je serai sur le territoire français. Sur Nicolas Sarkozy, j'ai eu des propos publics toujours très clairs sur l'indépendance de l'autorité judiciaire, dans le rôle qui est le mien, mais il était normal que...
Est-ce que les dispositifs de sécurité du musée du Louvre ont été défaillants? Non, ils n'ont pas été défaillants. C'est une réalité. Les dispositifs de sécurité du musée du Louvre ont fonctionné. Et comme vous le savez, mais je vais vous répondre après, il y a des questions. Et comme vous le savez, j'ai diligenté une enquête administrative qui fera en toute transparence le détail des événements survenus dimanche dernier.
But the museum director, speaking to the press, informed on her offer to resign, which was declined, while also denying any personal responsibility for the spendings.
Par sa violence, ce vol blesse notre institution dans sa mission la plus profonde. Croyez-le bien, il ne s'agit nullement pour moi de me dérober ou d'adopter une position de déni. Malgré nos efforts, malgré notre travail acharné au quotidien, nous avons été mis en échec. 8 objets d'une valeur patrimoniale immense, témoins de l'histoire de notre pays, conservés dans le cœur historique du palais du Louvre, nous ont été arrachés. Il y a des échecs. Aujourd'hui, nous vivons un échec terrible au Louvre. dont je prends ma part de responsabilité. Je le redis, j'ai présenté ma démission, elle a été refusée, mais qu'on ne me fasse pas des procès personnels de dépenses inconsidérées. La sécurisation.
As the thieves took out the jewels with the angle grinders, interestingly, they left cursed Indian region diamond that was taken from the Golconda region. Their reason simply that the cursed diamond carries a tragedy. Interestingly, it made its way to Napoleon Bonaparte, who added it to its sword, and the rest is history. Now, with this theft, the Louvre has come back to spotlight. The last time it happened was in 1911 when Mona Lisa was stolen. As the thieves still remain at large, access to museum remains partially restricted for visitors, but the museum is now open.
And that's it on the long-form story this evening on Republic. In case you missed it, catch the full episode Sunday afternoon, 12 p.m. Thanks for watching.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
After finally agreeing on a ceasefire with Pakistan, Afghanistan plans to restrict Pakistan's access to water by building dams across the Kunar River as soon as possible. The order came from Supreme Leader Molavi Hibatullah Akhundzada.
His Highness, the Amirul Momineen, may God bless him and grant him peace, has instructed to start the construction of the dams at Kunar as soon as possible, and to enter into agreements with internal companies, and not to wait for foreign companies.
The green light for blocking Pakistan's water source underpins the Taliban's urgency while it deals with violence along the Durand line. Recently, Islamabad also accused Kabul of backing
Viewers, each season when Real Madrid and FC Barcelona collide, the football world holds its breath. El Clasico is more than a game. It's a legacy of pride, history and a rivalry that goes beyond the sport itself. The two giants will meet for the first time in 2025-26 campaign at the Santiago Bernabeu, setting the stage for yet another electrifying chapter, brimming with intensity, with emotion and drama. The burning question for fans is, can Real Madrid beat Barcelona, who are coming off an iconic UCL win? That's the big debate on our sports meter today. Scan the QR code on your screen and have your say, because your vote decides